Nowa strategia grupy Tauron jest odpowiedzią na wyzwania wynikające z aktualnej i prognozowanej sytuacji na rynku, w szczególności związanej z transformacją branży elektroenergetycznej oraz nowymi rozwiązaniami wspierającymi tę transformację. W procesie opracowywania strategii dokonano gruntownej analizy otoczenia
naszych
makroekonomicznego,
uczestników i
rynkowego
gości
i
naszego
oraz
trzeciego panelu zajmować swoje
the participants and guests of our panel to take the
zaczynamy
seats.
panel.
And we are going to start the panel in a very short
Bardzo
while.
prosimy o
So
zajmowanie
please take
miejsc.
your seats, ladies and gentlemen.
Strategia
Ladies and
oparta
gentlemen,
została na
please
trzech
take your
priorytetach,
seats.
których realizacja pozwoli na dalszy rozwój grupy Tauron. Priorytet pierwszy to zrównoważona działalność. Pozwoli na transformację w kierunku neutralności klimatycznej oraz obniżenie emisyjności i osiągnięcie neutralności klimatycznej do 2050 roku. Działania skoncentrowane będą na zwiększeniu mocy zainstalowanej w OZE, w tym zaangażowaniu w rozwój farm wiatrowych na Morzu Bałtyckim oraz poprawie efektywności elektrowni wodnych, a także wyjściu z energetyki węglowej i działalności związanej z wydobyciem węgla kamiennego oraz dekarbonizacji ciepłownictwa. Priorytet drugi, wzrost w oparciu o największą bazę klientów, pozwoli pozostać wiodącą na rynku krajowym grupą energetyczną w zakresie niezawodności dostarczania energii elektrycznej i ciepła oraz sprzedaży energii elektrycznej i obsługi klienta. Priorytet trzeci to rozwój w kierunku organizacji podążającej za zmianami. Pozwoli na utrzymanie stabilnej sytuacji finansowej dzięki poprawie efektywności i coraz bardziej elastycznej, dostosowującej się do potrzeb nowych klientów organizacji. Działania skoncentrują się na pozyskiwaniu środków finansowych na realizację programu inwestycyjnego, utrzymaniu bezpiecznego poziomu zadłużenia, optymalizacji struktury grupy Tauron oraz poprawie efektywności operacyjnej. Cel grupy Taurona to budowa wartości grupy poprzez nowoczesne rozwiązania dla klientów i klimatu przy utrzymaniu stabilności finansowej.
W imieniu ratowników górskich tutaj z dnia święta Dnia Ratowników Grupy Bieszczadzkiej GOP chcemy złożyć najszczersze życzenia udanych i owocnych obrad, wszystkiego dobrego dla wszystkich uczestników Forum Karpackiego.
Świadki mogą zostać. Tylko do którego to doniesiemy?
W dniu naszego święta od wszystkich ratowników Grupy Bieszczadzkiej serdeczne pozdrowienia dla całej społeczności miłośników, ale przede wszystkim dla wszystkich obradujących na Europie Karpat. Serdecznie pozdrawiamy.
Z Karpatami to jest fajnie, że one się nazywają Zielone Karpaty. Pięknie, fajnie, super zielone, ale
They are
to
called
stwierdzenie
green
fajne.
Carpathians. It's very nice, but I would like the Carpathians to be
Żeby nie było
clean,
plastiku.
not free of plastic,
Takiego zrobili, żeby
and
ludzie nie zostawiali w ogóle, żeby nie było
that
zlikwidowali
people
plastik.
should not use plastic. And I learned recently that New York has introduced a ban on plastic. Rwanda also, small African country, you cannot enter with plastic there. Już nie będę teraz sięgać, bo ja się nie mogę zorganizować.
Сегодня мы будем разговаривать о том, как война превращается в рутину.
Discuss
том, как
the war, on how the war distorts everyday's life and how it changes the world.
Cześć, dokąd tu ptasz? Dla nas życie to podróż składająca się z małych kroków.
And life
Świat zmienia
consists
się
of small
szybciej niż nam
steps.
się
The world
wydaje.
is
Ciągle
changing
szybciej
faster than we thought. And
My robimy energię na okrągło.
we are
Wrzucamy wyższy bieg i
doing
przyspieszamy się
energy
na stres.
all the time round, and we
Co robisz na
accelerate. What do you do for yourself?
Głównym tematem tegorocznego Uniwersytetu Letniego jest przyszłość Europy.
Summer
Będziemy
University
dyskutować
is
o
the
Europie waszych
future
oczekiwań.
of Europe. We are going to create Europe of your expectations, your dreams, and your ambitions.
Dzień dobry, witamy szanowni
Good
państwo
morning,
na 34.
respectable ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 34th edition of the conference Europe of the Carpathians within the Economic Forum in Karpat. Today it's our second day of conference, and Natalia Tomasz-Pani, national assistant of Euro member of Parliament, Bogdan Żońca, activist of Association Women of the Carpathians and the Przemyśl Culture Association and the club Europe of the Carpathians. In a very short while, we are going to start the third panel. For me, it is a very hot topic. The Food Security Foundation of the European order and the global order.
Ze mną również jest
And
tutaj
today with me, we have got Mr. Jerzy Kwieciński,
PKO
Vice President of the Board of PKO SA, former Minister of Development and Investments, and also Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Natalia. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on this beautiful day in Karpat. Welcome on yet another issue, 34th issue issue or edition of the Europe of the Carpathians conference. We will have the ultra interesting day and ultra interesting panel concerning the food security as the foundation of the European and global order. We had thought in the past that we will not have to deal with such topic. Unfortunately, aggression, Russia's attack against Ukraine and its consequences are far-reaching, much beyond Europe. And the food crisis shows what the implications are of this type of war and war in Europe. I will make a few introduction about Poland. Poland, by entering the European Union, entered the food policy, which has been created for many years by the European Union and aimed at providing food security for its member countries of the European Union. And it has been successful as well. One must say that Poland has gained a lot on membership in European Union in this sphere. It can be proven by increase of exports of Polish foodstuffs, increase from the level of about 4 billion euros to almost 40 billion euros in the first year entering the EU. And I think 10 times as much. And Minister Kowalczyk, Minister of Agriculture, tell us more about it. Poland is secure if food security is concerned, but unfortunately war has got very negative consequences, not only for Europe, but for all the world. But North Africa is jeopardized with hunger, and not only all the plants and warehouses with food were stopped, but also transport was put at a standstill. Luckily, it is being unblocked on the Black Sea because that's a channel for transport of about 90% of food produced by Ukraine. I will add statistically that more than 800 million people are threatened with hunger. Statistics are cruel, are awful, and you said that the deliveries have been unblocked, but only partially. And the problem of exports of foodstuffs, of food, remains valid in Ukraine because 90% of Ukrainian foodstuffs and agricultural products were transported by the Black Sea. And present, it is changing, and we know that many entrepreneurs from Ukraine think about transporting food via Poland, and we are ready to support this direction. And we don't want to speak too much, and because our panelists are waiting, and our moderator, Member of Parliament, Teresa Pamuła. Teresa, the floor is yours. You have got wonderful panelists. Thank you very much for this introduction. I am very happy and welcome, Mr. Minister. And we are here in a complete group of panelists. I would like to extend welcome EU Commissioner for Agriculture, Mr. Janusz Wojciechowski. And also cordial welcome is extended to Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development of Poland, Minister Henryk Kowalczyk. We are very happy that we have got here with us Vice Prime Minister, Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Mykola Solski, Minister of Agrarian Policy and Food from Ukraine. And I would like to welcome colleague Jarosław Sachajko, Member of Polish Parliament, Deputy Chair of the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development. Ladies and gentlemen, the problem of food, well, one might seem that in recent years it was not an important problem for Poland, for Europe, but of course Africa has always suffered from this problem and kept struggling with this problem. But the recent 2 years and a half, the pandemic, COVID, and worst of all, on the 24th of February, the outbreak of this war in Ukraine, which is the worst of it all. And I would like the minister Nikola Solski to present at the very beginning how the Ukrainian agriculture looks like, how does the export of foodstuffs look like, the feedstuffs production, what are the major problems you are faced with. We know that the three ports have started transporting food from Ukraine. We know that one ship is able to take 25 million tons, and 25 million tons must be exported. Minister is a mathematician, so Minister Henryk Kowalczyk is mathematician by education, so one needs more than 1,000 ships like that. And to be dispatched. Minister, please tell us about the situation which is there in Ukraine if the food security is concerned.
Дякую дуже за слово, за те, що запросили. Яка ситуація зараз з основною проблемою?
Well, what is the main problem associated with transporting the foodstuffs? And this problem is aggravated by other problems of farmers. Besides the major problem of war, there are also other problems. In August, about 4,600,000 tons were exported, oil, seeds, and products of food industry, of sunflower, of soya, and also rape. And as of today, if the corridor for grain, about 2 billion tons have been dispatched. That's the data for yesterday, and it is known that we are increasing the volume of transport of dispatch. We plan to increase it in the months to come, in the nearest months to come. And together with that, we do know, and all of us would like it to be the case, that we understand that it does not only depend on ourselves and not only on the support of all our partners and friends, but not only the parties to the agreements and conventions, but also on what Russia will do. This is unpredictable. Unfortunately, very hard to predict what Russia is going to do, what we will have in 4 months. Because in 3 months' time, because we understand that exports is limited compared to the situation from before war, and only some of the ports are opened, Odessa and ports near Odessa, and the ports in Mykolaiv. The port in Mykolaiv, the Mykolaiv port is large, and traditionally it used to dispatch half of the transports going through the Black Sea, and these ports are not open. And the situation is really more difficult because it is so close to the front line of war, and recent 2 or 3 weeks it is an extremely hot space there. And we actively work on that to also to render it possible to transport via Poland and other countries and the Baltic Sea ports, and also the routes via Romania and other ports of the Black Sea, to have them also engaged in that, committed to this transport. And the main task is to decrease the logistics costs, to let the farmers of Ukraine receive good price for their goods, and to take decision on continuation of their work. And there is a problem here, and we see that the volume of wheat and oats will decrease by at least 20% because the farmers do not want to continue their work, and some of them are waiting till spring, and then depending on situation they will decide whether they are going to sow the grains or not, and what type of crops they will be producing, and also price levels are very important. The wheat of good quality in Black Sea ports, the wheat which is loaded to the ships costs about $300 per ton, and the farmer of Ukraine on his warehouse the cost is about $120–130 depending on location of storage, and more than half of the price goes to logistics costs, and the price he can sell at does not cover his own cost, his expenditures. So no wonder that and this is a huge problem for all the country, for all the farmers, because they do not have the return on investments. They do not even have resources to continue their work to sow subsequent crops. And we do hope that the value of logistics, the cost of logistics will decrease significantly, and the exporting of grain abroad will be not less than 6.5 million tons per month. And according to our expectations, the demand and supply for transport, for logistics, both by railway, by the Danube Sea, and the earnings which are possible there for logistics companies are very high. They make huge profits compared to previous periods, and that this part of these profits will go to the farmers, because without farmers the logistics will not be able to work if farmers are not working. The problem which we perceive for the Ukrainian farmers, and the same pertains to the Polish farmers or any other farmers from another country. These are very expensive fertilizers, nitrogen fertilizers, and also it has got high impact on what they are going to sow for next years, and a number of problems. And for example, they will decrease the production and they will increase sunflower seeds. But that's a trend, But they will decrease the maize production to increase the sunflower production. But they discuss concerning the sowing seeds. The orders placed by farmers, we can see the trends. And generally speaking, I am of the opinion, personally, that if the situation does not get worsened compared to today's situation, the farmers will try to use all the fields, all the arable grounds, and they will be trying to do that, if the conditions do not get worsened. And as a matter of fact, the farmers keep working in all the regions. Also, I personally saw the farmers who keep working, and they are collecting crops, and they are getting prepared for next season of vegetation, and 500–600 kilometers from the front lines. So it may sound cynical, but one can get used even to the worst conditions. So they are hard-working people. However, they are faced too many problems, created by the war. And Mr. Minister, you have noticed that the problems concerning the production means and tools do not hit Ukraine only, but all Europe. We know that Ukraine, of course, is suffering from war but we are very thankful to the whole Ukrainian nation for the farmers for sowing the seeds of grains, because as Cardinal Wyszyński once said at the beginning of the war of 1939, World War II, it is not important who sows the seeds, but it is important that humans can have the crops ready for, and inflation is striking not only at Ukrainians, but Europe and the whole world. Well, thus European Union has got in this package for 10 billion for Ukraine in terms of aid for Ukraine. Is there aid for Ukrainian farmers within this 10 billion in aid for Ukraine? And is the European Union prepared to support farmers of the European Union as well, and also other farmers if the production tools and measures are concerned, especially feedstuffs and grain, sowing grain, and also energy sources and fertilizers, of course. Well, Madam Member of Parliament, I listened very carefully to Minister Solski. We are in continuous touch, contacting each other very frequently and talking very intensely on these problems. And one must express very profound respect vis-à-vis Ukrainian farmers, because these words, they are feeding us and defending us. The farmers are feeding and defending us. These words are extremely valid in today's situation in Ukraine. And they struggle with landmines and also suffer from direct attacks. It's a huge effort, and we owe greatest respect to the Ukrainian farmers. European Union keeps trying to support Ukrainian farmers, especially in exports of grains. And these transport corridors played very significant role and resulted in not a standstill in transport, but it's continued. What do we do to increase the food security? The European Union is well aware of the jeopardies and the threats for the food security. That's why we undertook activities, like, for example, all the administrative barriers or restraints, anything which can jeopardize production of European agriculture, and these elements, bureaucratic elements, that the obligation to keep to exclude some of arable fields for ecological reason. 4% of arable land must be put at a standstill, but it was suspended based on initiative of Prime Minister Kowalczyk, and the Polish government and the European Commission responded positively to this suggestion, and most of these European countries benefited from the possibility of this derogation, because we want the agriculture of Europe to be able to fully utilize its potential production capacity. This is one direction of activities. And secondly, we have got a single agricultural policy, which we are reforming. I'm very glad that Poland, as one of the first 7 countries of the European Union, has got the approved national plan for agricultural strategy, and congratulations to Prime Minister Kowalczyk and the Polish government. We have worked intensely this plan. 25 billion euros for this strategic plan for Polish agriculture, and also huge support for small and medium-sized farms, and also animal husbandry farms. And it's very important, because sometimes there is a conviction that the European Union wants to limit or constrain animal husbandry if there are suggestions like that. Well, no, it does not translate to agricultural policy. We don't want any constraints in agricultural policy, both in Polish and national strategic plan. There are not only no strategic constraints, but very strong instruments for support this animal husbandry production, and also well-being of animals, and support for farmers who voluntarily increase the living standard of their animals is a very important instrument within this Polish strategic plan for agriculture. And coal-based agriculture. We will reward the farmers who voluntarily will introduce practices like using straw with soil to improve quality of soil, or extensive pastures as a method for animal husbandry, and they are using different types of or fertilization plan, very reasonable use of fertilizers, and to avoid waste of fertilizers, which are so hard to get at this moment. These are the activities which are to increase the potential of the agriculture in an equalized, balanced way, to increase our food security. And the food security has been maintained in European Union and also in Poland during COVID pandemic and during this awful crisis stemming from this awful aggression of Russia against Ukraine. But there is no problem with providing food security, but we need to think of food security for the future. Very important thing, the food security is considered simultaneously like defense security and energy security. These are the pillars of security. If the defense security, we spend 2%, now we want to spend 3% of GDP for defense purposes, and for food security, I speak about the European Union budget. The agriculture budget, in opinion of some people, it is huge, but as a matter of fact, it's only 0.3% of the EU GDP, gross GDP. If we want to strengthen the security, food security in the future, we need to strengthen the agricultural budget of European Union. It will be my task. The term of office of European Commission is finalized by the end of 2024, and I will strive at this concept for having the common single European policy with increased budget for agriculture until the year 2027. I've got personal satisfaction that we were able to gain funds which are higher than the previously planned. We were able to increase the budget during the negotiations, and I'm very happy that very important stipulation for Polish farmers, equalization of fees of payments, direct payments, and 97% of farms will have average higher than the European Union's, and it is a great success of Polish negotiators. Thanks to very good cooperation with Prime Minister Kowalczyk and Polish government, we have been able to attain that. But the farmers need a lot more in terms of funds, because with 0.3% of GDP, we are not able to maintain food security. So we must be aware of that in the context of situations stemming from Russian aggression against Ukraine. But also in the context, in a very general context, we must take care of the farmers to a much higher extent than we have been doing until now. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. You have said very important words, especially the assurance of the increased budget. And my idea is, we'll have the energy summit of the European Union. Maybe we should organize the food summit in order to be aware of how important this branch of economy is and how much the security of Europe and world depends on it. And we are aware that the organization OECD, which is supposed to which is supposed to solve the problems of Asia or Africa, maybe we should be using these organizations for supporting the security all over the world. So if you could comment on that very briefly. It's a question to Prime Minister Kowalczyk. Yes, but just one response. Yes, we need to strengthen our activities in the level of the worldwide level. Africa is the continent with huge agricultural capacity which is not used, and our taking care of food security should not only consist in taking care of transport of grains for European Union or from Ukraine, or how to support production there on site, how in Africa, how agriculture in Africa may or should, how to support agriculture in Africa, especially small farms which have got huge capacity. I have visited Zambia, huge country with huge potential, completely unused, huge agricultural capacity potential. Our concern should be to increase production in Africa on site. And
it's a great problem, the long distance between the field and the table. We are carrying food products on the average distance of 180 kilometers between the field and the table. That's a European standard. And short supply chains to local markets, this is a huge potential that will cut the costs. The farmer will get more for his products and the consumer will pay less for his food. So this is a great potential to use. Thank you. Thank you very much. Right now, the Minister of Agriculture and the same deputies are now interested in what happens in the Polish agriculture. All we can hear from our farmers, we try to pass it on to the minister, and the ministry listens to it. So here are our great thanks to the minister for the many laws that were adopted and were positively recommended by the ministry, and especially a special role was played here by same deputies who come from this region. You know, subsidies to the first hectare of field, subsidies for ecological farming. Okay, thank you for that. But what else should be done to make farm production more profitable for the farmers during the crisis? Time. Food security is discussed very widely and often. Early last March, there was a FAO conference in Łódź, just days after the outbreak of the Ukrainian war. And at that time, everybody was talking food security and food security. They even changed the agenda of the conference. Now this subject is not so prominent, and but it still should remain not subject number one to discuss in Europe. Thank you, Commissioner, Mr. Wojciechowski, for your quick response to the suspension of this 4% rule. This was really necessary. And thank you for your declaration. We will support it with all our efforts. So more funds should be directed by the EU to food security, and we will support you in this. It is important. Even someone had an idea to drop the agricultural policy. So there are potential threats around every now and again. So this policy 23-27, which was included in the Polish strategic plan, it is highly complementary. The plant and animal production combined are very strongly supported. It also has influence on things like farms, which should be complementary. There's a lot more benefits out of that, you know, fertilizers. You must remember that the soil, good soil, is more resistant to drought. and soil which is not used under monocultures is much stronger against different weather problems. So we have to try to ease or avert the potential consequences of such threats. Well, distance between the field and the table should be reduced, of course, but the National Reconstruction Plan allocates a lot of money to local food processing as well. Part of the food can be sold as unprocessed product, but a good part of it, if you want to sell it locally, it has to be processed, and therefore local processing industry should be developed and supported, after which this distance between the field and the table will be shorter. 180 kilometers, which is now, well, 100 kilometers from farmer to the plant, and then 80 kilometers from the plant, food processing plant, to the market. So the local structures will reduce this distance. Now, referring to what Minister Solski said, I want to say that yes, we are facing a great challenge. Food security is a challenge to today's world, because the farm products which used to be imported from Ukraine to North Africa, Near East, well, we have to help Ukraine to export those products to those countries, via the Black Sea. Well, the things are unstable in the Black Sea, but then there is another route via Romania and Poland. So the route across Poland, well, we keep modifying things here together with the minister to make it more efficient. But of course, these are logistic problems to solve. Ukrainian railway tracks are wider than those in Poland, and railway transport is cheaper than road transport, and that's why it determines the prices in Ukraine and elsewhere. So if we cannot reduce the transport costs, Ukrainian farmers will have to think whether they can export their products at all. They are trying to do it now because there is war and they want to, but there's much to be done. We hope for help from other European countries, technical help, like reloading infrastructure, carts, wheels, and for the Ukrainian trains, so that these products can flow more smoothly across state borders, the border between Poland, Ukraine, and Ukraine, Romania. It's the same situation. So there is a lot of work still to be done, which we have to do during the coming weeks and months, perhaps. Grains can be exported for a long time from Ukraine, but it's got to be exported and transported regularly and smoothly. Another important thing is, when talking about food security, it's combining it with the energy industry. Things like suspending the fees for the emission trades. And another thing is gas. Gas, well, there are no extra payments on gas, charges on gas, but there are problems with getting it, and the prices on world stock markets are very high. The shortage of fertilizers will result in a shortage of food products. So, well, that's not just a Polish problem. It's a wide problem. The largest fertilizer plant in Europe stopped the production processes for the time being. So I do hope that these problems will be solved somehow, because responsibility for food security is a key factor here. We have to do something to avoid a situation in spring that there are crowds of people migrating from Africa to Europe, and all of them hungry because they did not get the grains. So we should not give that fish to the African countries. Let's give them the fishing tackle so that they can develop their own skills and industries. Thank you very much, sir. My thanks are also for what you said about Ukraine, that we do help that country. I live in the eastern town Lubachów, 3 kilometers from the Ukrainian border, and I know what happened on the 24th, and I know how scared those people were, those children were, in coming to Poland, those refugees. So we have to avoid such a situation in future. We have to make sure that those women and children can go back home to their husbands and homes. Now, the question of profitability of farm production. In the previous term, your previous term as member of the Farm Agricultural Committee, and now you've been taking part in the drafting a few agricultural bills. So what is your opinion on production profitability? Now, can we keep small and medium-sized companies alive? Because the big ones will survive, probably. But what should we do to support the small ones and the medium-sized companies, apart from all the programs launched by the government? Thank you for this important question, but I will try to describe the large picture first, starting from the EU level and ending at the level of the Polish Parliament. Please note that countries which should be most interested in getting food, and they, strangely enough, they do funny things. You know, the African and Arab countries which have oil and gas, they do not reduce the price of oil and gas. The prices go up, and that is directly connected with the production costs. The same countries could very quickly stop the war, right? They, as a matter of fact, they killed the Soviet Union by cutting the oil prices so low that exports of Russian oil was no longer profitable. And now they are profiteering on their energy carriers. So this is absurd, you know. At the same time, the European Union looked at food production and farmers with a dose of negligence. Financing was smaller and smaller, farming financing. Millions of farms were shut down, but the large farms were growing and expanding. They bought that land and grew. So right now, you know, until, well, we know nothing. By the time when the war is finished, the threats connected with, well, the famine can be avoided by stopping the Ukrainian war. Otherwise, we will have those problems, most likely. and in Brussels. Brussels, the bureaucrats in Brussels have to become they have to start to be solidary again. So I think that if we want to see the war stopped, it's not enough to keep promising them, okay, Ukraine, you will get your arms. They have to send the actual arms there. Those countries should do what Poland has been doing all the time, because this is in the important interest of Western Europe too, and in the interest of the the oil countries. So you said about one action that was carried out, that is the keeping the land uncultivated. This should be stopped. Yes, of course. But the EU is doing more such strange things. Those corridors, which were never created. The next thing is, when we discuss food security, is the National Reconstruction Plan. This plan should be implemented a year ago, because it brings a lot of money to farmers and food security. And if the European Commission was just pretending to take care of law-abidingness, but suddenly, when in February the war in Ukraine started, that money should be immediately sent to its destination if the European Commission really cared about the food security, but the money has not come until now. See? So now we slowly come to the Polish Parliament, but business and politicians are also in favor of such support. Some countries, the Arab countries and North African countries, they do not seem to want the war stopped. But it's their choice, right? But the business also behaves in a strange way without making contingency plans. We know there is war, anything can happen, and they seem not to notice it. Look, the CO2 problem. The food industry suddenly was surprised that, oh God, we do not have any CO2 anymore, and we badly want it. So, responsibility of the business, like Orlen in Poland, they know that production of fertilizer is not profitable at all these days. Mr. Kowalczyk was talking about it. And they made a decision which is not sound from the business perspective. And the next thing happened. When producing fertilizers, we found that the waste, the CO2, which is a waste here, it is suddenly a key to other industries. So maybe it's fertilizers that should be a waste instead of CO2, which should be the core product, become a core product. And again, we have politicians, decision makers, who should be responsible and act in a rational way. And such politicians, we do have such people in the government, but politicians who said nothing can be done, we said goodbye to them now. But what we need is the responsibility of politicians for the food security, and food production and agricultural production must be profitable, and food must be produced and supplied.
I już odpowiadając na
Now,
to,
to
politycy
answer
powinni,
that question you asked, the politicians must be responsible and they must not be afraid of big business. I've been always talking about the protein sovereignty of Poland, right? In Poland, this cannot work out. It works out fine in other countries, but in Poland we cannot introduce, somehow we cannot introduce the national protein index. But what happens if the GMO proteins will suddenly become much more expensive because of something which happens in Brazil? And this pellet may become very, very expensive, and what then? So long-sighted, far-sighted decisions must be adopted by politicians, and we, of course, we will keep taking care of this sovereignty, and we'll try to include Ukraine in the Europe-wide production of food. Thank you very much. You have mentioned very important things, and especially what you said about the business and responsibility for all of us, which should be borne by politicians. Business will not survive if we have no money to buy things from them, right? So all that is the connected, interlinked systems. But okay, we still have 15 minutes to go and 4 panelists to speak. Would you please now tell me what should we do about the panic, like the flash panic that we will have a shortage of sugar, right? Anything can be, there's no panic now. How to explain to people that do not panic? Social media, which are omnipresent, they sometimes manipulate the public, and then panic arises. How to control fake news? And perhaps there's something else you would like to comment. I will appreciate that from you. 3 minutes for each of the panelists. Mr. Commissioner, please. But there is no reason to panic, of course, as far as food is concerned. The EU and Poland has a high food exporting surplus, 26 billion of euro. Poland is about 40 billion exports, more exports than imports. So food is quite secure in the short term, in the near future. There's no reason to panic. Whatever happens in the world. But in the longer run, we must be careful because we must try to prevent future crises. So it's important what happened in the EU policy. We look at the EU as something that wants to rule and to take control of more and more parts of our life. But in agriculture, it's the other way around, because the national strategic plan, national it is, that is the common agricultural policy. Yes, we have it, okay, but the strategies are at national level, and they are specific for each of the countries. And the EU clearly says support small farms. And then it's up to the member state which farms will be actually supported. And in Poland, it's up to 30 hectares of land. And family businesses, farms, a little over 30 will also be supported. And the EU, the Commission, accepted it. So it's highly national-oriented approach. Because farming is different in different countries, right? Some countries have an average farm is 130 hectares, like in the Czech, 11 hectares in Poland, and 5-6 hectares in Romania. And efficient farming must be done in large farms, large animal farms. Of course, it is possible in the EU, but food security worldwide and Europe-wide relies on small and medium-sized farms. In the world, small farms up to 2 hectares of land, it's not the target, of course, but such small farms cover 12% of the earth, and they supply 35% of food to humankind. So these are smallest ones, right? Also in Poland, you, madam, come from this region, from Podkarpacie. It's a highly efficient area in terms of farming. Excellent food products. And statistically, too, these small farms are highly efficient. Farmers are doing quite well. They just need some support. So food security is here. It's assured, but we must strengthen farming if we want it to do as well in the future too. Of course, we need the EU agricultural budget to be doubled, perhaps. Otherwise, we will not cope with these challenges of the future. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Prime Minister, yes, very briefly speaking, the national strategic plan belongs to the national authorities, but of course not all what affects agriculture is decided by Mr. Commissioner, like the plant protection plans. You know, they are in the competence of somebody else, right? That somebody else may not understand the problem so well, right? And back to your question, how to avoid panic. Well, there is no panic of food shortage in Poland. Sugar was kind of an exception. It should be studied, of course, by sociologists. But let's forget about sugar. But there is a good example too. Somebody tried to stir a panic that Ukrainian grains will fill Polish storage facilities. Yes, that could have been done for political reasons, or to force farmers to cut the prices and sell off the grains. But the farmers didn't. This panic did not happen. The prices are prices, market prices, and they are related with the world prices. So the farmers were, cool-blooded, and they did not panic. And this is not something that we should be. People are reasonable and do not panic without good reason. Minister, we would appreciate your reflection on what we should know, but maybe we do not realize yet, and what would be very important to know for the Ukrainian people.
Дуже дякую ще раз за слово. Якщо коротко про паніку.
Very briefly, about panic.
Я буквально пару слів хотів це прокоментувати, пару речень. В Україні часто виникає...
While we're talking about panic, it happens quite often in Ukraine. It happened that situations that we could call a panic during the last 6 months. And that was because some products were disappearing from shelves, and some other factors too were behind it. And of course, the most important thing is to clarify, to explain the situation. Panic must always be explained. People must be informed what actually happens. It is very important to use the market and competition if you want to control panic. They very nicely cope with panic, even under the circumstance of war. Any non-standard situations, in such situation, administration should restore balance, especially when there is panic. But in my opinion, the market and competition are tools which are most efficient in controlling panic. Market and competition also are very good at regulating a variety of economic facts. There were different ideas how to export grains from Ukraine. For example, somebody said, well, why don't we demarcate some, or nominate some traders, or why don't we find some new routes for the transport? But the market, did its job, and because market and business are very quick in finding good solutions and they are much faster and better than bureaucracy in it. So if anything has been solved so far, it is only thanks to business and market. But what we need to have, Ukraine, well, first of all, it must win the war to get rid of the main reason why all those problems occurred. Because now we are just, we still have the primary reason which caused all these problems, most of them. And we have to do something about it. So logistics, the problems in Africa, the prices of grains, all that. Well, every family in the world pays some price for this war, whether they live in Poland, Ukraine, or elsewhere in some other continent. We all pay some price for this war. So my request would be, well, give us more weapons. We need to make and to have more efforts to stop this war. Well, I would split my speech into two parts. First would be production and trade. I mean, restoring production in family farms and back to family sales. The corporate system has management boards, and management boards always maximize the profits, their own profits, dividend, and the profit of the corporation. So they usually want snap profits gained very quickly and perhaps at a short term. A big company, there was a big company with logistic problems which were used by irresponsible politicians. And the second thing I want to say is that we need to change the election law in Poland, at least to make it mixed, because if it's changed, the politicians will be responsible before the voters. They will no longer be so interested in their own personal benefits. And what happens now is that, they keep playing different, telling us different stories just to gain. Like we had that problem with the Odra River, and trying to stir panic among farmers, and we will no longer be able to sell Polish grains. So changing the electoral law is important so that we elect new politicians who will be full aware that if they do not care about the interest of the voters, they will not be elected anymore. Now it's just, the party managements make the election lists, and the voters can only vote for those people and have no choice, actually.
Well, what can we do in Poland? We may support the family farms and the family trading with foodstuffs. Thank you very much. Since we have got 11 minutes left. Oh, microphone. 11 minutes, or 10, almost 11 minutes. I would like to have yet another round of questions. I think that maybe in reference to what President Macron has said, that we in the East, the countries of the Central and Eastern Europe, are looking differently, have got different perspective, want to create a community which would counteract the European Union, the European community. We have got the 3Cs initiative, the V4. And do you think, are you of the opinion that Visegrad 4, that we are acting to the detriment of the European Union when we create agreement with Ukraine, with Latvia, with Estonia, and also rendering the Western countries aware, because maybe they do not feel so much what happens there in Ukraine. They do not understand it so well. But we in Poland, when we look at images from Africa, from Asia, we do not feel the same as we did feel on the 24th of February when we looked at tears of children and women suffering from atrocities of war. And should we cooperate within the countries either of the 3Cs or V4, Visegrad 4, or what do you think? Should we continue this cooperation within the smaller group or not? Well, thank you very much. The regional initiatives like Europe of the Carpathians, it's a wonderful example. We need initiatives like that. The countries of Eastern and Central Europe play a very significant role in European Union and with respect to the food security. European Union has got a surplus in foodstuffs in 2010, several years after the extension, we started having more exports compared with imports. So extending European Union with the Eastern and Central Europe countries increased the food security and food capacity of the European Union, which is visible in statistics. Ladies and gentlemen, yet one very general reflection on food security, because we are not able to provide food security using this model of agriculture, which is present in many countries and which started being visible in Poland. We are not able to provide food security if, for example, animal husbandry of pigs, if we import import piglets from beyond the Atlantic, and if we start searching for markets in the Pacific region, of course, one needs to search for markets everywhere. But I agree with the Minister and with Member of Parliament Zahajko, who spoke about that the possibilities of local markets, small and medium-sized family farms, differentiated supplying foodstuffs for local markets. It is the base. The basis we need to create the food security, and the smaller family farms play a very significant role in providing food security, and the publications in Western press show how a big role of the family farms is in providing food security. And I will add yet another argument. Mr. Commissioner mentioned the food security in the context of family farms and dispersement of production, dispersed production. I will give you yet another example. We cope with African pig disease, and this animal husbandry farms, if one pig gets ill, we have got in big farm, we need to liquidate thousands of pigs. But if it is a small farm, only 50 pigs would be killed because of this disease. So diversification using the family farms is very important. We speak about food security, and in a national strategic plan, huge support in all the phases, huge support for family farms, for smaller farms, up to 50 hectares, and animal husbandry farms until 50 pieces of pigs, for example. Beyond this threshold, there will be no support. So it means serious diversification. So if the question of regional consolidation is concerned, does it jeopardize European Union? Does this regional consolidation jeopardize European Union as a whole? No, because it is a common voice in a decision-making procedure within the European Union. It's not like at the meeting of a cooperative where everybody has got one vote. The votes are being weighted. So it is natural that smaller countries have got those adopted who joined in 2004 or later. In order to equalize, to balance certain decisions of more numerous countries, more powerful countries with higher strength, it is obvious and natural that this region wants to speak with one voice, and there are different regional problems, and we started from a completely different position, different starting point. We had different, farms, and it is obvious that the regional cooperation is a value added to the European Union, not any hindrance, not any competition, not any threat, not any jeopardy. This is my opinion, and the countries of our region have been supporting Ukraine very intensely. And today, there has been discussion at previous panel where President Chaka and we were meaning, who received more refugees from Ukraine. And if you compare with number of population, they look pretty good, the Czech Republic, and the situation here is completely different. For the Western countries, it is a far problem for them. It is a distant problem for them. For us, it is something very close to our hearts. Therefore, our thinking, our philosophy is completely different, and I believe that it enriches European Union. Thank you. Thank you, Prime Minister. And if you could reflect on cooperation between Poland, Latvia, Ukraine, Czech Republic, Slovakia in the context of war in Ukraine and food security and total security in general. Thank you very much. I am not going to speak about anything new, but every Ukrainian feels support from the side of our closest friends, Poland, Baltic states, or Slovakia. And first and foremost, because of the fact that it is normal, it is obvious, everybody understands that this is a sincere support. And we are really grateful to our big partners, like the United States, like the UK, and other countries, and the Baltic states, and they are our neighbors, and you, as we and you understand very well our regional problems. We do not need to explain in detailed way those problems, and it is a lot easier to talk between us. And it results in the fact that the decisions are taken very promptly, very quickly concerning cooperation, and it really helps us a lot. We see, of course, we perceive ourselves as part of the European single agricultural market, and that's why we approach with these ideas, and the work is going to be continued in the autumn. We understand that it is not a simple problem, not an easy problem, but we want them to create a general system, and we know that the talks are not going to be easy and simple, but the system needs to be created. Well, I will try to be very brief, because there are several important questions which we need to understand. The policy of European Union, carried out for several years, leads towards annihilation of European Union. It is enough to see at macroeconomic indices and statistics. In recent times, the euro has dropped in value. It goes below $1, €1 below $1, and there were promises that we were exceeding the United States if innovation is concerned, but nothing happens in this area. We do not have any operational system of ourselves. We do not have any IT. Everything is produced and generated from the United States, but not only there. Asia started accelerating and exceeds us. It goes far beyond us, So, and when we help Ukraine and when we try to encourage all other countries to have Ukraine within the structures of European Union, it is a huge chance for us. Everybody speaks about wonderful soil and fertile soil. It is very important. Ukraine itself, 600 million in population. We would be a giant food manufacturer, but huge natural resources which are not fully utilized. And it is a huge, it would be great success to adopt Ukraine. After Norway, Ukraine has got the largest resources if gas is concerned. We would not have to look at Africa, Northern African countries, or we wouldn't need to look at Putin, but we would have our own gas resources. And uranium, largest resources of uranium in Europe, we speak about nuclear power plants here, and also iron ore and titanium ore, manganium ore. Ukraine has got 18% of worldwide resources of manganium. Without manganium, there is no electromobility, no warehouses of energy. There is the whole table of Mendeleev. We can utilize as Europe to have this technology jump in technology, and not only to pay the others for innovation. No, if Ukraine gets included in the European Union, everybody will gain from that. And the resources of Ukraine, it is also the curse for Ukraine, because everybody wants to abuse Ukraine, like Poland, as country generating only raw materials. But thanks to utilizations of technologies which exist, and the knowledge and the expertise of European Union, and the resources, natural resources from Ukraine, we may finally become a region which will have milk and honey and not looking at others and living in fear of the future. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and especially thanks to our panelists. And the problems raised have been very essential, very important, and many important ideas have been conveyed to you and have been inscribed in different media. And the fact that security is important, and Mr. Commissioner is taking care of food security, and wonderful minister like Kowalczyk, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Agriculture, and the fact that Ukraine is fighting and feeding us, and we try to support Ukraine. We try to provide aid for Ukraine, and we have members of parliament also among the audience, not only among the panelists, taking care of the common good. It is our utmost goal to take care of common good, of beautiful motherland, beautiful Europe, beautiful world. Thank you very, very much for having participated in this panel. A special thanks to our panelists, EU Commissioner Janusz Wojciechowski. Thank you, Madam, for your wonderful chairing, and also for your contribution to the strategic plan in defense of small and medium-sized family farms. It is your personal merit. And also, thank you, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Agriculture, for participating in our panel. Minister also from Lubaczów to Lviv, it's very, very near. We are friends, and also Jarosław Sachajko. Also, thank you very much, and everybody, and from Lviv, and also from the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development. Everybody, thank you so much. Thank you again to our panelists for this wonderful and thorough presentation of problems, and also thank you, Madam Moderator, Madam Chair. And also, we will have a very brief break, 5 minutes break, and then we will start our subsequent panel on geopolitical importance of the TNT network in Central and Eastern Europe. And this panel will consist of 2 parts. So thank you very much, and you are kindly invited.
Dla nas życie to podróż składająca się z małych kroków. Świat zmienia się szybciej niż nam się wydaje, ciągle zaskakując. My robimy energię na okrągło. Wrzucamy wyższy bieg i przyspieszamy zielony zwrot. A ty, co robisz dla Ziemi?
Dziękuję bardzo, dziękuję. Oczywiście zrobię zdjęcie, jak najbardziej. Dziękuję za elastyczność.
Bieszczadzcy żeglarze pozdrawiają uczestników konferencji Europa Karpat.
Zapraszamy wszystkich na nasze piękne solińskie morze i zachęcamy do współpracy na żeglarskiej niwie.
Ahoj!
2, 3, 4, 5. Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5. Próba mikrofonu, mównica. Jak rozumiem działa, bo słyszę, że działa. Czyli zostajemy przy tych mikrofonach? Ok, dziękuję.
Cześć, dokąd tu ptasz? Dla nas życie to podróż składająca się z małych kroków. Świat zmienia się szybciej niż nam się wydaje, ciągle zaskakując. My robimy energię na okrągło. Wrzucamy wyższy bieg i przyspieszamy zielony zwrot.
Szanowni
A ty?
Państwo, prosimy
Co
o
robisz
zajmowanie
tu na
miejsc.
ziemi?
Zaraz zaczynamy kolejny panel. Jesteśmy trochę spóźnieni.
Głównym tematem tegorocznego Uniwersytetu Letniego jest przyszłość Europy. Będziecie
Proszę
dyskutować o Europie
Państwa, za
waszych
chwilę
oczekiwań,
zaczynamy.
marzeń
Prosimy o
i ambicji.
zajmowanie miejsc. Prosimy o wyciszenie rozmów.
Please take your seats.
Bardzo proszę o zajmowanie miejsc.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to take your seats.
Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy.
Raz. Właśnie przekonuję gościa, żeby został. Drodzy Państwo, powinniśmy na dobrą sprawę rozpocząć nasz panel. Ja przypomnę jego tytuł. Geopolityczne znaczenie nowej sieci TNT w regionie Europy Środkowo-Wschodniej. Mówimy o transeuropejskiej sieci transportowej. W wielkim skrócie temat jest Państwu doskonale znany. Witam bardzo serdecznie najgłówniejszego z gości.
I would like to welcome cordially the main of the guests, Minister of Infrastructure of Poland, Mr. Andrzej Adamczyk, and one of the panelists of this first part of our discussion. And please, and also Pablo Fabregas Martinez, member of the cabinet of Adina Volian, Commissioner for Transport. And also I would like to welcome all of you from among the audience who have joined us already and who will join us soon. I can speak Mr. Marek Kuchciński, and talking to Minister Andrzej Adamczyk, and also Mr. Andrzej Adamczyk. When I look at the two gentlemen, sentimental and nostalgically, I recall the beginnings were in the hands of politicians like Mr. Mr. Adamczyk and Marek Kuchciński, the far-reaching visions of Europe, of the Carpathians, which were supposed to be combined with something. Not only the mountains, the history, the tradition of the regions, but the region of this world was supposed to be linked with transport networks. And there were far-reaching visions via, when somebody used the word via, why via, why we should speak about via, the roads, and from the idea until effective activities, we have got Via Carpathia, Via Baltica, and Rail Carpathia, and we can speak in terms of revision of the pan-European transport network, not only the portion of it, not only the small fragment of it. So there is something we can speak about to let it serve not only the Polish, the Czech, the Latvians, the Estonians, and God may give the Belarusians and also the Ukrainians. This revision is a pending process and a lot can be changed. And let me give the floor to Minister of Infrastructure, Mr. Andrzej Adamczyk. And the question is, do you wish to speak from the panel or just to have a better communication, better discussion? Well, I have said many things which either have not been mentioned by someone who ascribed successes to himself, speaking about what was supposed to be the failure, and it's a success today. And Andrzej Adamczyk. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, excellencies. Everybody according to titles and functions, members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased with yet another possibility to have this meeting. I would like to extend cordial welcome to everybody on the European Economic Forum within the conference, the Europe of the Carpathians. If it is the constant annual event within the Economic Forum, well, so I wouldn't be myself if I haven't mentioned certain clarifications. So it is not like that the idea of development of this TNT, of the transport network or communications network in the east of Europe alongside the European border of on the east, that the idea was emerged between ourselves. No, it was initiated by Professor Lech Kaczyński, former president of Poland. And let us recall the Łańcuch Conference of 2006 and the signed agreement under the auspices and thanks to President Lech Kaczyński. And it is a great pity that we had to wait a couple of years, as long as 9 years, as a matter of fact, when Speaker of Parliament Marek Kuchciński, present here among us in this room, addressed me with a question when I became, Minister for Transport for Infrastructure, Minister responsible for transport, when I became Minister of Infrastructure, when we will revive and realize the idea of Via Carpathia, the idea of communication routes which will link Europe alongside the eastern border of the European Union. This was the route and the goal defined by the Speaker of Parliament. I recall long debates and long-lasting debates and discussions with member of European Parliament, Mr. Tomasz Poręba. It was European member of European Parliament, Tomasz Poręba, indicated the necessity to prepare the motion of revision of this TNT network revision. And we were getting prepared for further development of this project. And the proposal and recommendation rather than proposal, I considered it an order, so and a duty of myself that we are reviving the idea of Via Carpatia, and we are realizing it, that it was yet a new start and strong start at that time. And this transport network, from today's perspective, we were talking about that many a time during our meetings within the European of the Carpathians and the conferences in Krasic and in Lublin, in many places. We discussed it also at conferences of the European of the Three Seas. The Via Carpatia today is the way of life, is the road of life. It's a road which gives many countries, but first and foremost Europeans, the feeling of security, feeling of being safe if transport is concerned. So this is the road which is the road of security. And taking into account special circumstances stemming from the war in Ukraine, and it is, I'm extremely pleased to get back to the meaning and the importance of TNT network, not only Via Carpatia, but the extended TNT network, or TEN-T network, the network which will cover, as we hope, which will cover the roads of solidarity indicated by the European Commission. The solidarity roads are linked with what we discussed with our colleagues and friends from Ukraine in 2016-17. And they were not called solidarity corridors, but they were called, but our friends, our partners from Ukraine spoke about the way or the road to highways reaching Odessa and Kiev and Mariupol. As of today, it is the organized activity whose goal is delimitation or marking new and permanent transport routes. On one hand side, it's determination because of war and because of war circumstances and war needs, needs stemming from the defense necessities. On the other way, reflection, which makes us today take the approach concerning TNT network elaboration in the changed reality. And the reality has changed, and it will not get back to normal pretty soon. And the roads, transport routes, which were valid until today, will never get back to their previous routes. And the tracks and the rails from the past are modified. Mr. Minister, and I will ask you a question. So the design of TNT network could have looked completely different in December last year, and it was modified this year, and this after the events of 24th of February. What do you think? Well, partly yes, but on the other hand, in order to be modest, please take into consideration that prior to the outburst of war, we discussed the railways and the routes leading to Ukraine. And as early as January and February, before the outburst of war, and this year, Minister Kubriakov, together with his team, presented in Krasic at the Europe of the Carpathians conference the railway of fast speed railroads, which will link Kiev with the European Union countries, with the cities of European Union. And of course, everything got accelerated and implementation got accelerated, but we have always said that we need to link Ukraine with the European routes, not only roads, but also railroads. And as of today, we are sure of the idea of rail Carpathia, that the rail Carpathia idea is a good one. So we must construct this railroad, and we are also sure that we need to extend the TNT network to cover Ukraine and Moldova. And we are sure about that, and our partners are sure about that. And our friends are sure about that from European Commission, and our friends, ministers of transport are sure about that as well. And on Monday, I spoke to Minister Vitalis, Minister of Transport from Latvia, and we have confirmed to each other that our reality of today would look differently if we had Rail Baltica ready.
If we had finished the Via Baltica, you know, this is the express route from the Polish-Lithuanian border down to Warsaw. It's now under construction. And if we had the Via Carpathia finished at its all length, so then all countries, the Baltic states and the countries in the south of Europe would be very well secured in terms of the transport network. And if we had rail tracks, European gauge, then running down to Lvov and Kiev, we would not have to talk about problems with exporting products from Ukraine, products which are vital for peace in the world, which grain exports really are. And today we are aware of that. We understand, and nobody is asking the question, why should we build these transport lines and connections? Why do you build new transport corridors? The only question we ask now is when we are going to do it. When I look at my friend Władysław Kondratowicz here, until recently the Minister of Transport in Ukraine, and today very important official in the Minister of Transport, we used to meet. I met last Monday. I met with Mariusz Wadis, the Minister of Transport in Latvia, and he assures me that Lithuania will do all it can to join the modern, advanced rail and road routes, and they will support all efforts which are done to develop the TNT networks. Yes, the minister says yes, 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 he nods, but well, I talked to him in Lublin, and I know that Lithuania's involvement in the revision of the TNT is very high. Lithuania has always been very supportive here. Excuse me, sir, because I addressed Władysław here, but we have long contact with other people here today. Władysław looked at me, but it's his fault, yes. It's his fault. Well, I have to keep some discipline here. So, right, we know the position of the Polish side, we know the position of the Lithuanian side, but I'd like to know now, yesterday we had a debate of prime ministers yesterday here, Mr. Morawiecki and Petr Fiala were debating about cooperation between Polish and Czech Republic and how much we can rely on their support in the revision of the TNT projects, especially that the Czechs now are in the European presidency. So Minister Martin Kupka, the Minister of Transport, pity he is not with us today, but we can talk to him online. So good afternoon, sir. What is the position of the Czech Republic on this?
I'm sure that the Czech Republic and also the Czech presidency will be successful in this really strong effort. It's a great honor to meet with you here at Europa Karpat. Firstly, I want to underline that the Czech Republic fully supports synergies on the north-south transport axis. We consider it crucial for the dynamic development of the European Union and our region, especially now that we are facing Russia's aggression on our border and economic and energetic instability. We therefore need to strengthen the resilience and capacity of our infrastructure on this axis and towards our eastern partners. Seamless and flexible connectivity is a catalyst of regional integration, economic growth, and social cohesion, and can help us meet the challenges we have faced in recent years and also the new ones we are facing now. Strengthening the relations in the transport sector will be undoubtedly beneficial, not only in terms of increased mobility, but also with respect to improved economic and social relations of the EU and our neighbors. We have to use this given opportunity to develop strategic projects and to build our partnership in order to become more connected and resilient. From our perspective, construction of high-speed lines and a robust TEN-T network without bottlenecks would be our tools to fulfill our transport and also climate targets. I'm happy that we are engaged with other Visegrad countries in the V4 high-speed lines project that represents our vision for the future. I truly believe it's important that V4 countries work on this project in a close cooperation. I can see some synergies with other projects. I'm glad to address this panel that will thoroughly discuss and examine one of the top priorities of the Czech presidency of the Council of the European Union. We find the TEN-T revision as one of the essential tools for meeting the climate targets in the transport sector and for building new connections. We should take this experience as an opportunity and make use of the best practices to better connect the neighboring countries. In response to this situation, the European Commission issued at the end of July an amended proposal for the TEN-T development guidelines to reflect the impact of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. The amended TEN-T draft proposes to remove the indicative maps for the extension of the TEN-T network on the territory of Russia and Belarus, and on the other hand, is proposed the extension of EU transport corridors to the territories of Ukraine and Moldova. This modification will link the Baltic Black Sea corridor to Odessa, Lviv, and Chisinau, as well as extending the Baltic Adriatic and Rhine-Danube corridors to Lviv. The modification of the draft TEN-T regulation sends an important political signal of condemnation of the Russian aggression in Ukraine and covers the steps already taken to support transport. The inclusion of Ukraine in the TEN-T maps is a logical outcome of the current cooperation on the export of agricultural products from Ukraine, and it will also help to smooth transportation of necessary materials to Ukraine in these difficult times and also in times of reconstruction of Ukrainian territory. In relation to the current geopolitical situation in Ukraine, I see extension of TEN-T policy as a very beneficial tool for tightening candidate states closer to the Union. We must help to rebuild and strengthen infrastructure in Ukraine in accordance with EU standards, but we cannot stop it there. We need to provide Ukraine with mass transport and cargo vehicles compatible with these standards as well. As you can see, our presidency is affected by crisis and unusual events. However, the Czech Republic takes these as a challenge and aims to overcome them successfully. We are ready to move with the TEN-T proposal forward in order to reach the general approach of the December Transport Council. During our presidency, we want to focus on issues like energy security or resilience of the European economy. Transport is essential for the economic stability. Innovation is necessary for growth. We truly believe that at this unique opportunity for the Czech Republic, but also for the region of Central Europe, to help the European Union to turn into more green, cohesive, modern, and resilient alliance where no one is left behind. In general, we see it's as crucial at the European level to ensure support for environmentally friendly transport modes and to find solutions that will be acceptable to all member states with different levels of ambition and different starting positions. The development of transport infrastructure is also a key agenda of the presidency. We as the presidency want to focus on implementation of sustainable and smart mobility strategy, as well as on the transport aspects of the Fit for 55 package that includes so-called FEAR and Fuel EU maritime regulations. But I can assure you that all our solutions will be really reasonable, and we are able to really consider all current situation and all current limits. Thank you for your attention.
Bardzo dziękujemy, panie ministrze. A ja od razu pytam ministra
Thank you,
Adamczyka,
sir. Now my question to Minister Adamczyk. Did you expect this position? I was sure about this response, because what I can say about Minister Martin is that he is one of those who understand quite clearly the need of having these projects implemented, just like Madam Commissioner Vălean and the European Commission, because the European Commission has decided that we will get more than $1 billion zlotys to do this via Carpathia near border section. And this just because we in Poland have already finished 85% of the network, which is supposed to be completed by 2030, and we guarantee that we will do it in the perspective 2050 and the intermediate 2040 perspective. And countries which support these projects touch the eastern border of the European Union. It's not just Mr. Martin Kupka, but also Minister of Transport of Lithuania, Mariusz Kodis, and Latvian Minister of Transport, Mr. Linkais. They are appealing for the expansion of this base network north to the Lithuania and Latvia territories. If we want to extend this network into these directions, like to the Czech Republic, it's also in the agenda, because we've discussed that very often with Minister Kupka. Just like the concept of a communication transport corridor to the Aegean, Black and Baltic Seas. Today it's a challenge that Europe must tackle, and this is something the whole world is awaiting this. These are probably the most important transport routes during the difficult time of war in this part of Europe. As regards this wartime, that it will not be over very soon, well, we can be pretty sure of that. But when it does, we will be stronger, we will be better prepared for other difficult times to come. We are not talking just about the transport routes of military importance, but we are talking about routes which are of economic importance, which are the driving forces of European development, especially this part of Europe, and Ukraine, Moldova. These are routes which build solidarity among the countries. Thank you, sir. The EU Commissioner for Transport is with us today, and we would have a lot of questions about that. And now, how much the TNT revision can be done faster, and how much is the European Commission convinced that it should be done? Please tell us about that.
Yes.
Damy radę.
Minister.
Pan Adamczyk.
Allow me, first of all, to thank our host, in particular, Minister Adamczyk, for this kind of invitation to the Commission to present our views on this important topic. It's an honor to be here in this beautiful place in Karpat. I'm a great fan of mountainous regions, be the Alps or my hometown Pyrenees. So this is certainly a place to return with a bit more time with family and enjoy the beautiful surroundings. I would like first and foremost apologize to Commissioner Vălean, which unfortunately was not able to join us today as she has other commitments in Brussels. But she has asked me to present with you the European dimension of the TEN-T and in the context of this new geopolitical reality. Before maybe answering to the question if we can go fast, maybe let's go back a bit on time. And I would like to first and foremost give a bit of context of what are the TEN-Ts, go a bit backwards and explain where we're coming from, what have we done in the past on this policy, and what we tend to do, what we have proposed, and I will finally elaborate also on, it has also been said at the beginning, our proposal was from December to 2021. And since 24th of February, the geopolitical situation has dramatically changed, and we need to also acknowledge this. And the minister, the Czech minister, has already given a bit of a flavor of what we have done in July to amend our proposal. Again, for those who are not familiar with the topic, the Commission proposed to review its policy in December last year, which is linked to other important initiatives such as Fit for 55 or the alternative fuel infrastructure, which is intrinsically linked to the TEN-T. The proposal was presented before the aggression, the unprovoked and unjustified aggression of Russia to Ukraine, and therefore does not provide with a full answer to the current war situation in our neighborhood. As I said, a little bit of history to begin. We often give for granted this policy, and we want to remind ourselves that it is only in the middle of the 90s where, at the time, 12 member states begin introducing a common transport European policy with a short list of individual infrastructure projects. At that time, we had first 10, then it was the 14 Essen projects, and then we enlarged to 30 projects when the Union was enlarged to the east in 2004. still some of the colleagues remember the old numbering of those milestone projects. But the problem at that time is that we didn't have a very strong European dimension. It was more sort of like a patchwork of individual projects that were put in the same map, but there was not a coherent policy behind, and we were looking to these projects often only through national glasses and national interests. Again, it was a bit of a patchwork of scattered projects, not all of them interconnected. So the 10T maps and the 10T policy as we know today, this will see the light in 2000, but the big game changer was 2013, which is when we adopted the co-legislators adopted the legislation we are talking about, that we are reviewing, which had a much more elaborated concept of common guidelines, standards. We have defined two different layers: the core network, the most important part of the network, the comprehensive, which intends to link and reach all of the regions in Europe, and with two different deadlines, 2013 for the core network, 2050 later on for the comprehensive, with an important novelty, which is the introduction of corridors. We were discussing just before me about the corridors. I'll come back to later, but this is the big novelty that was introduced in 2013, and this is something that has a lot of interest around Europe. We also introduced a new financing system program, the Connecting Europe Facility, to support, with limited resources, we need to acknowledge these projects of real European added value. Typically, those are cross-border projects, cross-border sections which are more difficult to plan, which are more often difficult to coordinate and build, and also as well missing links along the corridors. When in 2018, when we begin assessing this regulation, we did a broad consultation among member states, regions, the public in general, and we concluded that this has been a success story, which needs, however, to be revamped, and updated to the new challenges. The Czech minister has put this very well into the words. We need to respond to the Green Deal, the climate change challenges, the digital transition, and these are well known by all. I will not elaborate much on those, but it's clear for the European Commission that also the transport policy, the transport infrastructure policy, needs to help the transport sector, which is one of the few ones that still has not continued to grow in terms of CO2 emissions. So this is why it's important also that from the transport infrastructure side, we also help to decarbonize transport by 2050, which is a goal from the European Commission and the Green Deal. Which means that we need to provide electricity, recharging electricity for our cars. We need to, in order that we can travel from Spain to Sweden without major problems. We need to put an end to the chicken and egg dilemma of citizens not jumping into electromobility because they fear not to have a recharger. But this is not only about road, this is not only about electric vehicles, we also need to provide electricity to vessels and ports. We also need to have fully electrified or rail network, and also electricity in our airports. But there is also modes that are much more difficult to decarbonize, such as aviation or maritime. The solutions there will come mostly from the fuel side, but we also need to provide infrastructure to those. I was also glad to hear the ambition of the ministers as regards the rail. We definitely need to promote further rail and other sustainable modes. And for this, we need to offer a competitive and accessible rail offer to our citizens. Often we are confronted with youngsters that would like to use more trains, but they complain about being this too expensive or simply not available. They are not high-speed lines. So, and this is something also we've seen, and this is something that our proposal reflects a bit what the ministers have said until now, which is until now high speed was a bit more a thing of the West with France, Italy, Spain, Germany, the Benelux with a rather high extensive high-speed network, while in the East there were only scattered projects. So, and we can see from the maps now, the new proposal, that there is much more ambition as well in the north, in the Nordic countries. Sweden, Finland have very ambitious plans to develop high speed in their countries, but also in Central and Eastern Europe. And with the one or two exceptions, what we have reflected in our proposal is that ambition. Obviously, we need to be realistic. Some of the projects that the member states are proposing might be too ambitious in our opinion, but what is important is that there is a firm commitment to also offer more high-speed services and quality railways to our citizens. Let me just maybe argue a bit, because I've talked until now about the quality of the network, and one would maybe ask, why, Commissioner, are you talking, this is about geopolitical? Well, in fact, being leaders in the world in terms of greening our transport is also a geopolitical statement. We want to be lead the way forward to make our transport system work and address the huge challenge of climate change, and want to be the leaders on this, and we want to lead by example. So we want the European Union also to have the industrial leadership in producing railways, high-speed trains, and for this we need to lead with example. And this is why it was important that I stop a bit in my intervention in explaining about a bit the standards. Just to name a few of them, I don't want to be to elaborate too much on those, but for instance, we are proposing for all the most important lines of the network to be of a minimum of 160 kilometers per hour when it comes to passenger lines, and 100 kilometers per hour when it concerns freight. We want all the most important lines of the core network to be fully electrified. That's still not the case. We're still lagging behind with 20%. ERTMS needs, which is ERTMS is the European Rail Traffic Management System, needs to be widely deployed, and we also need, for instance, bigger sidings for the longer trains. So in order that we can make economies of scale when it comes to railways, we also have standards of the height of rail. Again, a lot of technical requirements which are very demanding. We must acknowledge this, because this is highly expensive. This is not easy. This comes with costs. But this is the way we want our TEN-T to be ambitious. And maybe I jump now into the shape of the network. Again, our policy has standards. It has requirements, but it also has maps, and this is where the geopolitical concept is much more visible. And what we want to convey here from the European Commission is that the exercise we did in 2013, establishing the two-layer TEN-T maps and the corridors, is a solid one. It's based on robust statistical data. It follows main transport flows, and we don't want to change it dramatically. This has worked until now, and we want stability on the network, also because we have a deadline, which is 2030, to complete the most important, the skeleton, the core network. However, having said this, we have incorporated 4 novelties, and let me just go through them. And first of all, and the first one is we had to fill in a hole. There was a hole in our map. And the hole is the EU corridors crosses EU member states, with the exception of Switzerland and Norway. But we also have the Western Balkans, the 6 countries which are also in the path of accession, which have also maps, TEN-T maps, but did not have any corridor. So we have introduced a new corridor which crosses from Greece down to Piraeus port, up to Austria, which is the Western Balkan corridors. And this is a huge novelty, which also sends a strong signal to those countries in the path of accession. And then we have also the military aspect. We're talking about geopolitical reality, and that also has fed into our proposal. So back in 2018, the European Commission did an action plan on military mobility, and there what we did, besides trying to reduce the red tape and the burdensome requirements that were needed to allow military forces across one state to another. What we did is we identified the parts of the military network that were not part of the European civil network. And those, in fact, they're not too many, because the military uses normally the transport network. It's not that there is a parallel road for military, there's not a parallel rail. There might be some military airports, but in essence, they're the same. So what we have done is we have identified those parts that were missing, and we have also included them in the map. For obvious reasons, I would not point them in the map. We wouldn't want to give ideas. But what is important is to understand that the European Commission has also incorporated the military dimension into our thinking. Not only we have done it in the policy, we have done it with funding. For the first time ever, the European Commission presented a military mobility call under the first call of the Connecting Europe facility. And already in May, we provided with 340 million for projects in Europe to improve the both military and civil dimension. There were 26 projects that were elected. We're rather happy to see a lot of those projects coming from the east, with Poland leading with 5 projects, but also Lithuania, Via Baltica, Romania, and so on. And following the leaders of the European Union guidance, we have accelerated, and we have just, we launched another call, another 330 million to be distributed, and member states still have till September to apply for this funding. And finally, I was mentioning the 4 novelties, the Western Balkans, the military dimension, but also let me just also refer to what the policy minister referred at the beginning, which is we also, there has been, and he knows very well, there has been a long request from countries in the East to have a new axle north-south structuring all the transport flows close to the border, to the eastern border. It is true. It's, we have to acknowledge, I don't know if colleagues can put again back the slides that were shown at the beginning. Most of the networks in Europe go west-east, with some exceptions, the Med Scandinavian corridor or the Rotterdam-Genova corridor. But when we go towards the east, most of the links are horizontal. So in response to that demand, we have introduced this new, what we have called Black Baltic Aegean Seas corridor, which begins again in Greece, goes up to Bulgaria, then Romania, crosses the Carpathians, goes up to Poland, to Warsaw, and then ends up in the Baltic Sea in Gdansk. So this is what we have put on the table. We think this is providing an answer to a long-term demand, as I said at the beginning, and it also helps to provide a geopolitical dimension to our proposal. And finally, I said 4 items. This is my third. A fourth one, which is the what we've seen in the past also happening in Europe, is that third countries have also invested in infrastructure, transport infrastructure, and this is not bad. This is good. We are an open economy, open to the outside world. But however, when it comes to investment in critical infrastructure, the Commission is concerned that this could potentially have an impact on safety, have an impact on interoperability, as often third countries differ from our European standard. So to avoid this, we have also introduced some provisions there in order to avoid that security and public order is at stake. Of course, this respecting our legal commitments in the World Trade Organization. Summing up, I mean, this review that we have proposed, as you can see, has important elements where we rethink our role in geopolitical terms. However, it was done before the unprovoked aggression to Russia and Ukraine. And since then, things have changed. And here, I would like maybe, I won't elaborate too much. I think I'm running out of time. So I won't elaborate too much on the EU response. I think it's well known with a very comprehensive set of sanctions to Russia and to Belarus. But let me just bring the transport angle, what the European Commission has been leading, and Commissioner Vălean has been leading as well, which is trying to help Ukraine to export since the access to the black ports was compromised. And there we have made our solidarity lanes, which is a set of an action plan with 21 measures, which is delivering, because I'm also glad to announce that we have reached more than 3 million tons in July, and in August the figures were a little bit less because the UN grain initiative has also kicked in, and there is more grain that is now being exported through Odessa port. But overall, we are also putting in place a system to help our neighbors, Ukraine, Moldova, to deal with this situation. So just to conclude, and just maybe a word on this. Often the Commission it's criticized because we're not maybe supporting as much as we would have liked with funding. We also are going to open a new call for proposals for the Connecting Europe facility in September, where we will also support projects improving transport connections to Ukraine, including railway connections and railroad terminals. We had done it in the past in May, but we will continue doing it as from September. Just to mention again, all the actions that we have taken since then, we have adopted road agreements to allow drivers from Ukraine and Moldova to work in the European Union. We have also updated the TEN-T maps of Ukraine. This is the first country that we have updated their indicative maps since the proposal. So that shows the commitment of the European Commission with our neighbors. And so, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, these were some of our thoughts from the Commission, which I hope will be useful and animate the debate.
Pablo Fabregas Martinez, członek gabinetu pani komisarz do spraw transportu.
Member of the team of Commissioner for Transport. And Minister Adamczyk, would you like to summarize, or would you like to thank Pablo? Thank you very much for creating this possibility to speak again, to address the speech of director. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for Commissioner Vella that she took this good decision, because as of today, it is a very special day. It is not yet another panel, not yet another debate on transport corridors, which is inscribed in the European of the Carpathians Conference, or Conference of European Economic Forum. Today, it is a day which is really unique, when the high-rank representative of the European Commission confirms that, yes, it is good that at this conference of the Europe of the Carpathians within the European Economic Forum, the High Official of the European Commission confirms that the transport corridor from the Aegean Sea, Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, will become a reality, and it has become a reality. And after what the director said, I can, with full responsibility for my words, I can set the following thesis associated with the question of the chair, of the moderator of this panel, Mr. Adrian Klarenbach, the journalist, that in the states interested in that the approach is similar. My thesis is that concerning the transport corridors, we are speaking, we do not think in the similar way, we think identically, because you understand that we will start with this declaration, with this statement, we will start the second part of our conference, the meeting during which we speak about TNT network and Poland in this context, and the corridors and transport corridors. And I can, there may be long sentences, I apologize for long sentences, but we think identically, we do not dispute, we are not in collision, and to prove that, I will say that going from the north, Latvia, identical opinion. Our friends from Lithuania, absolutely identical opinion and great hope. And similarly in Latvia, for quick implementation, realization of Via Baltica and Rail Baltic and Via Carpathia, and that the transport corridor from Aegean Sea, the Black Sea, and the Baltic Sea will be promptly implemented. And then the Slovaks, yes, in old Stara Lubovnia on Monday, there will be conference with Andrej Doležal, Minister of Transport of Slovakia. We will discuss the intermodal transport, railroads. We will devote one day, of this conference for the working meeting with Minister Martin Kupka, who was speaking about that. Today we discuss it and we continue discussing. And the Hungarians have already got their part of Via Carpathia, and the Romanians and the Bulgarians and the Greeks speak the same language, speak the same voice, in the same voice. Minister of Transport from Moldova, from Ukraine, say that jointly we realize elements of the same, or segments of the same transport routes. And it is proof that today, Europe thinks identically when we speak about main transport corridors for Eastern Europe. And Mr. Director, thank you especially for what you have said today, especially that you said that here in this very proper venue, because the Europe of the Carpathians is the place, is the venue where for many years the debate has been held about those issues. And at the very beginning, it was not that easy. Yes, indeed, the beginnings are usually difficult, but then when you get assured that you are going along the right pathway, and then if you are consistent and persistent, then you will attain the goal. And I wish that to you, and I wish you this persistency for the second part of our conference. And we will start this conference in about 5 minutes time. So we will start in a moment. Thank you.
30. edycja konferencji Europa Karpat, a na Podkarpaciu zaczęło się jeszcze w ubiegłym wieku od pięknej idei inspirowanej przez uczonych, przyrodników właśnie z Podkarpacia, z Małopolski. Profesor Wnuk, profesor Piórecki, żeby wymienić pierwszych, ale także pani Maria Suchy, która operacjonalizowała program Zielone Karpaty, takie hasło było. Potem od 2007 roku Europa Karpat, która przybrała formę już instytucjonalną, organizowaną przez Sejm od 2011 roku.
Jest to konferencja wyjątkowa, przynajmniej pod dwoma względami. W ściśle polskim kontekście jest to konferencja, gdzie od słowa do czynu jest stosunkowo krótko, a nawet bardzo krótko. Kilka lat temu była mowa na tej konferencji o Via Carpatii. Już nie dyskutujemy kiedy, czy tylko dyskutujemy kiedy. A w tym takim bardziej środkowoeuropejskim wymiarze jest to konferencja, która ma niepowtarzalną formułę łączenia przedstawicieli kilkunastu państw i narodów, właśnie szeroko pojętej Europy Środkowej od państw bałtyckich, chociaż stamtąd do Karpat troszeczkę daleko.
Ta nazwa jest myląca, ponieważ samo stwierdzenie Forum Europy Karpat nie może przynosić do stwierdzenia, że zajmujemy się samymi Karpatami. Nie, zajmujemy się nie Karpatami w sensie górskim, ani gospodarką górską, ani podróżami po górach, tylko zajmujemy się regionem jako takim, z jego wszystkimi problemami, od infrastruktury przez sprawy społeczne, aż po nawet sprawy naukowe i sprawy akademickie. Wreszcie samo pojęcie Europa Karpat w sensie geograficznym też byłoby zawężające, ponieważ organizatorzy tego przyjęli te Karpaty jako pewien symbol rozszerzającej się Europy Środkowej. Stąd w Europie Karpat jest poruszona problematyka od Bałtyku po Adriatyk, Morze Czarne i Kaukaz, a o ile mi wiadomo, Karpaty tak szeroko nie sięgają.
Taka kluczowa sprawa, na którą wpływ miały różne rozmowy, spotkania prowadzone przez marszałka Marka Kuchcińskiego z przedstawicielami parlamentów państw Europy Karpat, Grupy Wyszehradzkiej, ale też właśnie szerzej rozumianej Europy Karpat, to przyspieszenie i zrozumienie potrzeby budowy drogi ekspresowej Via Carpatia. Tej drogi, która łączy nas w całej Europie środkowo-wschodniej, środkowej i środkowo-wschodniej pod względem gospodarczym, turystycznym, ale też wpłynie to na rozwój kultury i większej integracji państw Trójmorza czy Międzymorza.
Via Carpatia, właściwie przypominanie o niej, lobbowanie za tym, żeby stała się wielką międzynarodową, firmowaną przez ten międzynarodowy układ szlaków komunikacyjnych drogą. Mieliśmy świadomość i wszyscy, którzy w tym brali udział, mieliśmy świadomość znaczenia tej drogi, ponieważ jest to chyba pierwszy taki szlak komunikacyjny łączący północ z południem Europy. Od początku pomyślany jako szlak w układzie międzynarodowym, a więc od państw bałtyckich aż po Grecję, nawet dalej. I to dzięki naszym parlamentarzystom w Parlamencie Europejskim, tutaj także ministrom. Minister Andrzej Adamczyk, tu na pewno należy go wymienić, ponieważ on był jednym z pilnujących. Podkarpacie na tym korzysta.
Wszyscy mają gdzieś w tyle głowy, że jest sukces. Bez wątpienia Europa tu i teraz, również Europa Karpat wygląda lepiej niż 30 lat temu, ta nasza część Europy. Natomiast jest też takie głębokie zaniepokojenie pewnymi tematami, problemami, które się pojawiają wokół Europy Środkowej. I jest też ewidentne szukanie dróg rozwiązań. Co mogą zrobić parlamenty, co mogą zrobić media, co mogą zrobić poszczególne środowiska w danym państwie, aby to, co się udało w Europie Środkowej najlepiej, czyli to porozumienie, że rozmawiamy z sobą na demokratycznych warunkach, aby było kontynuowane.
Chcemy, aby powstawały zgromadzenia parlamentarne na przykład państw Grupy Wyszehradzkiej, ale też, żeby były stałe instytucjonalne formy współpracy parlamentów i poszczególnych komisji, jak Komisji Spraw Zagranicznych, czy mojej Komisji Kultury, także też komisji, które zajmują się sprawami gospodarczymi, sprawami rolnictwa, ochrony środowiska, pomiędzy poszczególnymi państwami Europy Karpat i także właśnie te szersze fora zgromadzeń parlamentarnych, bo jednak współpraca parlamentarna przyspiesza i umożliwia jakby trwałą kontynuację działań prowadzonych przez rządy. Nawet przy zmieniających się rządach stała współpraca parlamentarzystów różnych ugrupowań umożliwia pewną kontynuację i to, co jest dla nas kluczowe, budowanie silnej wspólnoty państw Europy Środkowej.
Wydaje mi się, że w przypadku Europy Karpat to najważniejszą rzeczą jest możliwość organizowania spotkań i tworzenia atmosfery, dobrej atmosfery do dyskusji z przedstawicielami wszystkich, niemal wszystkich różnych obszarów naszej aktywności i publicznych, państwowych, lokalnych, regionalnych i tak dalej. Od poważnej gospodarki czy bezpieczeństwa, aż po kwestie artystyczne, sztuka, ochrona przyrody. Wydaje mi się, że tą atmosferę tworzą nie tylko pomysły wytwarzają ludzie. Ludzie, jeżeli dyskutują, podczas dyskusji owocnych, twórczych, tworzą się pomysły. Między innymi takie jak na przykład hasło Encyklopedii Karpackiej, takiej poważnej jak dla Rus, poważnego przedsięwzięcia, a więc zupełnie międzynarodowego, czy hasło, właściwie już w praktyce działanie, współpraca wyższych uczelni 6 państw, Collegium Carpaticum, czy takie idee, które powstały przez konkretne osoby, jak Atlas Wyszehradzki, ale to już jest pomysł konkretnych osób.
Jednym z tematów, który wielokrotnie w Krynicy był podczas Europy Karpat poruszany, była kwestia, żeby więzi polityczne i kontakty polityczne poszerzyć o kontakty naukowe. A to rzecz dziwna, ale w regionie Karpat tych kontaktów naukowych nie jest za wiele i w tym wypadku okazało się, że góry nie łączą, ale dzielą. No i po wielu latach dyskusji podjąłem się ostatecznie organizacji czegoś, co zostało nazwane Collegium Carpaticum i łączy, trwa już kilka lat w sensie formalnego projektu podpisanego przez uczelnie i łączy jak na razie 4 uczelnie V4. Z Czech jest to Uniwersytet z Ostrawy, ze Słowacji jest to Uniwersytet z Preszowa, z Węgier jest to Katolicki Uniwersytet imienia Paszmania z Budapesztu i to jest Wyższa Szkoła Wschodnioeuropejska z Przemyśla po stronie polskiej, plus 2 kraje sąsiadujące z V4. Jest to Uniwersytet Stefana Wielkiego w Suczawie z Rumunii i Uniwersytet Stefanyka z Iwano-Frankiwska, czyli dawnego Stanisławowa.
Program dla Bieszczadów to jest forma pomyślana lepszej współpracy. Jak w pewnym sensie strategia karpacka, prawda? Ona nie daje wprost pieniędzy, ale ułatwia wykorzystanie i przyciąganie pieniędzy na różne projekty, różne inwestycje. Program dla Bieszczadów spowodował, że również władze lokalne i władze wojewódzkie, samorządu województwa zaangażowały się mocniej w Bieszczady, a więc są pewne konsekwencje. W takich kategoriach myślimy w przyszłości, ale także analizujemy, patrzymy, jakie będą konsekwencje każdej decyzji.
Ja myślę przede wszystkim, że 30. edycja Europy Karpat to jest świetny moment, żeby podsumować spotkania setek, może nawet tysięcy osób rozmawiających o Karpatach, o tym, co należy zrobić, żeby ten zapomniany troszeczkę przez stolicę naszych karpackich państw obszar się rozwijał. My jako Euroregion pragniemy jednego, przekonać wszystkich, że marka karpacka, czyli taki gospodarczy znak jakości Karpat, będzie najważniejszym przedsięwzięciem na najbliższą dekadę. To jest wielkie wyzwanie, to jest przekonanie o tym, że zarówno potencjał kulturowy, jak i przyrodniczy Karpat wart jest tego, aby położyć go na stole globalnej turystyki, globalnej gospodarki. I my jako region podjęliśmy się takiej roli integratora wszystkich działań, instytucji, po to, aby za 10 lat, może nawet wcześniej, jeżeli będziemy bardzo się starać, Karpaty były destynacją o znaczeniu globalnym.
Młodzi Europejczycy rozmawiali rzeczywiście bardzo ciekawie i zwróciłem na jedną rzecz uwagę. Każdy temat dla nich nie jest tematem tabu, a nawet lubią rozmawiać o sprawach wrażliwych. Nie chcą tutaj ograniczeń i nie przeszkadza im wielka dyskusja, jak to mówiono w takich bardziej ostrych tematach. Sytuacja w polskim parlamencie dla nich jest tak normalna, tak oczywista, że to byłem sam zaskoczony taką pozytywnym podejściem do młodzieży.
I przyjechała młodzież z wielu innych, również z krajów Europy Zachodniej, z pewnym takim bagażem obciążeń, a jednocześnie znowu poszukiwań odpowiedzi na te pytania, które ich dręczą. Widzą w nas ewidentnie w tej części Europy pewną siłę, energię, taki zastrzyk optymizmu, tego, że staramy się nie dać temu, co negatywne i widzą, że ewidentnie
Proszę Państwa,
dajemy dojść do głosu.
13:45 ustaliliśmy, że to ja jestem tym złym, Państwo są tymi dobrymi, w związku z powyższym będziemy się trzymać tego harmonogramu, który mamy, a właściwie, ponieważ wiele słów zostało już dziś wypowiedzianych tutaj w Karpaczu podczas 31. edycji Europejskiego Forum Ekonomicznego, które odbywa się tu i niejednokrotnie jest to porównywane czy mówi się wprost o polskim Davos, to Państwo pozwolą, że ja, dbając o Państwa czas i traktując ekonomicznie podejście do życia i o pieniądze, bo jak wiadomo nie od dziś, czas to pieniądze.
Time is money. Please take your seats. All panelists and the audience. Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Sejmu, Minister, please take your seat. In the middle, is it? Yes. Now, we have the Minister Julius Kazauskas of Lithuania, who is with us, and is present and smiling. Please take your seat, sir. Madam Minister responsible for funds, Małgorzata Jarosińska, please come up here. We will discuss money. Ideas are ideas, but then the question comes, what for you can do it. Now we have the Minister of Infrastructure, Minister Adamczyk, please come up here, take a seat. And Pablo Fabregas Martinez of the Cabinet of the Commissioner for Transport Affairs has also joined us. Once we have an hour for the second part of this panel, I would risk saying that we will do it quicker, and if we do, well, are you optimistic like I am, or not? Not. Okay, we'll see. Mr. Minister, a bold idea was pronounced here. Everybody was in favor, nobody was against, right? How things are going to be later on? Can these networks still be expanded further and further? Or can they be modified, as Mr. Martinez proposed? We have, I said at the beginning of our first part of this conference that maybe in the near future Belarus will be also included. Not now, of course, Belarus, let's forget it for the time being, but later on. Well, once again, I want to express my great thanks for the participation in this panel of you all, gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen. We certainly must say that the communication transport corridors are absolutely important. So revisions of the TNT network at the first half of the current decade will be modified depending on our external environment. I mean the geopolitical environment. That's for sure. Today, we have assumed a task, a challenging task, especially the European Union countries, the eastern countries of the Union. They have to tackle the transport corridor north-south from the Baltic Sea to the Aegean Sea. But it is also placing the TNT, placing such towns like Mariupol, Odessa, Kherson on the TNT map, including these cities. Of course, things are difficult because of the Russian invasion, but we are full of hope for better times, and therefore we propose extending these transport corridors down to Odessa and Mariupol, and all what this corridor involves. It seems that the most appropriate thing today would be to, if you want to answer your question, sir, is the Ukrainian Minister of Transport, because he represents the government, Ukrainian government. Minister Kubrakov could not join us today for important reasons, but we've got his deputy here, Mr. Mustafa Naim, who is very well versed in all the plans and projects, communication projects there, not just road network, railroads are also part of it. Very important they are from the viewpoint of the interests of the whole Europe, because the railways, the European gauge, is the guarantee. They guarantee that the economic development will go on, and it will guarantee it will strengthen the whole military context by increasing the sense of security in our countries. And I will keep reiterating something that the Minister of Transport of Lithuania will confirm as well. My colleagues in Latvia and Estonia say the same. We would feel safe if we could just travel on board a European gauge train with the average speed 80 kilometers per hour, 120 perhaps, and for the cargo 45, cargo trains 45 kilometers per hour. That would guarantee our security. But solutions of this type would also guarantee that the economy of Ukraine would operate normally, even under the war conditions. We know how important that is. We will still come back to this subject later on, maybe not now, but I will want to say how the cross-border traffic grew and cargo traffic across the border. You might say there is no problem now, but no problems on the border. But look at the position of the EU Commission as regards these charges on cargo transported. the prices charged now are a source of certain problems, which of course they will be solved. But look, there is a need, there is a craving for transport, for more transport, just because the technical specifications of railroads are different here and there. Mr. Mustafa will speak about that, and others perhaps too. Right, so Mr. Mustafa Naim, you will be asked to take the floor now. Well, you were so much committed to starting the exports of grains from Ukraine. Of course, there was an agreement signed on it, but we are aware that this is not a permanent cast iron agreement. It may be stopped one day. So what is the Ukraine's perspective on the TNT network's expansion? Mr. Adamczyk has already explained his point of view, Poland's point of view, but do the Ukrainians also perceive it the same way? Dear colleagues and guests and hosts of this meeting, good afternoon. I am greatly obliged and honored by being invited to this debate. Usually, I give very formal statements to such meetings, but considering the relations, the way in which my ministry cooperates with the Polish ministry, and considering the new realities around us, the real, true, warm relations and friendship. A year ago, we might have thought that it was the dream, but now it is a hard fact. I do experience a strong support in as regards the cooperation here. Our best relations link us with Poland. There are some problems caused by the hostilities, but of course transport increased on the Polish direction. So I am personally grateful to Mr. Minister Adamczyk. Poland was the first country which supported us straight away in all the communication issues and problems, and it gave us the humanitarian aid. All permits and permissions and licenses were issued immediately. Poland is fighting together with us. It's not just a PR, it's true facts. And now, as regards the grain question and its transport from Ukraine, we know that the agreement was signed by Minister Kubrakov, and so far it seems to have been a good idea. In August, we've exported about 1,700,000 tons of grains, which is 50% of the total exports of grain, and we will be probably able to export further 3 million tons of grains. The statistics show that we will be able to export up to 8 million tons of grains in September alone. This is about the same amount as we were exporting before the war. So we are able to restore the same exports volumes as they were before the war. But before signing this agreement, the greatest burden was put on road transport, and we were shocked by some statistics. Just look at what was transported by rail. In most cases, we did try to use rail, but in terms of tons, but in terms of value, road transport carries 55% of all exports from Ukraine. I did not expect that. I didn't think that the values transported by road would be higher than by train. It is important that Ukraine railways are connected with European networks. That's why we are building a line from Mostyska Lvov to Lvov. It's the worth of it is $200 million. It's one of the biggest investment projects. That railroad will be on trucks, European gauge, the narrower gauge. Sorry, something wrong with the microphone? Okay. It is also very important to restore the railways from Kovel to the state border. We also have to restore the line from Rava Ruska to Hrabenne. It is an important section of the railroad, and we also need to increase the throughput of that line from Mariupol to Odessa. And that has to be, all that has to be connected with the TNT network. That is going to be a huge investment. We will try to pay for it, and we will also try to get European funding for this project. Of course, we have to rebuild the damaged roads. More than 300 road bridges were bombed, and most of them were used for transporting key goods, including military transports. So we have to restore those, because military needs are first, then the others. We have to take care about the access roads leading to the western borders of the country, because there is a huge effort being made to overcome such problems. And we need to build a new road to Rava Ruska, and we have to repair and strengthen the bridges on westbound roads. Another important thing is the near-border infrastructures. As you know, and Mr. Adamczyk spoke about that, and Mr. Dworczyk also mentioned that it is because we meet very often at the border. And right now, we are cooperating very intensively, and we can see that Poland has invested a lot in the joint projects, which improved the cargo transports, especially when it comes to heavy cargo being transported. We want to open new checkpoints on the Polish-Ukrainian border. We have already started some construction work on some checkpoints and crossings. In Chrynievo and other places, we will keep investing to reduce the waiting lines at the border crossing. And another important thing I want to mention is the current situation in the Polish-Ukrainian relations. We want to cooperate in an open style. Yes, there is some tension on the Polish-Ukrainian border, but for the first time today we can say that the cooperation is just perfect. The Polish services stationed there and the Ukrainian counterparts are doing a very good job, partly owing to the involvement of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Infrastructure. in August, the transport flows were a little bit smaller. We had some problems with the sanitary services, but now we under a very intensive communication between these services, we have found a solution to it. We know how to sort out the goods that are shipped to the borderline and what to do with it next. So that will also make the process more fluent. So I hope that the Polish and Ukrainian sanitary services will have an opportunity to work more efficiently. Polish carriers can be worried by some things because so many more goods are coming from Ukraine, but Ukraine is not a hostile country, politically or economically. But since the Ukrainian seaports were blocked and closed, the goods had to be shipped on roads. When they are open again, Odessa and other ports, and the ports on Danube River, those goods will be, part of that will be put back on those newly opened ports. What we appreciate what Poland did for us, first aid, military supplies, owing to the work and commitment of the Polish colleagues. Well, some tension sometimes is being increased by some body, but we are going to have a totally transparent borderline. We are working together much closer. So, Mr. Minister, Poland and Ukraine will soon be the biggest countries, biggest in terms of goods transport in Europe. Now we are being tested. I would say it's a stress test for us, but quite soon we will recall with some nostalgia these beginnings of today, the problems that we see now and will be over. The Minister, a few words, please. Yes, I confirm all that has been said. I fully share what our colleague Mustafa Naim, Deputy Minister of Transport, Ukraine, who was speaking on behalf of his boss, Mr. Alexander Kubrakov, and when he was talking about the relations in transport between the two countries. So he mentioned some problems, of course, but he emphasized that we are solving the problems, we are removing barriers wherever they are. There's a huge volumes are being carried over the border. There must be some problems when you do operations like that, but as he said, they will be solved. Thank you, Mustafa, for your last sentence is that, and I fully share them. You mean the alliance, our joint victory. Our joint victory, because whatever we did before the war and after its outbreak, it was a great effort on both sides, Poland and Ukraine, but I'm fully convinced they will produce positive, good effects. And quite soon, I wish, to both countries. Right, Szymon Frankowski-Welsenk, please tell us about Trans-European Communication Network. But I would like, I know that you can make your statement brief and clear, but is what happens in Eastern Europe now, is it the growth of its importance or not? Is it going to acquire the worldwide meaning? Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation to this panel and discussion about these perspectives for the future. It's not just improving the mobility and business opportunities, but it also has a strong political significance. Right. I will not play a role of expert in infrastructures, but I will just answer a question. To do it, I will describe the geopolitical context. We are now talking about catching up or filling the infrastructural gaps that are still present here and there at the territories of, well, little over a million square kilometers. It's quite a big share of the EU territory. So these are the countries here in this region. Well, Poland is the biggest, I would say, but the other countries are medium-sized in terms of the area. But in terms of the potentials they represent, it's the other way around. It's about this region in the years 2015-19, before the COVID pandemic. But before that, it was about 3.5% of GDP growth against much less than that in the rest of EU. So the potential is here. And now the question is, can it be utilized fully in these infrastructural conditions, especially meaning the transport, which does not allow quick movement of tourists and travelers, and business, just like you can do it in the West European countries. Travel and transport is easy and quick there. But when you look at the Baltic states, Poland, Slovakia, Romania, and down south, it's not so easy. So this is a great task taken up by Minister Adamczyk. We are building the Via Carpatia very, very quickly. And great thanks for that. It will certainly translate into this higher connectivity between all these countries from north to south. On the other hand, we do have to build energy corridors. How important it is, we can see now after the Russian invasion on Ukraine. We've always wanted to become independent of those energy sources. So we need to build and expand north-south lines and corridors. And we didn't do too fast, just recently we opened a new interconnector with Lithuania. We will soon open the Baltic pipe connection, which is of key importance when it comes to the energy sources. We are opening the LNG terminal in Świnoujście, so Poland is well prepared for these difficult situations on the energy market. But this resistance, this strength has to be cherished and has to be continued, because things may happen. And we must become totally independent in the terms of energy. Now, there is the third area I want to mention, is the digital economy. Digital transmission of data. This is the third area in which our connectivity must be improved. So where Poland is in all this? Poland is quite rightly perceived as an important market or area in which such connectivity would be necessary and required by them too. And then there comes Ukraine, which should be better attached and better linked with the rest of Europe by the TNT network, first of all. Otherwise, we would not be fully immune to the changing conditions on the geopolitical arena. Well, Poland has this on the Polish border is the place where the railroad tracks gauge is different, and of course the defense needs make Poland the very important, well, kind of front line, the eastern flank of the NATO. Poland is. So it requires a very strategic approach. Well, Via Carpathia, quite clearly, the Rail Baltica, important thing too. But I want to draw your attention to a certain investment project, a kind of a heart, a core of these ambitious plans to make progress. This is the central communication port. It's not just the airport. No, it's not just the airport. The airport only takes 20% of the whole cost of the project. Much more money will have to be spent on building a network of railroads, including the high-speed railroads, which usually most of it matches the TNT network, owing to which not only Polish residents will be able to quickly travel not more than 2.5 hours to reach this communication airport and port. And this is also true for the people coming from the Czech Republic, from Slovakia, Hungary, Baltic states, that will the railroads built to the in the direction to the southern countries will also improve this connectivity. And finally, I want to say that about the way in which the European Commission's plan will be implemented, just to conclude the first part of what I'm saying.
Of course, I'm very pleased that the European Commission has first introduced the plans which are inscribed in the Polish ambitions and expectations, and amendment from July 2022 result in taking into account the Ukrainian context, and Ukraine must be included in infrastructure of the countries of the three seas. That's why the political decision was taken that Ukraine became the country partner, or partner participating in those, and therefore there is a possibility of co-financing of infrastructural projects also from the budget of the three Cs to take into account the investments in Ukraine, to let Ukraine join the European countries. And that's why the candidate status of Ukraine was offered to Ukraine. And since the possibility has been created, Director, on one hand side, we express huge satisfaction that you're responding in a flexible way, but we ask you and appeal that the fast adoption of the solutions of this was a priority vis-à-vis the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Director said that some of the proposals were too ambitious. We do not know the too ambitions, proposals. They may be too far-reaching, but not too ambitious, whether they are justified from the subject matter point of view. But we want to be ambitious, and we want to have support of the European Union. Mr. Minister, so I will ask Mr. Pablo Martinez the following question: whether this support from European Commission will be, will European Commission continue to support these projects?
Hello, you hear me? Sorry, the question to support these projects, you're referring to which projects? I just I didn't get exactly the question. Could you please rephrase it again?
Panie ministrze, to jeszcze raz próbujemy w takim razie. Panią tłumacz prosimy o dokładne przetłumaczenie, żeby wątpliwości...
To avoid any misunderstandings, whether the term too ambitious projects, of which Minister Szymon Sienkowski-Welsenk mentioned, can we replace this term with the term plans which will be implemented? And can we count on that on the side of European Union? Will European Union support this achievement of these plans? Yes or no?
Well, there is never black and white when it concerns transport infrastructure and financing. And unfortunately, the resources of the European Union are limited. And when we come to finance projects, I said it earlier, we focus on European perspective. So we focus on those projects that have European added value. But we have limited resources. So as much as we would like to finance everything, and as much as we would like to finance ambitious projects from all member states, unfortunately we have limited resources. I'll give you an example. The Connecting Europe facility, which is which is one of the funds that kick in to finance transport projects, was oversubscribed 3 times. We had 3 more requests of money of the funds that were available. So we have a problem of limited resources. And this is not just the European Commission. We have to turn here also to the budgetary authority, which in the European Union is the EU Council and the Parliament. And we try to address as much as we can, but we have to make tough choices. So whether we will finance all the ambition, we will see. We will have to look at the project, we'll have to see the merit of it. Again, we have very, very strict criteria to be able to choose whether a project deserves funding or not. Obviously, what is absolutely a must is that the projects are in the network. That the projects are in the maps of the TEN-T, and that the maps and that the projects are in the corridors. So unless we have this, it is very difficult for the Commission, if not impossible, to finance those. And I was referring to Connecting Europe facility, which is the project that finances the TEN-T networks. But there are other funds in the European Union that kick in also to finance transport infrastructure, notably the regional funds, but also financial instruments. So what the European Commission invites also member states, whenever we are not able to please all of the demands, is precisely to look at other sources of financing. So as you could say, as you could imagine, there was not a crystal yes or no, it depends. Unfortunately, limited resources make us forces the European Commission to make difficult choices when selecting projects. That would be my answer. Not sure you were pleased to hear that.
Panie ministrze, pan jest kontent z tej odpowiedzi, tak czy nie?
Ja powiem tylko tyle, panie dyrektorze. Mierzymy się ze szczególnym wyzwaniem. Stoimy w obliczu rosyjskiej agresji na Ukrainę. To jest sytuacja, która nie miała miejsca w ciągu ostatnich kilkudziesięciu lat. Mamy wojnę w Europie, mamy zagrożenie.
That's a situation which has happened in recent years. We have got war in Europe, a geopolitical threat. So it's unprecedented threat, unprecedented situation, attack of Russia against Ukraine. So response of the eastern part of NATO, also in respect of military, purposes, smooth transport of military forces, and also energy transport and smooth sending of information and communications, and also the three priorities of the three Cs should be met with a strong response from the European Union in respect of the aggression of Russia. We are grateful for what the European Union has already done, but we expect a more ambitious response. But, well, of course, the funds. Mr. Minister, we as Lithuanian, are you as Lithuanian administration, are you happy with the revision of this and amendment of this TNT network? Would you like to add anything else to that?
It's a great pleasure to be here. We also had this discussion previously, but previously, last year, we had different situation. We did not have Russian aggression in Ukraine. So now it changed completely, and actually what we are discussing, what we are planning, should be implemented without any delay. So it's very good that we have now TNT revision. We have a lot of good things. Actually, the problem, of course, finances. We have now connected Euro facility. It's very good to know instrument, and Lithuania and Poland and other Eastern European countries has applied. But anyway, it's just like small amount what we need to build infrastructure. But let me emphasize a couple of things. Actually, I'm really happy that Lithuania and Poland and other Baltic states not only talking, but implementing, its commitments, and we have a lot of works on the field. Via Baltica, I'm really happy that Lithuania is next month is starting construction in section from Marijampolė to Lithuanian-Polish border. As I know, Polish have construction in 3 sections. So we have commitment in 2024 to have, very modern highway from Kaunas to Warsaw, and also from Kaunas to the south axis. So we will do this. Another maybe more difficult thing is rail connectivity. Of course, we have Rail Baltica. It's a project of century because it's very complex. It's very because of big need of financement. But also we are moving forward. We also have started this year construction from section to Kaunas to Panevėžys, and I believe that in 2026, 2027, we also going to complete this project. But another maybe more important thing that when we're talking about rail connectivity, we also need to know to integrate Rail Baltica to the north-south axis. Actually, there is Trans-Caspian rail corridor. And now it's kind of alternative corridor to move goods from Central Asia, from China, bypassing Russia. Goods going from Caspian Sea, then to Azerbaijan, and then to Black Sea, can go to our north-south axis corridor. It's very important. Another point that we should, as my colleague from Ukraine told, we should connect also Ukraine to this corridor. Now there are 2 crossing points, Dorohus and Medivka, and this crossing point should be connected to the TNT infrastructure. Because there's so many uncertainty, and now, of course, situation changed. Ukraine can export grains through Odessa port and other ports, but we don't know what can happen now in the next days. So we should have alternative ways to export Ukrainian goods to Polish or Baltic state countries. So my final thought that actually there are a lot of things happening in our region. We are really constructing, we are doing homeworks which we did not do maybe 10 or 5 years ago. And thank you for of course, the European Commission for supporting for TNT revision. And maybe one small detail that in new TNT guidelines also we have European standard railing gauge connection from Kaunas to Klaipėda seaport. This is also very important. So of course we should think about we should think about additional financement, because inflation, everything, it's very difficult to manage. Our timetables, everything. But I think together we have very common understanding, Mr. Andrzej Adamczyk leadership, and we will. I'm pretty sure that we are going to reach our goal, and we are going to build infrastructure on our agreed timelines.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie ministrze. Tutaj minister Adamczyk w międzyczasie, proszę państwa, jak zwykle
Adamczyk told me that I forgot. I started Minister Staučikaukas should remember how we praised the work on the axis Warsaw-Lublin, how beautiful the road between connecting Lublin and Warsaw is. And recently I tried to go farther to cover the distance Rzeszów-Lublin, also using the roads number 17 and 19, recently commissioned, and it is a wonderful road. And Minister Adamczyk said that in very near they will start constructing the motorway to Kaunas and to other places. We agreed with Mr. Minister and with the head Mariusz Skubis, Minister of Transport of Lithuania. We would like to initiate construction of the pathway of motorway between the border and Kaunas, and I invited both ministers to two events which will take place in Poland. Commissioning of the 23 kilometers of motorways to Ełk, leading to Ełk, that's next week, and in November, subsequent more than 20 kilometers leading from Ełk to the border of our country in Bodzisko. So it will be a lot easier, a lot safer. Thank you. So we are implementing what used to be a dream 6 or 7 years ago of drivers, not only drivers, but entrepreneurs and business people. We have got business people with us. We have got representatives of trade unions associating employers of construction industry, including road construction and railway construction industry. And I know that for our partners, because they are our partners, and today's debate and previous debates are of extreme significance, because they are important for the future, and they speak about the future of Polish economy, about the future of Polish, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Slovak construction sector, railway construction sector, and line construction, and also infrastructural construction. And it is of very huge importance, this engine or this driver for economic development, especially in the time when the environment for this driver is extremely difficult, extremely unfriendly, extremely harmful, because war is extremely hostile environment for business, and the situation of crisis associated with war. Mr. Minister, I am placed on the position of the evil one, but of the bad guy, and Minister Rościńska-Jedynak has got very... so do we have money for Małgorzata Jarosińska-Jedynak, and we have got money for the years 21-27, so we have a very tight budget, and the budget is not sufficient. So how can we cope with that? Thank you very much. Thank you for the question, for having invited me to this panel. Yes, of course, all of us know perfectly well that funds are always scarce. Resources are always not sufficient, especially when we speak about road infrastructure, railroads, and also maritime routes or aviation routes. Because in reference to TNT network, we spoke about ambitious projects. We know that there are very many ambitious projects, not only within the TNT network, but also outside of it. But looking at the issue of business, which was emphasized, business is wherever you can get access to, irrespective of means of transport, but you need to get access to the places. Today we know that we are not able to realize all the ambitious projects if we take into account European funds. And knowing that the budget, if we take into account what director said, like the instrument Connecting Europe, if in the perspective 21-27, it is 26 billion euros for all the member EU countries. Because it is the instruments managed centrally by the European Commission. And the perspective for the years 2021-27 is unfavorable for Poland, because in the perspective 14-20, the national envelope was more than 4 billion euros, and today it is less than 3 billion euros, and other member countries will be able to utilize money from this Polish envelope. We have got also the general budget, general envelope, where everybody may apply for funds from this envelope, but we are in competition with other EU member countries. This is why it is so important to prepare good, thoroughly considered projects of European and international nature, because the projects which are important from the national point of view, unfortunately, will not gain support within these activities. And within this instrument, Connecting Europe facility in September, but we don't know final criteria for financing and for for applications. And we are prepared, but because Minister Andrzej Adamczyk has got projects in his drawer, and as soon as the applications will be collected, the projects are well prepared and are submitted in the right way. Poland is a good beneficiary, and we have been able to gain a lot of funds from this instrument, but the needs are... But, Mr. Minister, do you have such a document? Just yes or no answer. Many documents like that. So we know that we are prepared, but beside this instrument, which is centrally managed, we also have got funds from cohesion policy, which are available for member country for perspective 21-27. So billions euros for different projects connected with road infrastructure, maritime roads, and railways, and aviation ports. And here we speak about possibility of supporting projects within this TNT network, both road network, but also linking corridors and interconnecting the railway, and also infrastructure for seaports, maritime ports, or inland ports. And these activities may be carried on for lowering emissions and lowering impact on the environment, more than the infrastructure of the airports. And within all the investments, we keep financing the activities associated with monitoring, with improvement of security and safety of transport, of flows, of movement. It will be financed. And also within National Reconstruction Plan, there are funds for modernizing railroad infrastructure, because we put emphasis on activities associated with railroads infrastructures because of European Green Order, Green Deal. The railroads are less harmful for the environment, for nature. That's why the railway infrastructure will be financed. And on many European fora, we appeal for Ukraine being able, as soon as possible, to utilize the pre-accession funds to finance projects which are important from the point of view of both Poland and in Ukraine to finance the investment projects, to finance the railroads and roads. And as we heard from Minister's speech, the funds are the needs are huge, and individual countries are not able to cope with the financing of this project. That's why it is so important to be able to implement ambitious projects. And we know that there are many ambitious projects. A lot needs to be done, remains to be done to supplement the network. And that's why 26 billion euros within the Connecting Europe facility and less than 3 billion euros in the Polish envelope indicate and show the challenges we are faced with in order to have these projects prepared well and thoroughly considered. Thank you very much. We are maybe sure, and I would like to address everybody with this appeal. Both countries of Visegrad group, of the 3Cs group extended with Ukraine, we care about common projects. Let us do not criticize the things which seem to be good and right. And Minister Szymon Szynkowski-Welsenk mentioned these projects, and I understand that we may say that why do we need central airport in Poland if we have got airport in Berlin, of course, but it is not the right solution, right way of thinking. Yes, it is really important thing. Going to different European capitals, I do not see any opinions raising doubts concerning the reasonability of central transportation port in Poland, and you know, within Poland, there are opinions negative about it. But colleagues who go to Korea, everywhere, the people see the chance stemming from the central transport point for the region. But only in Poland, the politicians consider it worthwhile to attack it. Of course, there are countries who are afraid that we will be successful in implementing this project because it will be competition for other transport points or hubs. But, you know, around the strategic Polish projects like construction of central transport hub, development of railways, of roads, it is the issue of our security. Well, we need the consent. Well, to Minister Adamczyk, as conclusion, when you get back to Warsaw, you will open your drawers and you will take the projects which are ready for applying for funds. And so just two sentences as well. There are many projects on the shelves. So the group of motorways and Polish railroads, these are two major investors and in line networks, both railroads and roads, motorways, and both organizations for 6 years have been, or for 7 years already, have been parallelly with carrying on investment projects. They are preparing documents for subsequent years. And I can say, not very modestly, that Poland is one of the leaders, if not an absolute leader, if the preparation of projects are concerned for subsequent perspective. We are ready. We are ready, but the only thing we need is money. We have got representatives of the sector, construction sector. There is potential and capacity and reserve we may utilize for investments, and we are realizing the investments which are needed. And please allow me one more conclusion. It is comparison with the previous war. How the transport corridors are changing, how important it is to think it very thoroughly and to implement the corridors for the needs of war, like Crimean War in 1846, there was the railroad Kraków-Mysłowice. In 1848, it was initiated, launched, and then the need was indicated to construct railroads towards the east. There were no money, no possibilities, and the Crimean War started, and then very briefly the railroads towards the east were constructed, so towards Ukraine. And today we are undergoing similar situations, similar needs, and there are economic needs associated with war, maybe not identical as the historical example, but let us be wise enough and let us select the investment projects which serve well the security and the economy. And we are well determined, and I will not say we are ready, but we are implementing that. We are within the phase of implementation, and similarly to our colleagues from Lithuania, from Latvia, from Slovakia, from the Czech Republic, and from the south of Europe, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, and Ukraine. Because in Ukraine a lot is being done, and Minister has not mentioned the activities on Polish-Ukrainian border, as Mustafa has mentioned that, like Abramovice, Milankowice, and also on the Ukrainian side, the railroad line is being modernized in European dimensions. So from the wide rail track to the narrow rail track, the European standard rail track. So thank you very much, but we have concluded ahead of time. Thank you very much. 2 minutes ahead of time. That's a success. Thank you very much, and see you next time.
Дякую поліцейській соціальній асоціації Польщі за надану нам допомогу, які ми допомагаємо біженцям, воєнним і всім. Дуже дякую. дякую поліцейській соціальній асоціації Польщі за надану нам допомогу, які ми допомагаємо біженцям, воєнним і всім. Дуже дякую.
Za 5 minut zaczynamy kolejny panel. Bardzo proszę Państwo o zajmowanie swoich miejsc. Jeszcze raz, za 5 minut zaczynamy nasz kolejny panel. Prosimy o zajmowanie swoich miejsc.
We start the next panel in 5 minutes. Please come back and take your seats.
Szanowni Państwo, jeszcze 3 minuty i zaczynamy kolejny panel. Prosimy zajmować.
Ciągnę, a później jest jakaś tam teoretycznie przerwa, tak?
Tam co wykalkulować.
Дякую поліцейській соціальній асоціації Польщі за надану нам допомогу, які ми допомагаємо біженцям, воєнним і всім. Дуже дякую.
Serdecznie witamy, szanowni państwo, 34. edycja konferencji Europa.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The 24th edition of conference within the Economic Forum. Day 2, panel 6, putting sword through the eyes of free people. So we have got I've got the pleasure to Jan Malicki, director of the Faculty of Eastern Europe of the University of Warsaw. Thank you very much. I have been asked to introduce us to this historical introduction to our panel. Sixth panel is the extraordinary panel because ministers, not members of parliament, of government, not persons who have got direct impact on what is happening in the countries, not all the politicians from the countries. But however, this panel is really unique, extraordinary. Each of the persons, of the panelists, was oppositionist or dissident, or will be a dissident. I wanted to say, but it will be exaggeration because the only one who, Mr. Figel, is the only one who was not in this role from the European Union country, and he will not become a dissident probably because being a member from European country. The dissidents of the totalitarian systems were always playing the key role, and they were in opposition, and they were symbols of resistance against the authorities. And the persons whom we have here with us, starting with the moderator, are persons who each in his or her respective time was a free man or free woman, free person, free human being who could not directly influence the world he or she lived in. The free man or woman who was brave enough to speak aloud food. No one of those who originate from Russia neither has got a government or army at their disposal, but their strength is different, but powerful. As Jerzy Giedroyć once said, word is a power, is a mighty power. But so not having governments, not having armies, not having military forces, with words we can have impact on what is happening and what is going to happen. And how big the impact of the public may be on what is happening in Europe, we could see just after the outbreak of the war, after the 24th of February. I don't know whether you remember, but at the very beginning it was clearly stated, in one of the EU meetings, it was clearly stated that the sanctions, especially banking sanctions, are not on the agenda of talks. If it was not for the huge protests of the research communities, journalists all over Europe, the leaders of the European Union would continue to meet and debate in their elegant, smart suites from fashion houses and ladies in best garments from best fashion houses, and they would continue debating on how to alleviate the aggressors' attacks. It would be like in 2008, after Russia's attack against Georgia on the 8th of August, when in the middle of September, the NATO-Russia Council was gathered, and Russia was told that their behavior was not completely correct, and then the debate started, normal, regular debate started. But even those who do not have armies or governments have got very great power, thanks to their words. So we would like to give the floor to moderator, Mr. Antoni Macierewicz, Minister of National Defense from 2015-2018, and senior speaker of the Sejm of Parliament of the Republic of Poland of the 9th term of office, and Mr. Antoni Macierewicz is asked to take the floor. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to be able to preside over this panel, to moderate this panel with so eminent representatives of the fundamental countries, Russia, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Belarus, and also Poland. It is the first discussion of the former oppositionists, people who were struggling for freedom, people who have got among their achievements the fact that their nations regained independence and democracy, because their perspective, their assessment of what is happening today in Russia and what is the possibility to let what is happening be understood differently by the society, by the Russian nation. If it is of huge importance that maybe you do know that in the 60s of the 20th century, I undertook activities aimed at regaining independence, and then I was establishing Committee for Protection of Laborers together with Minister Naimski and Scouts. And that was the committee which was cooperating with all the formations, social democratic, in opposition, both in Czech Republic, in Slovakia, in Russia, in Ukraine, and in all the countries which were under the communist domination in Europe. I'm saying that because it is the basic question. Is this perspective as of today, does this perspective exist as well? Is it possible as of today? Because today we encounter persons who play important role in opposition communities in their respective countries and nations. We will be able to listen to a brief speech by Mr. Dmitry Muratov, Nobel Prize winner and editor-in-chief of the Novaya Gazeta, which was shut down 10 days ago. It was finally shut down, closed by Putin. It was destroyed, annihilated, eliminated from the possibility for now, for today, but also in an envisaged future. And then, if we can, we will be able to listen to the position of Mr. Ponomariev, dissident foundation of the Institute for Security and International Development from the Russian Federation. Then we will listen to Mr. Alexander Milinkiewicz, one of the most eminent leaders of opposition in Belarus, and Mr. Vondra, who was the Minister for National Defense and Minister of Foreign Affairs, but he was an ombudsman of the Charter 77, the chief force of the Czech dissidents. And then the representative of Slovakia, former Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Fogel. And we will kindly ask him to present his point of view on this situation. And then our meeting will be concluded by Minister Piotr Naimski, whose dissident activities for independence is well known, and his achievements for energy security of Poland is even better known. And if we may ask, we will start with the film of Mr. Muratov. Dzisiaj porozmawiamy o tym, jak wojna staje się czymś rutynowym, o tym, jak choroba, straszliwa choroba, która zwie się śmierć i zniszczenie, z fazy ostrej przeszła w fazę przewlekłą. Dziś mija już 165. dzień działań wojennych na Ukrainie. Po 165 dniach war has become something routine, and people are really tired and people are tired with attacks, with blows, and really, I am afraid that people are tired, and it has always been the case, and humanity always behaved in a similar way. And I will quote something to you. It is a very strange night. They were shooting somewhere. People are being persecuted somewhere. People are put into prisons, are killed, are tortured, and somewhere there a piece of somebody's peaceful life is destroyed, distorted, and you sit here in a comfortable armchair, and you cannot cope with that. Eric Maria Remarque in 1941. He wrote these words in 1941. And people are tired with truth, and people do not want to get to know the truth. And the routine activities have started, and war became a kind of service, and is a profitable business for some people. Some of them considers it a kind of a mortgage. How wojna was done a routine in our country. Let us look at remuneration of salaries. An average citizen of our country, not in Moscow, in St. Petersburg, but in the cities of the regions, they receive on average 32,000 rubles, somewhere 35,000 rubles per month. And if we translated that into euros, it's less than 600 euros per person. And just for example, for the soldiers' contract, if you go to war and they pay 10 times more, and we compared the salaries in the regions of Russian with how much is paid to soldiers based on contracts, military contracts. If you go to participate in war, it is about 400,000 rubles per month. It is about 7,000 euros. And moreover, if you get back from war, of course, you are getting back not in the coffin, but alive, you receive an annual decrease of 50% by 50% of payment for housing, for energy, and 10% places for students in higher universities will be allocated to children of those who participated in war. And also and the banks were suggested that they should not enforce debts of those who signed the contracts to go and participated in war. And for example, pretty and also those who were in prisons may be released. And for example, let's take Republic of Adygea. And here, according to official statistical data, about 600 euros. That's the average salary. But for military contracts, you can receive 2,500 euros. So in Kurgansk Oblast, Kurgansk region, you receive a down payment of 120,000 euros, which is about, and the average salary in the region is about 700 euros. And for advertising the service, contractual services for the military, you receive 6,000 euros. So it is 240,000 rubles for war. So war became a way of improvement of living conditions. So death improves your life, and people started considering war as mortgage. So 10 times more you can receive for war than for participation in peaceful life. So in majority of poor regions of Russia, in 20 regions of Russia, there have been about 20 subdivisions which will be participating in military operations, having signed the contracts, based on signed military contracts. And people get used to war, and this getting used to war is also associated with yet another factor. General prosecutors of Russia announced officially that in Russia 138,000 different websites were closed, and about 300 media were blocked or annihilated or removed from the country, and or journalists were considered agents of foreign countries. It pertains to media and journalists, individual journalists, and there is no alternative point of view. And the propaganda made war and participation in war as a kind of patriotism, love of the country. As Lev Gutkov thinks, the manager of the research center in social sciences, it says that people, the fear of war decreased, and people got used to military actions, and they are really used to the images of dead bodies and destroyed military equipment, and people started living as if they were in parallel to war. And so you see how striking this description of war, of situation in Russia is. Money and violence, censorship. It is the essence of what has been presented by our guest, who unfortunately could not come to us because of the situation he was place he is in, because of the war. And, thank you very much. And now, well, thank you very much, dear. And I listened to what Dmitry said, and I will reflect on his speech. From my point of view, the most important thing, the most important task of the opposition, of dissidents, and the Russian dissidents, Russian opposition, discuss broadly in Europe. It's not what Eric Maria Remarque said in 1941. It is the most important thing, the most important task is to organize activities against the fascist regime ruling in Russia, unfortunately, and in my country. So this fascist regime is in rule in my country. This is the most important thing, to object, to struggle against this fascist regime in the face of this war, which has been lasting for half a year already. We cannot only struggle against war, we must fight for victory. Not only against war, but my son, who is fighting in Ukraine, he says that the war must be finished in Moscow. What does it mean? Of course, it doesn't mean that the Ukrainian divisions will enter Moscow, that Ukrainian or NATO troops will enter Moscow or Russia. But it means that it is all about that. In spite of what Muratov says, that the fascist authorities pay for their mistakes, by creating the supporters for the war. So interesting figures. Levada Center asked a question. How are the people, what is the people's response to adding new lands to Russia, the lands which are being occupied by Russia? And 45% was in support. 45% of population one way or another supports this regime. And then the second question was asked. But if you know that the referendum in these lands, will confirm that Ukrainians want to join Russia, then 75% of the population are in favor of that. So 45% of supporters in support, and 30% are those who say only what is said by the authorities. So 45% strong support. It's a huge number of population in support of adding these occupied lands to Russia. And 25% are in opposition and do not support this one way or another. So those who are outside Russia, the dissidents outside Russia, must organize a struggle inside Russia with the use of the guerrilla forces, because there is no way to do it peacefully, with the peaceful measures. You can never ever fight this regime with peaceful measures. And then the society, the new society, the renewed Russian society, which will be fighting together with the Ukrainians, it must be coordinated with Ukraine. It is very important to organize actions together with Ukrainians, because Ukraine and this part of Russia, which is not in support of Russia, are on the same side of the barricade, and only using the common efforts we are able to attain what is attainable. What my son says, that the war must be finished in Moscow. Only then we can achieve that. If a war is not finished in Moscow, then I think that with my friends the Polish people, my Polish friends, and also from the Baltic states. The Baltic states and Poland are the first in a sequence threatened, jeopardized by the Russian military forces, by Russian troops. And the Russian troops are helping fascist regime in Russia. And then we will be fighting here in Eastern Europe. All of us will be in trenches and I am old. I'm 77 years old. I came here not because I have always been against the regime. I have come here because I could become, a hostage, because my son fights there in Ukraine, and I have been dealing with military issues for many years, and I understood that I am jeopardized and my whole family is jeopardized. That's why we came here. But what I want to explain everybody that we must unify and unite our forces, all dissidents, all those people in opposition from Russia, and together we must undertake unified and united actions against the regime. And on the other hand, we need to help the Polish authorities and Polish society to understand the threats created by the fascist regime in Russia. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a very clear perspective, the clear perspective presented by you. War must be finished in Moscow, and the Russians cooperating with the opposition, with anti-communist formations, democratic formations, will decide on that. Professor Milinkiewicz from Belarus is kindly asked to take the floor. First and foremost, I want to thank for this invitation to this conference, and it is very important for us. And secondly, I want to say that since this panel is called, Putin's war through the eyes of the free people and possibility of changing the situation by the civil society, and not only by dissidents, by all the whole citizens, the civil society. And for the Belarusian society, Lukashenko and Putin is the same words, the same propaganda, the same wordings, same propaganda, and also destruction of all the elements of democracy in the country. But when we look at societies of both Belarus and Russia, I see that we have got better chances for democratization and for European activities, not because the Russians are farther located geographically, but it so happened that in Belarus, the society has never ever been suppressed by the propaganda. The society does not believe as a whole to the propaganda, because the channels, Belarusian Lukashenko's channels, television channels, use the same manner of speaking, of the same wordings, but they repeat the same after the Russian propaganda. But as we remember from history, we were ruled by Tsarist Russia, starting with the end of 18th century, starting with the division of the Republic. And then we were under the communist regime. But the Belarusians remain, because of their history, the European nation. And I will quote pretty fresh statistical data. I do not know them by heart, but I will quote the most recent figures from Chatham House of Belarus. I will tell you that the figures are not exact all the time, because there is a factor of fear. But the dynamics is very interesting concerning the attitude of the Belarusian population towards war and towards Putin. All of us know what is there in Russia and what is in Belarus. 43% of population said that they are against war. Most recent survey indicates this figure, and for war, 2 times less. And only 5% of Belarusians would like Belarusian troops to enter Ukraine. Only 5% of population. 66% of the population, based on the survey, according to the survey, are against Lukashenko utilizing the Belarusian troops to attack Ukraine. And many people refused answering the questions participating in the survey. 52% said that there will be very negative aftermath and results of this war for Belarus, and 23% are in favor of Russian troops leaving the territory of Belarus. I quoted these figures to let you understand that the Belarusian society, civic society of Belarus, working for so many years and so much numerous, so much effective, and there were no elections, no competition, but NGOs had opportunities to work, and they were able to establish their organizations. And it is not only us who worked very well, but there were other factors contributing to the fact that Belarusians are slightly nearer to democracy, which means, first and foremost, that I will say that the access to fast internet and cheap internet is best in our region. And more than 80% of the Belarusians are using internet, and meaning they have got alternative source of information. Even if the authorities try to neutralize that, one can kind of circumvene that. Belarusians during the perestroika times, the transformation times, learned a lot about their history, and what made Ukrainians, they felt their true history. They revived their Ukrainian language, and the Belarusians were also successful with that. The Belarusians feel that they are a separate nation, so there is a good foundation for creating and constructing their own state. They want to have their own fate, and they want to struggle for their own independent fate. The huge manifestations in 2020 proved that, and the Belarusians had most of the Polish and the Lithuanians were helping, but we understand what is the huge importance for promoting awareness. And Lukashenko has destroyed all the significant NGOs in Belarus. The leaders, activists were forced to emigrate.
There is no longer free mass media, just like in Russia as well. The journalists most of them are now in Poland, some of them in Lithuania, and even in Ukraine. So this potential has not been destroyed. The work is continued, and it is important that these people are still present in public and political life. And I want, on this opportunity, I want to give my thanks to the Polish government, to the Polish people, for allowing Belarusians to stay here and work for Belarusian independence. Well, can we do something about Lukashenko? Can we influence him? No, but we can influence those who are living in Belarus. There is fear because of things that Lukashenko had done. There are political prisoners recognized internationally as political prisoners. Every day we've got trials at courts, and people are being jailed. People get sentenced for just being present at a square in the town, at the street. You can get 8 years and 15 years term to serve, just in order to keep the people scared, intimidated. well, you might ask why people do not demonstrate wildly against that, against the fact that rockets are starting from the Belarusian soil. But look, we had democracy just 3 years, from 1990 to 94. And even despite these difficult conditions, we have managed to do a lot. But, you know, this fear now is very high. Well, it's not easy. When the country is terrorized, people are not very quick to demonstrate openly in the streets because they get very, very long terms to serve in prison. I've got a sense that, well, not of being of guilt, but we still have some opportunities to continue our work, even under these difficult circumstances. It is also important for the Russians, so, you know, to see that the public opinion is dropping that fascist style of information and policy. Because, you know, the finally deciding thing is public support. And we have the vision of our future. We do believe that we will fight and win freedom and independence for Belarus with a little help of our partners in other countries. But there will be a very difficult moment in Belarus and Russia when the dictator goes away, this or another. It may happen when Ukraine wins or not, but will the new people in power be more democratic? Will they be any better? How to guess? Of course, there will be a fight for Belarus. When the empire loses the war in Ukraine, they will turn to Belarus. And what will decide then? What will decide is the identity, the sense of identity, the spirit. You can see the spirit and identity of Ukrainians. They will not fail because they have it. And in Belarus, the national identity was not so strong as in Ukraine, but we should start working on it to build our national awareness, the awareness of our history and the national identity. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. The Belarusians are, well, a European nation. We've seen that some years ago when we saw hundreds of thousands demonstrating against the Lukashenko regime. So what you have just said, sir, is a real perspective awaiting Belarus and Central Europe. Now, Mr. Alexander Vondra, Deputy to the European Parliament, please give us your contribution now.
Well, thank you very much. It's certainly an honor or a pleasure to be here squeezed between the two Polish legions of the anti-communist resistance. We are all gray-haired, so, you know, we are leaving slowly the scene. So the question is, and it was one of the questions for the panel, we can somehow contribute. Well, there are not as many of us. I think in the Czech politics, beyond me, it's just Pavel Rychecký, who is the president of the Constitutional Court, and then it's all. However, you know, somehow we can make a difference. For example, this dramatic and very important trip of Czech and Polish Prime Minister to Kiev right after the invasion. You know, two people who, Petr Fiala, who was awarded yesterday here as a young man, had some early experience with doing a samizdat in Brno. And Mateusz Morawiecki, you know, son of the legendary Colonel Morawiecki, that was a typical partisan action. So I guess that, if those two men would not have any experience from, personal experience from their own life, from their families, it would be unlikely, to do I would rather expect, the reaction like Prime Minister of Slovakia, Heger, who had the same kind of offer, and he simply said no because he was afraid. So it requires a certain courage, to act against either the currents or against the expectation how the certain things could develop in the future. And here the experience of the freedom fighter is very important. And in fact, due to the pressure of Central and Eastern European countries, mostly, Poles, Czechs, the Baltic states, we at least do have the Western support for the Ukraine fight at the level which can somehow contribute to the Ukrainians' victory in defending their independence and sovereignty. So certainly it makes a difference, because if you go to the Western Europe and are confronted with the opinions and receipts of their societies, where you have already 4 consecutive generations just living in a peaceful, harmonic life, then your appetite or even training, to take more courageous decision is somehow limited. So yes, but certainly it has, I would say, some limits. And then the problem is the situation in Russia as such, because what we have seen now, if we are a handful of remaining, the reality in Russian descent right now, it's that just a handful of them survive there. The rest is either in prison or left the country into the exile. So what we have seen, in Belarus a couple of years ago, at least, the success to mobilize a substantial amount of people to the street, not enough, but despite that, it was impressive. In Moscow, frankly, I don't remember reaching as kind of a turning point, bringing the decisive number of the people into the street that would press the regime to change. Not speaking about the fact that I think that, what we have seen now, it's Tsar. It has nothing to do with the communism again. He's a Tsar, very authoritarian. Now it has parameters of the fascist regime. It's a revisionist power which is building the empire. So all the reasons to have the serious concerns and certainly to contain him. But, what we can do? We can do easily, for example, to at least those remaining fighters, to honor them. So I'm coming from Prague, we had some debate, very soon the European Parliament will award somebody with Sakharov Prize, So there's a debate, the major parties, they, are thinking in terms of PR. So they are thinking about Zelensky. My argument is Zelensky needs the guns, not the awards. But, the award should be done to Vladimir Karamurza or somebody like this who requires the special attention because he's in the prison and it could really help him. Yesterday I had a conversation with Michael Żantowski, who's my former collaborator with Václav Havel, and now he's running the Havel's library in Prague. And together with European Council of Europe, they have a special Havel's awards for the fights in the human rights. But look, he told me that because there must be agreement between the Czechs and the Council of Europe. And do you know what Council of Europe brought as an idea to avoid? Julian Assange, you know, this is, that gives you a picture where they are, you know. So I think it's, what is really important is now to focus on support of the Ukraine, the support to help them to win the war, because, you know, the paradox of the West is, could be illustrated easily on those statements. You know, when we saw those Buchas and others, every morning we logically and emotionally stated that Putin is a war criminal. And that's true. You know, it was said by Biden, by Ursula, by many others. But in the evening, we are reaching a realistic conclusion that we are not going to arrest him. So, yes, he's a nuclear power and all that. So the only way, I think, how there can be somehow the change, as it has been in the past, in those very authoritarian regime, is that they are exhausted in a war. That was the story of ancient regime in France. That was, in fact, the story of the revolution in Russia during the First World War. The question is whether it can generate something better. I don't know, you know. But the only way I think now is to support the Ukraine by all necessary means, and of course to take care of those people in Russia, in Belarus and others who are, you know, calling and sharing the same principles and values. We cannot turn our back to them. We have to help them too. But you know, one thing is the solidarity. The other thing is the expectation of major breakthrough. So I think the major breakthrough is possible only if Ukraine defend its integrity, territorial sovereignty and independence.
Bardzo, bardzo serdecznie dziękuję.
Very, very much, sir. Thank you for this reference to the oppositionist tradition and the system of values that were developed by the independence opposition and democratic independence in the 1970s and 80s. Thank you for mentioning that, sir, because that was the source of the commitment to the support to Ukraine and support of the opposition in Russia. That was important to say. Now, Mr. Jan Figel, former Deputy Prime Minister of Slovakia, and also former Commissioner for the Youth in the European Union. This was a very important experience as you look at it from this moment. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, our Polish friends, for the 34 years of cooperation and 34 years of work on rebuilding Central European identity. If I may start speaking Slovak, chciałbym dodać, I would like to say that this subject is extremely important. Putin's war on one side, and on the other side, how can we, well, take advantage of this tragedy? First of all, not to increase it, then not to squander it and waste. Because, you know, the future is born in the victims. You cannot fight for a better future without victims, without sacrifice and price. There's the same in the nation, state, and in the family. So we must try to drive some benefit out of it. It's 2022 now, and 100 years ago, Lenin and his Bolsheviks established the Soviet Union. That was paradise, wasn't it? But it was filled with blood, this paradise. And if we have seen almost the century of Soviet rule, deportations, gulags, prisons, and there's one more word to it in Slovak, debilitation. Maybe in Slovak it has a different meaning than in English, but still we can see what are the consequences of this debilization. You know, heads become empty, people's hearts become empty. It's hard to believe that Russians who are attacking Ukraine now, they say, well, Ukrainians are our brothers. They are part of the great Russia, and they go there just to take it and include in their country. But they have to kill their brothers, their Ukrainian brothers. It's awful to say that. This homicidal attack is a tragedy. I have brought a couple of notes with me just to recall that after World War I, the biggest unprecedented tragedy on this continent, after that, people took some lessons out of it. Certain institutions were built. Some of them were quite good. It was the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And that declaration, at its very beginning, refers to two development lines. Let me quote. A recognition of the inborn dignity. Look, dignity. Putin never says that word, dignity. So dignity again, and inalienable rights of the humankind and humankind's family is the basic, the foundation of freedom and peace. So you must start with recognizing the dignity of every human being. This is inalienable. No one can take it away from the human being. The second sentence is that failure to recognize these human rights are barbarian acts. They just make human conscience black. And this war is brutal and barbarian. It's not a normal, regular war. It's a war whose aim is just to liquidate, annihilate. So this is why it's such a great drama. This tragedy must not be forgotten, squandered, and wasted. But first of all, it's got to put an end to this 100-year-old debilitation. It's got to be used for making a change, for bringing a change to this world. It should bring transformation, just like Germany was changed after the war. Just 5 years after the most cruel war, the Second World War, with some goodwill, professionalism, and the right attitude, most people joined the process that we now perceive as quite a good one. But Ukrainian revolution was called the European revolution of dignity. And now look, this is the foundation. So we must help Ukraine to join one common Europe. I think we have made some mistakes for which many are paying the price now. We have made some errors like these inflation, energy problems, but the innocent people in the East are paying the biggest price. The fall of communism in Poland and Czechoslovakia and whole Europe would not be as peaceful and seamless, a velvet revolution, it's sometimes called, if this change in Kremlin did not take place first, if Mikhail Gorbachev did not seek some link between politics and morality. And that was enough for the start, to make the start of the year of miracles. And again, the change in the Kremlin. So the change in the Kremlin after Putin will be necessary to make the process of Europeization of Europe, if I can say that, because Europe is a little bit more than just geography. It's belonging to the common thing. So if that idea is going to be materialized, we need Russia to be transformed and many Russians to undergo transformation, peace, not barbaric acts, not imperialism, of course, whether it's Tsarist or Putinist imperialism. So our experience, which comes from Czechoslovakia, was very inspiring. We have blended or joined the Christian and civic opposition because they wanted the same. They were after the same goals. They had the same spiritual strength. So let's do not fear such a combination and blend. Yes, we are talking about dissidents and minorities. Do not fear that. All the history of mankind is full of creative individuals, creative people who offer new and good solutions and new values and good values and rules to follow. All that comes from creative personalities and individuals, and they are the source of hope. Those who are harassed, those who are attacked, those who are suppressed, but they are our hope. Now let me finish. If this change is going to bring transformation, we first need moral transformation, and this is true for Russia and Belarus. A young French philosopher, Charles Pekin, said, either revolution will bring moral change or it is not a revolution. And this is why we should work and rely on universal values which are valid all the time and which are identical with the ideas of solidarity and peace. We must help those who are in the opposition, like those in Belarus and in Russia, but we have to join hands and efforts with those who are in exile, people who have not forgotten their motherlands, who wanted to be free and to win freedom, but who emigrated to Canada, to the States, to Germany. Those people have have maintained the links and connections and spiritual bonds with their country. That's exactly what people in Belarus and Ukraine need too. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Certainly, we are certainly going to remember forever what you have just said, Mr. Minister. Debilitation as the source of homicide. This is what is actually the case today, and this is what should be fought and controlled by values, universal values, Christian values, the values which are in the foundation of democracy. Mr. Naimski, now please. Well, I will begin with trying to recall to you what are the goals and how can we understand, interpret the goals defined by the rulers in Kremlin, because this determines our further thinking. Russia published two big documents, two treaties from A to Z. It's not just guidelines, but a draft of an agreement between NATO and Russia, and a draft agreement between the US and the Russian Federation. These documents clearly, 100% clearly demand return to the year 1997, going back to the borders from the time before they were changed in the 70s. So this goal is clearly defined, and what Russia does today confirms it. The Russian war is communicated to the Russian nation as the war against the West, against the North Atlantic Alliance. And there is a problem here, because Ukraine is the target of that war and the place where this war is waged. It's a proxy war, right? This war, being of two faces, this war, is even more difficult to take an attitude towards it in a rational way, because it's a situation now that North Atlantic NATO countries support Ukrainians who are fighting against the Russians who invaded the country. But we also have to remember, by the way, we have been called dissidents here. I don't think I am a dissident, because dissidents were members of, were dissidents from the Communist Party, and there were dissidents were also those who organized the independence movement against that party. So, well, okay, let's leave the terminology, but we can, when we approach this problem of the war in Ukraine, we can bang against different types of wars, because the great Russian patriot, a man who became a symbol of struggle against Bolshevism and communism, Mr. Alexander Solzhenitsyn, he said once that Ukraine is an inalienable, inseparable part of Russia. And the fact that now Putin and his team in the Kremlin, they refer to Russian patriotism quite successfully. You know, they have some grounds, some reasons to do so. So this is a highly revisionistic policy. Putin said that the biggest tragedy for Russia, not for the Soviet Union, but for Russia, was the fall of the Soviet Union. That's what Putin said. And the policy, his policies now, and the Russian policy now pushes to avert this tragedy. So, in other words, the Russian Orthodox Church in the Polish town of Łódź maps out the border of Russia. That's what he means. So these criminal rulers, these rulers in the Kremlin, well, they are now against people who protest against that in Russia. But we have to be prepared for a situation when the war in Ukraine will be ended one day, yes. It will not, I'm not sure if it's true that it can only be finished and ended by Russians. But we have to remember the organized opposition which exists in Russia, but that big country has to be transformed into a democratic country, but it will never do so without the international support. Because all these concepts of the third Russia, of the non-Bolshevik Russia, the Savinkov's concepts, all those ideas which were born shortly after the February and October revolutions, they have never been realistic. So we can say that if we are strong enough to make the Russians who rule in the Kremlin, to stop them, to persuade them that they will never regain those territories which were lost after the fall of the Soviet Union, then we will not win. Right, we have just, in this way, we have concluded this unusual panel of people who used to fight for freedom years ago, and which carried a message directed to the working people of Eastern Europe. It was beamed years ago to the Eastern Europe nations, and we hope that Russia and other countries around will become free and sovereign and democratic again. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie.
Szanowni Państwo, przed tym panelem, w którym będziemy mówić o polityce w kategoriach międzynarodowych,
before the panel that will discuss international politics, I
o kilkanaście, kilkadziesiąt centymetrów
We will
do przodu,
appreciate
ponieważ
if the
będziemy
people
musieli
in the
tutaj
room
dodatkowo
here
jeszcze
could
paręset
move
krzeseł
a little bit
dosadzić.
back, because we will have to
Ze względu
add
na to, że na tej
new
sali będzie
rows of
spotkanie z
chairs,
Jarosławem
because there will
Kaczyńskim.
be a meeting with Mr. Jarosław Kaczynski in this room later on. So now we need some more space,
Dziękuję bardzo.
and please bring those chairs closer together.
Szanowni Państwo, zmierzamy do kolejnego panelu. Bardzo proszę gości, panelistów do przyjścia tutaj do prezydium.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning the next panel. Please come back to your seats.
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo proszę o zajmowanie miejsc. Będziemy rozpoczynać nasz dzisiejszy panel
Come back to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now discuss the consequences of the Ukrainian war to Europe, to Central Europe. Our panelists are, well, first our moderator. The subject we're going to discuss is very, very important from the viewpoint of the consequences we're going to see and experience in the years to come. Poland, since the very beginning of the Ukrainian war, was very actively involved in supporting the Ukrainian nation politically, in the military area, and also humanitarian support. We have offered most comprehensive humanitarian aids for Ukraine, like the legalization of the presence and stay in Poland, access to the public benefits, and we very strongly work to anchor the Ukrainians in Western structures. So we supported Ukrainians' application to join the Union, the EU, and we're happy that Ukraine was given the status of a candidate country last June. Now we will discuss the short-term and long-term consequences of the war for Europe. A war that awfully shocked Europe and brought an economic shock. This conflict definitely translates into a decline in the national income, but it also has a negative effect on the functioning of financial markets. The war has definitely brought a crisis in industrial production. It broke chains of supply and access to food. Any estimation of the macro and local scale consequences of the war is impossible now, but the experience of views, discussions like this will help us to indicate the most severe consequences. The actual impact of that war will be seen in this part of Europe for a long time. Now, Mr. Moderator, please. Thank you very much. I would like to welcome you all at this 8th panel, which will focus on the consequences, long-term and short-term consequences of the war. It's important to reflect on this war in this way, that it's the longest war in the contemporary Europe. Today's panel, I welcome our foreign guests to this panel. I will start with Rosalia Biro, head of the Foreign Affairs Commission in Romania. Mr. Zoltán Nemet, head of the Foreign Affairs Committee in Hungary. Welcome Mr. Haki Abazi, head of the Foreign Affairs Committee in Kosovo. Then we will have online meetings with Alexander Mereshko, Foreign Affairs Committee of the Supreme Board, and a member of the Lithuanian Committee of Foreign Affairs, and Deputy Speaker of Polish Parliament, Mr. Ryszard Terlecki, welcome, sir, and my friend, colleague Teofil Bartoszewski, also, like me, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. Now, all this region of Europe, Central and Eastern Europe, closely watches the developments in Ukraine. We monitor the war, what happens there, what is the front line, how the other European countries, what kind of positions they take towards it, and the redefinition. Many things have had to be redefined. This war redefined the concept of security in Europe and world. It showed us who can Ukraine rely on and who Ukraine cannot rely on. These are very important findings resulting from this war. And now, as we are in the group of Ukrainian friends and our partners in Central Europe, we will discuss the future, and we will discuss the future developments in Ukraine and the impact on political and economic life of this region. At the very start, I'd like to ask our foreign guests from Romania to give us her reflections about what is happening in Ukraine towards the opening of Poland, Romania to economic cooperation, especially in the ports, seaports, and how the Romanian people are perceiving the future of this conflict. What are, in your opinion, the strategic proposals to strengthen this cooperation in the region? Thank you very much. I will speak Romanian. Well, it is an honor for me to be here with you. I'd like to give you my thanks on behalf of the Romanian Parliament, Deputy Speaker Mr. Terlecki and Mr. Kuchcinski, who heads the Committee of Foreign Affairs, for the great work done as part of this project, which is called the Europe of Carpathians. And this project adds a great added value to us here in the Eastern Europe. As regards the question you asked, well, I cannot fail to mention the fact that one of the biggest consequences of the war, for me as a woman, are families split and people who have to live apart. More than 3 million families cannot be together now, and that is a real trauma. It's difficult for husbands, for wives, for mothers, and the children who know that the lives of their husbands is in danger, and at the same time they have to keep smiling and tell their children that good days will come soon. So this is a difficult question, especially that we don't know how long this war will go on. We just try to estimate the losses, the damage. We can think of reconstruction afterwards, but things are quite quite hazy as now. As regards the consequences for Ukraine, it is, first of all, the gross national product, which dropped by more than 50%, and the deficit is 5 billion euro monthly.
We can also see the losses amounting to 100 billion euro, and we speak about in terms of infrastructure. If we speak about consequences for the neighbor countries, we must analyze possibilities for assistance, humanitarian aid. We must also mention medical services which must be provided, and we must also mention the whole infrastructure which must be created to receive refugees from Ukraine. If European Union is concerned, we must see the possibility of creating mechanisms in aid, also allocating financial assistance or financial aid to the possible extent. And we also need to think of how we should alleviate the consequences of war. But in reference to your question, we can not reflect on this question, not mentioning the two parties partnership and the needs are so huge that we need to think in terms of partnership, of cooperation between the countries of Eastern and Central Europe. And this is where the huge importance of this meeting consists in. The dialogue which is opened and consists the highest value at present which we attain from these events. So the open dialogue and the possibility to discuss issues, important issues. Until recently we thought that Europe was a continent of peace, and now we know that it is a continent of war. If direct consequences for small and medium-sized enterprises are concerned, they are not only, they are very clearly visible, because on one hand side we can see the increasing indebtedness. We have got increasing relationships with Ukraine, Moldova, Belarus, Russia, and this possibility is lowered to the minimum extent. And we also see the steps taken by the European Union in order to create necessary mechanisms. And if conclusions are concerned, I can only say, and here I put the document of European Union concerning Ukraine is a basic document, and based on this document we can carry out inventory taking or listing all the activities which may be carried on or undertaken in order to reduce the drastic consequences of war. On the other hand, we need to be aware of the necessity of working in partnership and developing and recognizing all the possibilities to assist Ukraine and Moldova at present times. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Rosalia Biro, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Chamber of Deputies, Romania, and we'd like to ask Zsolt Nemeth, my friend from Hungary, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the National Assembly in Hungary. Zsolt, what are the short and long-term consequences of Ukrainian war for foreign policy of Hungary? Does Hungary, and how, if so, intends to reduce their dependence on energy sources from Russia? Because Poland and Hungary have been tied with friendship relationship for many years, and we want to continue this friendship and maintain this friendship. Do you see any possibility for cooperation in energy sector to have even better ties between Poland and also Slovakia concerning Baltic Pipe and other energy issues? Zoltan, the floor is yours.
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, nagy tisztelettel köszöntöm Önöket.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend cordial welcome. Arkadiusz, thank you very much for your questions. First, it is known that consequences of war are of security, are a security issue, or security policy issue, and the security policy contains very important element. In the years to come, we must consider our defense possibilities in a more serious way. The most visible change is visible in the behavior of Germany. We would have never ever thought that in most recent decades that Germany will cross this thin red line, but they took a very important strategic decision. German military forces is being extended, and the Germans will take the role in defending European identity, and in defense. But if we look at defense decisions from June, 2% of GDP for defense purposes is not an absurd expectation even for Germans in today's situation. Some countries speak about 3%, especially I would like to emphasize the role of Poland, which is going to outlay 3% GDP. So Poland should constitute an example for all European countries. You know, the question for the years to come, are we really able to strengthen our defense capacity, both in industry and in cooperation, in order to strengthen the dimension of security policy? And the Baltic states are also within the same category. The other consequences of economic nature, which is more and more visible, the energy prices were released. We have got energy crisis, and these consequences have got very serious implications. And looking at sovereignty of the countries of Central Europe, not only Russian aggression threatens, jeopardizes our countries, but also it threatens our sovereignty. So, like in energy crisis is developing right now because there is a factor generating social unrest. So unhappiness of the public may have serious, severe impact on political behavior. And the subsequent element of economic crisis stems from the way of debt, indebtedness in Central Europe and all over Europe. And of utmost importance is whether we are to provide adequate answer to a response to these economic challenges. Arkadiusz, you asked about energy sovereignty and independence. Yes, we in recent years in Central Europe have started working on it in order to gain energy sovereignty. Hungary, in all the relations, has got interconnectors for gas connections with neighbor countries, and in the years to come, the interconnector between Poland and Slovakia will be commissioned for use very soon, and Hungary has commissioned interconnector with Slovakia, so we have got full connections in the area of gas. If we speak about the creating of Central European economic area, here the issue of communication is of huge importance, and I'm very pleased that both Poland and Central Europe countries are so much committed to implementing via Carpathia project and also the railways of fast speed. And here we have got very significant steps already realized. Besides Via Baltica, we have got the plan to connect the capitals of the Visegrad 4, the Visegrad group, and from Cluj to Bucharest, and in the near future. Budapest to Cluj, and so the Krynica or Karpaty Conference, Carpathians Conference, is also aimed at creating this economic area, economic space of the Central Europe. Contacts between huge enterprises are of significant importance, also between innovation centers and universities. But from the point of view of representing our economic interests, we have had significant successes with the Visegrad 4. We represented our interests jointly in Brussels. It will be of huge importance. Why? Because we experience the fact that in Brussels activities are being taken all the time which are aimed at deteriorating competitiveness of this part of Europe, and also the decisions are taken to limit, to constrain our financial capabilities. So both Poland and Hungary must struggle for getting to money which is due to them, for them, and the interests represented here in the Central Europe, well, the common joint economic interest is also not only of internal importance but also of external importance. And the third priority of my speech belongs to the fact that in the Balkan dimension or Eastern Europe dimension, we must take into account that the tensions will be increasing, and that's why the importance of European policy will be gained. And I'm glad that we have got a friend from Kosovo, and he will be mentioning the situation in Kosovo. And in this point, I only want to say that this war has significantly increased in Eastern Europe, has increased tensions in Eastern Europe and in the Balkans, and we should not underestimate the risks associated with that. So I'm very happy because both Ukraine and Moldova received the status of candidate country, and I wish Ukraine and Romania were also granted this candidacy position. We should avoid this double measuring of the countries. We should put greater emphasis on increasing security and safety of our region, of this space. Central European and Eastern European space. And war in Europe resulted in strong alliances and strong connections, and on the other hand, it's contributed to higher tensions. We have adopted 7 packages of sanctions, which would not have been possible if it was not for the huge ability to take common decisions. But tensions, on the other hand, let us see how activities vis-à-vis Poland and vis-à-vis Hungary are weakened because of this cooperation. And I'm very happy that in recent times there have been many of those who were not deceived by the efforts to put us at a quarrel. So I am grateful to Mr. Terlecki and others who did a lot to clarify the misunderstandings, and not to mention the meetings of our presidents. Madam President from Hungary and President of Poland said clearly that our Polish-Hungarian relationships must not be undermined by war. Of course, we should not put certain issues under the carpet, but we should avoid misunderstandings and deception and fake news, which put us at a quarrel. So I only briefly would like to mention that concerning war in Ukraine, the Russian war in Ukraine, our positions are much closer to each other than it apparently looks like. The goals are identical. We are in full compliance, in full agreement. We want Ukraine to regain its sovereignty, its territorial coherence and cohesion, and we want the East and Central European countries to retain their ability to act, to be able to manage the crisis, and we want the integration process, the European integration process, to be dynamically, to involve dynamically Ukraine, the Balkans, and other Eastern partners. And we want to have peace and to avoid victims in people and immaterial resources, because Ukraine is shedding blood this very moment, this very minute, seconds. We see dramatic images from Ukraine, from war in Ukraine. It's really awful. So that's why our goals are identical. Of course, the two measures are different, and there are discussions between ourselves on how to evaluate, how to assess sanctions and some other steps. But I believe that if we agree on the goals, then we may discuss the tools and instruments. I'm very happy that Prime Minister Morawiecki announced in recent days that Visegrad cooperation is to be revived, renewed, and we need to reconstruct the Polish-Hungarian cooperation. We are going to work for this respect as well. Yes, thank you. I believe that 1,000 years of Polish-Hungarian friendship survived many different obstacles. So, we will have Mr. Member of Parliament Aleksander Mereshko from Ukraine, but now we would like to listen to Mr. Haki Basi from Kosovo and Zoltan Haki Abasi, Chair of Parliamentary Foreign Affairs Committee. So we discussed, the Balkans already. So what is the perspective of Kosovo society vis-à-vis the situation in Ukraine? What are the far-reaching consequences of war in Ukraine for this young state, for this young country? We are really, we would like to know about your position.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the host here for such a great conference and needed in this very historical moment for Europe. So it's a great honor to be here, Mr. Terlecki and Kuczynski, for having me here. I guess it is very clear that certain goals of the very unexpected, unjust war has already been achieved. We're in the mode of responding and reacting, in the mode of fear as well, which Europe and all of us did not expect this at the beginning of this year, that war will be back in here. So for Kosovo specifically, the war means return of trauma and remembrance of the war in 1999 when we became refugees ourselves. More than 1 million Kosovars were expelled and thousands were killed and raped. So the same pictures we're seeing in Ukraine, we saw that in the Balkans in the 90s. So the very first impact is that, the trauma coming back and responding to it, that the European continent is back into the war mode. I guess the other consequences were mentioned here, not to go too long in terms of the hit of the economies and not being able to think progressively in the areas of climate change and the idea of progressive development, sustainable development, but rather about how all of us to get in line and support Ukrainian people, Ukrainian government to end this war, to win this war, so the Europe and the European values and the principles of peace can survive in our continent. So it makes no difference. Our parliament passed a resolution the very first week of aggression, opened the doors for Ukrainian refugees, Ukrainian journalists and civil society activists to come and work from Kosovo. We do spend all the time when we think in our foreign policy on how we can actually support Ukraine and European Union position. Now, I think if we have to think about positive consequences, the unification and solidarity that European Union countries have shown, it's extremely important. That's why I think the exception of the candidate status for Ukraine and Moldova, and hopefully very soon for Georgia as well, an expedited process of paying attention to the Western Balkans, as our head chair from Hungary was mentioning, is critically important, because in order to be able to understand and prepare for consequences of the war that Russia is waging in Europe, we also need to know where are the gaps and the limitations that we have in being able to stop and prevent the expansion of the idea of the war, not only physically but also mentally as well. And I think the idea of collapsing the economy, conditioning the energy sector, presenting a new energy architecture for Europe that is being imposed through this war, starting from South Ossetia and Abkhazia, and the attack on Crimea, the attack on Syria and the waging wars in Syria, where over 750,000 people were killed and millions are refugees around the world, are basically showing us the signals that we are facing a new era, a new era before and after Ukraine, which we need to be prepared all together to act and also have plans in order to close those gaps. One of the big gaps, unfortunately, is in the Western Balkans, that EU showed pretty much a slow process of integration. Therefore, you can see the proxies of Russia through fake news, but also through some political actors in the Balkans, mostly in Serbia, are trying to use this vacuum of the European Union in order to destabilize the Balkans again. And we cannot allow and tolerate. I'm not saying let's lose focus on Ukraine. Not at all. We need to save the lives of the people. It's absolutely unacceptable that the ordinary Ukrainians are being shot on their backs by Russian soldiers, as we saw the other day. But we also have to go higher in terms of the planning in preventing the expansion of the conflict. And the Balkans is one of the areas where we have to pay very much attention. Unfortunately, I have to say that by focusing on the war, we might not be able to have enough energy on what is the biggest battle of our generation, of politicians and the people, the climate change. And this is very, very unfortunate. And we also have to be paying attention so we don't lose sight of the energy transition, which would mean also energy independence from Russia, by increasing energy efficiency, by putting a diversification through renewables, but also coming up with innovative ideas both in private sector and residential areas in order to be less dependent on the energy and the gas from Russia. So I would stop here for the sake of the timing, and we can have a few further conversation. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Bardzo dziękujemy za ten bardzo ciekawy, interesujący
For
nas.
this very interesting speech of you, Mr. Chair. And now I would like to address my friend for Lithuania, Emanuelis Zingelis, chairman of the Lithuanian delegation for the Council of Europe, and also the longest-serving member of Lithuanian Parliament and great friend of Poland, Emanuelis. What is the perspective of Lithuania and the Baltic states for what is your point of view concerning the conflict in Ukraine, and how does Lithuania see the perspectives of putting an end to this war? How Lithuania and the Baltic states would like to develop cooperation with the countries of the region to create better economic and political relationships in mutual dialogue? The floor is yours. My apologies for my Eastern Polish accent. But I will be speaking Polish. It is better to speak. Yeah, dear Arek, dear friends, dear Arkadiusz, dear friends, thank you very much for whatever Poland has been doing in all the international organizations, and especially for that how Russia was expelled from the Council of Europe. It was really something. So this horizon, when the left-wing parties from Italy came to me and telling that every 36 countries voted for Russia being expelled from the Council of Europe, and both on the level of Council of Europe and on parliamentary level, it was done by hundreds of deputies and by the cabinet of the, and nothing like that has ever happened. And I have never seen anything like that in my life. When tens of politicians from Italy, from Spain, from Portugal came to us, left-wing politicians here. Yes, Russia has been preparing for Russia, and when you never mentioned that, when Boris Nemtsov was killed and when they passed the constitution, like Mussolini in Italy and in Russia 4 years ago, they followed Mussolini's example, you know, that in Russia 4 years ago, and they said that they didn't know that Russia was preparing for war. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. The Poles, the Lithuanians, the British, everybody was aware and kept telling that very loudly on every level. And we told that Russia was preparing for war. And Mr. Senator, for you, it will be of your interest. We were told that we were from radical right-wing party. Well, Jew whose mother was tortured in Sztutowo. I am Christian Democrat. I from radical right wing. No. It was really in Germany. Some communities, some circles in Germany, in Italy, in France. They said that it is a right-wing opinion, and when you speak that Russia is preparing for war. But we kept telling that in the year 2010, 2013, and in subsequent years. It was not just the right-wing who said that. It were the voices and opinions from countries of the Europe, of the Carpathians, from the Baltic states, and also the British were aware of that, very well aware of that. And the fact that Russia was destroying democracy in Russia, in Moscow, they were liquidated the Democrats, it meant perfectly well that Russia was preparing for war. And it was that, it was exactly that. And my dear colleague Mularczyk said to all those who came to us when Russia was expelled from membership in Council of Europe. They said, we don't need to be, well, those who were in favor of Russia, now you should not look backwards when this economic energy crisis will be given priority, and the war against Ukraine will be given second priority. No, we cannot let economic issues be given priority while the issue of releasing Ukraine from the Moscow bandits was given the second priority. No, economy is not the first. War against Ukraine should be given top priority. So we need to take care of the war. We need to put an end to this war. We cannot resign from this priority. And another issue associated with your question concerning the Baltic states, I don't know why in your documents it is not said that we are a part of Central Europe. And when you say that all the money from Polish economy go to construction roads, Warsaw, Krakow, Gdańsk, and to eastwards, the money, well, the plans, it's of secondary importance. The Suwałki direction, no. No, it is not good because we are not located eastwards. We are Nordic and Baltic states, and also Finland used to be the Baltic states, and we are north of Europe. The Nordic countries need to be together with us. Why? Because in history of the Republic of both nations, we and Radziwiłł family and the Constitution of the 3rd May, it was the space of freedom, and the free cities were spaces for freedom, and we are really thinking about the past, about our heritage of the Republic of both nations, of Commonwealth of both nations. And in Lithuania, we have got the 3rd of May, the national fest, together with Poland, and we celebrated it in Lublin together with the Polish friends. If we were together in the past, in the future, by creating the Europe of the Carpathians, the Baltic states must be together, must have a special position in this construction. And of course, if minor things are concerned, like visas for the Russians, well, and Lithuania, Estonia, and European Union have said that we must look at regime, the visa regime with other eyes, from other perspective, from the perspective of war. And people in Moscow must feel, must suffer from that. Magda was speaking in German, and all of us in Riga, we, before the Second World War, German was the second language in Riga. And my mother was not, could not speak her second mother tongue, German, after the Second World War, because Thomas Mann was not read. But we must put a stop to that. And we must put a stop to Dostoevsky. We must put the ban on Tchaikovsky, on Dostoevsky, because it's of secondary importance. They must feel, the Russians must feel, the Moscow must feel that they cannot sit peacefully in coffee shops if they did nothing, as if they did nothing to Ukraine. They committed a crime against Ukraine. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you for speaking Polish, especially for speaking Polish. And we have got online meeting with Aleksander Mereszko, chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of Lithuania. Alexander, welcome. Good morning, dear friends. I China Foreign Affairs Committee of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. Alexander Mereszko will also be speaking Ukraine. Thank you very much. When I see so many good friends, dear friends of mine, I wish I could participate in the conference in person because I am on my way. I'm traveling, but I would like to use this opportunity to greet our Polish friends and the friends from the Baltic states, and on behalf of myself and on behalf of the Ukrainian nation, I would like to express words of gratitude for everything you are doing for Ukraine right now. And it is very symbolic that in several cities, Polish cities, have been marked as cities rescuers, those who rescue Ukraine, and we are so grateful. It is real truth. We are so grateful for support, for military support, for humanitarian support, for everything you are doing for our people, for refugees from Ukraine who came to Poland, and a huge hope. We hope strongly for our mutual victory. Together we can win. And thanks to our friendship, the victory will be very soon in the nearest perspective. Thank you very much for everything. Alexander, I've got a question to you, and also taking into account your situation. You are traveling now. How do you perceive the developments of situation in Ukraine in the context of the conflict? We can see the counter-offensive of Ukrainian military forces, especially in the south, to regain not only Kherson, but maybe Crimea as well. How do you see Ukraine and the role of Polish companies, of Poland, of Polish companies? Well, I do hope that Poland will play the leading role, not only in helping Ukraine, in reconstruction of Ukraine, which is the most important, but it would be very fair and logical if Poland played a leading role in reconstruction of Ukraine. And Poland deserves that, very much so. And I believe that Poland is going to be very proactive in this issue, and I count significantly on support from Poland, because Poland knows Ukraine very well. Poland knows culture of Ukraine so well, and it would be really logical to be together with other countries who have been helping us so actively to defend our country, it would be logical for Poland to actively participate in the reconstruction of Ukraine. Well, what has happened in Ukraine and receiving of many refugees from Ukraine, especially women and children who found shelters under Polish roofs, it has improved and contributed to betterment of Polish-Ukrainian relationships and better integration in many areas of economic policy and also common actions in economy and in politics. And how do you see the perspective of more profound cooperation between Poland and Ukraine? Well, I am assured that we shouldn't miss the opportunity, and we should develop our mutual relations. And we are brotherly spirits and brotherly nations. That's why we have got very good historical foundation for our friendship, and there are many possibilities, many opportunities. I believe that we need to stay together. We need to cooperate. There are several countries which have helped us the most: Poland, the Baltic states, United Kingdom, the United States. And I am assured that we need to stick together, to stay together. It is the most important for me, because Poland has proven many a time that it is a real friend of Ukraine, and we need to work on that, and we need to do whatever is possible to make our cooperation more profound, to deepen our cooperation. Thank you, Alexander. I wish you a very safe journey, and we count on further meetings in Poland, in Warsaw, in Kiev, in Krakow, and development of our cooperation. We wish you a very safe journey. Thank you, and see you. Yes, now I would like to switch to Ryszard Terlecki, the chair of the Parliamentary Club, Deputy Marshal of the Sejm, Deputy Speaker of the Sejm, and I would like to ask you about your opinion concerning German politics, especially Chancellor Scholz, who, in his speech concerning the future of the European Union, emphasized that European Union requires redefinition, that especially the Germany should gain in weight concerning the voting strength in European Union, that we need to strive at single European foreign policy and taxation policy. How do you see these German politics, especially the German initiatives aimed at deepening integration and greater federalization of the European Union? What is your opinion and perspective thereof?
Question is not quite about Ukraine, but Germany for quite a long time was skeptical about military support and any sanctions against Russia, and we don't know now what will be the German policy in the future. Maybe they begin to understand a little bit more what the situation actually is, but in fact the situation now depends on two countries. First of all, on the heroic Ukraine, and also, we have to remember that the war depends on the supplies of arms, weapons, and other external support, like, first of all, from the United States, which wants to conserve its position in the world, and for that Ukraine must win. So all countries would gain on that, because the United States have influence on many countries, and these countries may but do not have to support Ukraine. And this is how the role and the significance of Central and Eastern Europe grows. And the second country on which the further fates of war depend is Russia. The question is whether Russia will choose to undertake further steps. Well, of course, the Russian leaders do not even think of being defeated in this war. And if this is so, on the other hand, the West, and especially the States, when they support Ukraine and make it so strong that Russia actually cannot finally win, there are two options: either to use weapons which were not reached for so far, or to expand the conflict, to drag some other countries into it and demonstrate to the Russian people that they are able to force steps back on the side of the other countries. Now, what will happen? Well, will NATO continue to have its hitherto integrity? Will solidarity rule among countries, and will they choose Russia choose to reach for some other new weapons? So we are now talking about what will happen after the war, but no one knows what will the end of this war be like. And all our considerations, analysis have to be temporary because they are up to date only today. There is a little bit more solidarity seen in Europe now. Germany, well, declares it will provide military support to Ukraine. But well, the question is still valid. What is next? What will happen next? One option is that the front will get stabilized, like the position war, to become similar to that which was waged in the Donbass, but maybe this time it will not be repeated, to demonstrate the weakness of the supposedly biggest and strongest army in the world. But on the other hand, other countries may be dragged into the war, especially in the context of the crisis, the potential public unrest amidst the crisis which is now troubling Europe. So all these problems, such problems, used to be the reasons of war in the past. So, and the political configuration of the globe may be totally changed. Our last speaker is Władysław Bartoszewski, member of the Climate and Energy Committee. And now, in this context, sir, would you tell us what are the possibilities of cooperation between Poland and Ukraine in the energy field? What are the prospects here? And give us some other comments, perhaps. This referring to what Mr. Terlecki said. I was 2 weeks ago in Ukraine. I talked to the Supreme Court board. I've been to Bucha, I've seen Makarev, Andriivka, places which were destroyed by the enemy. And after my talks with the Ukrainian officials, I'm sure there will be no truce, no ceasefire. No, the Ukrainian people do not even think of it. Places like Mykolaiv, it suffered things that I cannot even describe here publicly, because these are atrocities which cannot be published. Among the short-term consequences, well, one of them is the increase in the cooperation between the Carpathian countries of Europe and the Three Seas initiative. The same I saw in Riga when I went there to a meeting there. Yes, the energy crisis, yes, it will trouble us all for the coming year, but this crisis will also hit Russia because we will finally become independent of the Russian gas and Russian oil. They will sell these things to other countries, but they will not be able to use the gas pipelines. Now, as regards our collaboration with Ukraine, well, there are plans to connect the 700 kilowatt line running from Ukraine to Poland. It's there, but it was disconnected some time ago. But this can be done after the military activities are calmed down a little bit, because we have to be able to pay for that energy to them. They need that money, so this is a serious project. In the longer run, in the more long-term perspective, is that the Russian may be totally wrong, because countries like Finland, Baltic states, Poland, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Hungary, Romania, Moldova, these countries all can, with the help from the United States and the UK, they can change the structure of the whole security system in Europe. Because it cannot be that Germany is responsible for security in Europe, because Germany is responsible for two destructive wars and destructive energy policy. Madam Mosbaker said that it was one of the reasons why Ukraine was invaded by Russia, and that's how Russia was finally able to attack that country. And German Ost politics, Länder durch Handel, and things like that, a line of German cabinets did so. So we could not put European security into the hands of people who were so wrong in judging the actual situation, in political situation. But the result of the Ukrainian war in the long term may change the geopolitical situation, because today we are in a totally different situation. Our countries, including Lithuania, have been noticed in another way by the state, and it's not Mr. Biden who talks to Mr. Zelensky now. It's somebody else in the U.S. government. Ladies and gentlemen, once we are, our time is up now, I would like to give my great thanks to our guests for their contributions, for their reflections, the comments. This Hungarian perspective, and Romanian perspective, and Latvian perspective are very important for us. We expect further cooperation. This forum here in Karpat is the forum of cooperation. We all believe that Central and Eastern Europe does deserve its own policy that would bring peace and welfare to this part of Europe. Thank you once again, Mr. Terlecki. Great thanks to Mr. Hakiabazi, head of the Foreign Affairs Committee in Kosovo. Madam Rosalia Biro, Foreign Affairs Committee, Romania. Mr. Zsolt Nemet, Head of the Foreign Affairs Committee in Hungary, Hungarian Parliament. Mr. Teofil Bartoszewski, Deputy Chair of the Polish Foreign Affairs Committee in the Polish Parliament, and Emanuel Zengiris, a long-time head of the Lithuanian Foreign Affairs Committee. Thank you very, very much.
Zaletą pioruna to jest tak zwana reprogramowalność. Grom tego nie miał, czyli zadanie przed startem, z jakim celem będzie miał do czynienia, bo z każdym trochę inaczej trzeba walczyć. Reprogramowalność ułatwia podejście rakiety do celu i tym samym skuteczniejsze zwalczenie. Największą zaletą pioruna jest jego manewrowość i bardzo duża moc rażenia i przez to, że ma czujnik zbliżeniowy, bardzo łatwo może podchodzić cel, którego na pewno zniszczy. Czyli może mniej dokładnie podchodzić do celu, a i tak go będzie zwalczał. Bo grom musiał bezpośrednio trafić w cel, a ten może go udawać, że omija i też go zniszczy. To jest największa zaleta.
Największymi zaletami pioruna są jego parametry techniczne i osiągi. Zwiększono w stosunku do rakiety Grom jego zasięg i pułap osiągania celów.
Zasięg przekracza Groma o kilometr. Mówię o skutecznym rażeniu celu, nie locie takim bezpośrednim, tylko skutecznym rażeniu. A to dzięki temu, że wcześniej może z większej odległości wykryć cel i z nim walczyć.
Rakieta jest odporna na zakłócenia. Wielokrotne badania i próby to potwierdzały.
W porównaniu z innymi rakietami tej klasy, systemami tej klasy, on przenosi największą moc rażenia w części bojowej. Największą. I dysponuje nieco większą manewrowością niż inne porównywalne zagraniczne rakiety. A to wszystko oznacza, że jest lepiej przygotowany do skutecznego zwalczania rozmaitych celów.
Trzecia Podkarpacka Brygada Obrony Terytorialnej jest jedną z pierwszych 3 brygad etapu pierwszego tworzenia Wojsk Obrony Terytorialnej. Z tego też tytułu jesteśmy najbardziej zaawansowani w procesie szkolenia. Bataliony 3 Podkarpackiej Brygady Obrony Terytorialnej rozlokowane są praktycznie we wszystkich większych miejscowościach Podkarpacia. Dzięki temu jesteśmy w stanie wspierać nasze lokalne społeczności, ale również szkolimy się w stałych rejonach odpowiedzialności batalionu. Działania III Podkarpackiej Brygady Obrony Terytorialnej ukierunkowane są w tej chwili przede wszystkim na zwalczanie skutków pandemii. Nasz tygodniowy wysiłek to ponad 1500 żołnierzy zaangażowanych w działania w szpitalach, placówkach medycznych. Ramię w ramię z policjantami weryfikuje przestrzeganie kwarantanny. Oddajemy krew. Jesteśmy w Regionalnym Centrum Krwiodawstwa i Krwiolecznictwa i jego terenowych oddziałach. Pomagamy w administracyjnych sprawach, w stacjach sanitarno-epidemiologicznych, ale również pamiętamy o kombatantach i seniorach. Dowozimy ich do punktów szczepień, dostarczamy im obiady, lekarstwa, czy dowozimy do placówek medycznych. III Podkarpacka Brygada Obrony Terytorialnej jest zawsze tam, gdzie potrzeba. Wspieramy nasze lokalne społeczności. Dbamy o naszą małą podkarpacką ojczyznę.
Cześć, dokąd tu ptasz? Dla nas życie to podróż składająca się z małych kroków. Świat zmienia się szybciej niż nam się wydaje, ciągle zaskakując. My robimy energię na okrągło. Wrzucamy wyższy bieg i przyspieszamy zielony zwrot. A ty, co robisz dla Ziemi?
Głównym tematem tegorocznego Uniwersytetu Letniego jest przyszłość Europy. Będziecie dyskutować o Europie waszych oczekiwań, marzeń i ambicji.
TVP World 15th, Mark 90s.
If you take German,
Today, between and top of
There is much that we share. We're honored to be with you.
Bardziej w lewo, tak, z góry, tak, dobra. Proszę o ciszę, cisza proszę.
Radio z lufcikiem, ale popieram, wynalazek w dechę.
Starsi panowie, starsi panowie, starsi panowie. Starsi panowie, starsi panowie, starsi panowie dwaj. Już szron na głowie, już nie to zdrowia w sercu ciągle ma.
Mnie się w twoim wieku nawet nie śniła.
Szanowni Państwo, zaraz zaczynamy spotkanie, tylko prosiłbym, nie zaczniemy spotkania, jak tutaj będą kamery. Proszę bardzo, wszystkie kamery muszą być usunięte z pierwszego rzędu. Proszę Państwa, nie będzie spotkania, jak tutaj będą kamery. Proszę służby porządkowe tutaj o pomoc, kamery mają być przesunięte. Chyba że Państwo nie chcecie dopuścić, żeby było spotkanie. Za 5 minut zaczynamy, ale kamery muszą być odsunięte. Państwo siedzą i chcą widzieć mówców, a Państwo możecie z kamerami iść na sam koniec. Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo za grzeczność. Proszę Państwa. I prosiłbym dlatego, że prosiłbym o podjęcie tych decyzji, dlatego że, proszę Państwa, czas już zacząć spotkanie, zaraz będziemy rozpoczynać. Szanowni Państwo, spotkanie obecne świadomie zaprosiliśmy pana prezesa Jarosława Kaczyńskiego na konferencję Europa Karpat, żebyśmy porozmawiali w kontekście Europy Środkowej, ale z myślą o przestrzeni całej europejskiej, w której Polska znajduje się, w której Polska prowadzi najważniejsze interesy, w której widać naszym zdaniem najlepiej tą rzeczywistość. Zaprosiliśmy na to spotkanie pana premiera prezesa Jarosława Kaczyńskiego, ale jednocześnie poprosiliśmy kilku wybitnych intelektualistów, żeby
eminent intellectuals to participate in the talk with him. Professor Zdzisław Krasnodębski, member of the European Parliament and philosopher, researcher, will be moderator for this meeting. Professor Ryszard Legutko, philosopher, member of the European Parliament, a thinker who since the 70s and the 80s we have been talking to him during the years of profound opposition. We talked to him of whether one can be a conservatist in the People's Republic of Poland. There were problems with answering these questions, problems for us, because the opinion of professor was pretty clear, but we are not going to discuss it here. And Bronisław Wilczstein, a publicist, writer, journalist, and the Chevalier of the Order of the White Eagle. And are you at your disposal? We are going to discuss the things which are the most important for Poland, including its strategy, and all in the context of the situation which several months ago our great friend, Professor Waldemar Paruch, passed away, and he has been co-founder and of this conference, and also prepared, outlined the foreign policy of law and justice, and also wrote the book of foreign policy of law and justice. We would like to welcome Professor Jarosław Kaczyński, accompanied by Zdzisław Krasnodębski, moderator for this panel, and the floor is his. Professor, the floor is yours.
No bardzo się cieszę, że
I'm very pleased that our panel is so popular. Mr. Marshall has already explained that it is all about this book, to which the title of our panel refers to realism and values in politics. And I would like to recommend this book to all of you, but not discussing the content of this book and the problem set forth in it. We would like to discuss on realism and values in politics. Mr. Marshall has already introduced one eminent panelist. I would like to start with Professor, and then for my first question, and then President, Leader of Law and Justice, and then Editor Wilstein. And in this book there is a general thesis that the position of law and justice and the political philosophy of law and justice is realism on one hand side, and also everybody who studies international relations do know that realism, in spite of liberalism or postmodernism, adopts the thesis that international relations are based on rivalry of countries operating in accordance with their interests. Kenneth Wolff, the realist in political sciences, presented this theory. And realism on one hand side, what is characteristic for political philosophy in international relations, and on the other hand, very strong reference to values. The values stemming from Polish history. Professor Paruch writes in his book that the characteristic feature of the political philosophy of law and justice is difficult balancing between realism and values and axiology in international relations. And he recalls the famous phrase by President Lech Kaczyński, who said, "Politics is an art of giving testimony, but also the art of gaining realistic goals, real goals." And so my question is very general. I will start with Professor Legutko. You probably know his books on Socrates, on liberalism, wonderful books and having impact in the worldwide. But how is it in politics? The realists say that politics is power and strength. But what is the position, what is the place of the values in politics, especially in the interstate, inter-country relationships? What's the relationship between the values and the power or political strengths? Professor? And then couple of minutes of speech, and then I hope that we will have discussion between you. Thank you very much. I would like to address to the audience a cordial welcome. I agree with what the late Professor Paruch said. I would sharpen his point a little bit, because realism in politics is not only and solely the issue of strength, but also of strength, but it's also understanding of political mechanisms. There is something called political logic, which has been described in many theoretical works, starting with the ancient thinkers, ancient philosophers. Politics is not an a la carte activity, so I have wonderful ideas, I try to get important position when I can exert impact. No, it's not like that, that easy. And then I realize whatever I consider important and good. Well, of course, there are politicians like that nowadays, and there are many of politicians like that in the contemporary world. But the politicians who have created the sphere of ideas, the idealistic or quasi-idealistic sphere, great, wonderful ideas, and they try to implement these ideas. They implement them using measures which are not good for a leader, you know, so dignified measures. And so the sphere of values and political idealism is very strong, but it seems to me that it is a false and erroneous attitude, but it exists. But on the other hand, in this contemporary world, the modern world, we have got many political quarrels and a lack of concordance, in spite of the fact that there are no wars, especially in the space of Western countries. What in case of Law and Justice, it is interesting that Law and Justice, this political party, has a profound understanding of this political logic and also setting the goals, which are not only feasible, but also render it possible to continue with further politics. The goals which are stemming from idealism, but the goals are tightly connected with strengthening of the state. And I would like to remind you that Law and Justice and its previous variants, that's the first party which put emphasis on strength and agility of the state, because prior to 1989, many politicians and opinion-making circles started with this other side, like civic society, tolerance. But if there is no strong state, we do not have entity which can implement these ambitious goals. If there is no entity, the state in its internal both and external conditions will be just object, not subject of politics. So that's a positive change which occurred thanks to this political party and these political circles. I think we underestimate introducing of this new perspective, but introducing of this new perspective was of significant importance, but the false idealism which exists as of today, the false values constitute a kind of a threat in today's world, but we may have a possibility to speak about that. Well, in modern times, well, about the modern times and the values of European Union, we may be speaking about that, but I would like to ask the same question. I would like to address this Prime Minister Jarosław Kaczyński, who is considered to be a very effective politician, and it is a kind of a tribute paid to his efficiency and effectiveness, and also this attendance on this panel is a tribute paid to his efficiency. And I would like to ask the President about the leader of the party about his idealism in politics, because Professor Legutko emphasized the element of strength, but everybody whom we know, everybody who knows Professor, we know that you are idealistic too. How is it with ideas? Well, thank you very much for the nice words, especially concerning efficiency and effectiveness, and effectiveness which of someone whose name also starts with K, but you know, and it also raised this interest. If this basic fundamental question is concerned, Professor set this problem through referring to some special phenomenon of special forms, in my opinion, of apparent or false idealism. False idealism not meaning that everybody who is idealistic does not try to implement the directives stemming from idealism. They do not believe in the values they proclaim, but because it has been made instrumental in different ways by different forces, both operating openly and on the sly, both in the West and in the West, and behind the curtains. You know, that's a subject for discussion for not 1 hour, but for long, long discussion, because it is a very, very complex issue. I'm not hiding the fact that I'm very far from such idealism, and I'm very much for realists in this context. But being in favor of political realism does not mean, by no means, rejecting the values, because political realism refers to the goals, refers to the methods, but there is the axiological factor contained in all this. The goals are defined based on the values. One cannot define political goals of a state or of a political party who wants to rule or rules in absolute detachment from the values, unless we are dealing with anti-values. But anti-values are also, in a sense, a perversive sense, are values. But nobody is formulating that directly. So let us stick to the values, and if a question, very specific question, is to be asked, the question has been asked and concerning the book by Professor Baruch. And this book, these values, stem from our tradition and are based on Christian foundations, and everybody is aware of that here in this room, but at the same time, this is a tradition of freedom, and it's worthwhile asking a question, especially in the context of expansion of liberalism, which is connected with this idealism, whether it is an individualistic and freedom tradition, or is there also tradition which is of broader coverage, of broader range, not only referring to the freedom of an individual, but also meaning the freedom of the community, the national community in this case, because if we speak about communities, one could say a lot about that. But I am profoundly convinced that the Polish tradition is of republican nature, and one of the greatest mistakes committed by everybody else, including ourselves, at the beginning of the new era, new times, it was rejecting the possibility of transforming something very real, very near, close to us, the solidarity tradition, very fresh, very live, to transform it in the very mature Republican idea, the old Polish Republican idea. Here I mean Porozumienie Centrum, because Law and Justice Party is continuation of Porozumienie Centrum, and we have attempted to transform this tradition into the thinking of Christian democratic nature, and so it's failed. We failed in that, and that chance, well, undertaken by Józef Tischner, the philosopher, Christian philosopher, and not directly in directly political sense. That chance got lost. So can we get back to it? Well, that's another issue. But if the values are concerned, the values concerning the community, we could see this community. They perceived the community as a Republican community, praising the value of an individual and of community, and the relation between the individual and the community, and the necessity to continue with this community and to provide strong place for it. And there is a notion of realism, because what does it mean, adequately strong position for Poland? For Poland of 1989 and subsequent years, it meant first and foremost providing sovereignty for ourselves, rejecting all the remnants of communism. It took some time, and it is not very well covered by books, by speakers. But after 1989, we had a brief period of hindrance when I entered in 1990, when I entered the office of Prime Minister, and when I received governmental reports. And in this collection, there were telephones to the people from the Soviet embassy. This is how it used to look like in those days. The Russian embassy, then the Soviet Union's embassy, was included in the system of confidential classified talks between or not strictly, but confidential talks between members of governments and people holding important positions. And also the telephone was held by a TASS agency, and it was liquidated very promptly. But this incident shows how the situation looked like, and it changed in the autumn of 1989 during the festivities associated with the October Revolution. There was the real ball at the senators, and in the amphitheater of big rooms, all the important people of the then period. And a year after, the embassy during this holiday was almost empty. So just a year after, this Russian embassy was almost empty. So, and briefly speaking, the situation changed, and it changed. That was the first goal. The second goal, much more difficult to attain, was to defend ourselves against new attempts to create dependencies. And only today we are in the phase of getting rid of these dependencies, although the first dependencies in many cases lasted for longer. So for us, sovereignty and community were the values for us. And how did we struggle for that? What is realistic in this struggle? One needs to differentiate between three issues. First matter being the security and safety, both military but also economic and energy security. This securities, our political party tried to take care of that using different ways and measures. And when we were in opposition, we could hardly exert an impact on that concerning Yamal pipeline and other things, and then gas supplies. Well, there were forces to recreate the old dependencies, and the military forces. They were not a subject of especially intense activities of all subsequent governments, and our military forces for a long time were very weak, very poor. It was assumed that we didn't need any army, that we need just a small army to intervene in special cases. And Fukuyama praised the end of history, and that our civilization will need to intervene in some far areas, geographical areas, but our area did not require an intervention. But anyway, the end of history was proclaimed by Fukuyama. And then the status of the country, which is something stable and something which defines the state, starting with the dependent state whose independence is challenged, up to superpower. We may think about how many statutes there are, and it cannot be so clearly separated, but the statutes is something which defines the situation of a state in a pretty constant way. So all the efforts to strengthen this status in long-term perspective were reduced to joining the NATO and increasing security via entering European Union, to have it in the Nice Treaty, and because we were able to get pretty strong position within European Union, at least formally. In the voting, the 27 votes were, it looked okay, we would support that. And there is a third issue, the issue of position, the issue of position and hierarchy. Even the superpowers sometimes have got better position, sometimes they have got poorer position. After Afghanistan, the United States position was really awful, was fatal, and it is one of the reasons of today's war in Ukraine. And today's position of the United States is much better, much stronger. And it also pertains to the Soviet Union. It also pertains to Russia, whose position, because of failures in this war, is decreasing. The position in hierarchy of nations, of countries. We need to strive for that as well. If we were to analyze the politics of my late brother, he really took good care of status and of position of Poland. So finding leverage for this position, using different activities which were frequently misunderstood, and he was accused of setting goals which it was unrealistic to set forth. So thinking like we will be uniting institutionally the central and eastern and central part of Europe, and in reference to the tradition of the First Republic of Poland, where it was really unrealistic, and my brother was very well aware of that. But strengthening of our position in relations with these countries, did strengthen our position, undoubtedly. So it was an example of realistic politics. And if the other values are concerned, very important values, more fundamental values to which we are making reference. Here it is, to some extent, especially with today's aggression, cultural aggression from the side of some of the European Union countries, and also from the side of the United States in the interstate relationships, but there are also relationships between civilizations, which is much more difficult to grasp. But we in our politics have set forth and have worded the following idea very clearly. And my late brother, once worded that in Gniezno, using just a few words. So the Christian civilization on one hand side, or post-Christian we may say today, but at least with its Christian roots, it's a civilization which is most mild for the human beings, most good for human beings, and for human beings. It is a premise of our politics in the sphere of values. Is it realistic? It is an expression of difficult realism, but if we don't want everything which in the world happened, which was good in recent centuries, we may start discussing, for example, the role of enlightenment and the role of different type of transformations of philosophy, starting with Descartes, René Descartes, and the role of all these transformations is indisputable or questionable, but the foundation, respect for the others, respect for the individual, rejecting crime as a method of acceptable method of carrying on politics, it is of huge importance here. And how important it is, this war, current war, shows us. The war which before its outbreak was really had been planned, very well planned, not initiated, but planned based on on clear statement that crime will be committed. There will be extermination of the Ukrainian elites. And what the Americans just before this war have shown us in referring to the Russian documents, because it's a confirmation both in documents and in practice of most recent 6 months, more than 6 months already. But briefly speaking, this is how we may present it. But the topic is so giant, so huge that we could spend many days. We should spend many days to discuss it to the full extent. But my apologies for speaking very generally. But this is that much I can. We have got pretty much time. Well, you said something.
You have said that when we discuss efficiency and values, there is no contradiction here, because efficiency in reaching goals, and goals usually follow out of the values, things that we believe are valuable. And then you mentioned two things. To elaborate a little more on what Professor Legutko said, what was typical of your political work and activities after 1989 and before, it was one thing: building a state, making this state independent and sovereign, which is turns out to be a pretty abstract notion, as we can see from the Ukraine war. And the second thing is civilizational values and protection of that civilization. And now my question addressed to Mr. Wilstein, who has written a philosophical and literary essay, Rebellion and Affirmation, and in which he describes the changes our civilization has undergone over time. And now the question is, are the goals realistic? Are the objectives realistic? I think there are many people also in Poland who would say that strengthening a state is unrealistic or perhaps unnecessary. But it is even more difficult when it comes to civilization. What does it mean that when we say that we want to protect this civilization, as Mr. Kaczyński said, we may be critical about it, especially when we are aware of the other options, alternatives. This is an empirical fact that this is a civilization that cherishes and protects the individual, freedom and dignity, whatever its definition may be. As regards, because there was kind of an opposition that we should protect the civilization, although we are critical about it, Western civilization, to be precise. But this Western civilization must be protected against itself, against what has happened. Because this is no longer the civilization which was the most friendly to human being. It turns out it was universal, and now certain barriers were crossed, and it's become available to different places in the world. But what happened to this civilization now, we can call it the anti-civilization, which it declares. Advocates of this new civilization say that openly. Let me just mention one example. When the European Constitution was being drafted. It was called European Treaty, etc. But they added a preamble to it which did not mention Christianity at all, the first version of it. The first version referred to the antique times, the Enlightenment, and the French Revolution, nothing more. And only after protests, and which demanded at least mentioning the role of Christianity in this civilization, this cannot be denied, there was a strong resistance against these demands, because those who are now building this model of civilization, they impose this ideology on us. They are enemies of Christianity. So whenever we discuss, whenever we have a choice between Russia and Western civilization, well, Western civilization is the one which is now brutally attacked in a military way by Russia, and at the same time it's the civilization which is also denied by many centers in the West, which want to square accounts with it, which call it the patriarchic civilization, which should be just rejected. Those who are less radical, they say, okay, it was quite good. It allowed us to reach this position at levels that we enjoy now in to build a Europe as it is now, with its European values, but that is in fact a civilization that should be rejected now. But when we talk about realism, we should perhaps go back to this concept of realism. Current politics can be described as a denial of realism, because it's Western policy, European, but not only European policy. It claims that we should go beyond this civilization and identities like nation, and at the same time the nation states, and we should free ourselves of it. In this way, we are seeing the emergence of new beings, like something that should free the humans from any limitations, from religious limitations, as well as sexual behavior. So it seems that we cannot judge the state of affairs in a realistic way. So let's have a look at the European Union. The European communities were built to curb the power of Germany and other powerful states, and to cross the barriers that divide us, and to slowly, steadily get integrated until one day in future we would build a strong European identity. But so far, it's quite loose, this integrity. We are not. There is a nation. There is something like a nation. It exists. We know what it is. It's the common fates. It's the certain cultural forms. Of course, we can go beyond these definitions, but once we were expected to curb these European powers, what we see now, what we can see beyond this facade of European Union, still the most powerful ones are ruling. It's something like a neo-imperial body or structure, and others have to obey what they say. They say, you are the province to obey our instructions, our orders, and here is the two powers Germany and France are in charge, Germany much more than France. So what was designed as to curb these powers, as a result, until now, did not stand the test. All it did was unrealistic. The role of contemporary nations and states was denied and contested. So after the facade of nice slogans, there is a hard, brutal struggle where the most powerful and stronger win, especially that it's not transparent. We cannot see it. As a matter of fact, the German interests are identical with the European interests, not with the Polish interests, of course. And we can say that I can give you two examples of totally unrealistic approach and unrealistic perception of the world. Euro, the currency, is the first example. It was proposed in early 90s, perhaps even earlier than that, but the main driving force that pushed for it was France. And euro was introduced by Jacques Delors, and President Mitterrand made it a precondition of France's approval of German integration and unification. Why did the French do it? Because they wanted to weaken the German Deutschmark. But that was unrealistic. They just imagined they would achieve it. They were wrong to think that using political measures they can influence the economy. And the euro turns out now to be just a tool of power in Europe. The Germans did not want it. They did not know the future, but they didn't want it. But they just followed the pressure from France, the French pressure. And the Lisbon Treaty is the second example. They also believed that the treaty will mitigate national and nationalistic trends. And what turns out, these European forms are just used as tools by the strongest countries, meaning Germany first of all. So the lack of realism just makes reaching our goals impossible, and the results are totally different than expected. Well, my time is up. I think we will have a round of questions later on. But how is it between the values and people in power? Once we have so prominent panelists here, and the commissioner from the very center of authority in Europe. I will not mention everybody here, the Deputy Prime Minister, etc. I just want to mention one person. We have our ally in maintaining Western civilization, former Prime Minister of Slovenia, Mr. Janša. We are happy that you could join us. And your spouse, of course. No? No. It's Madam President. Sorry, I was wrong. I made a mistake. Didn't recognize you.
Bardzo przepraszam, że Państwa połączyłem.
Sorry, I thought you were together here, but let's consider it a small mishap. So coming back to the question we try to answer. How are values in the European politics. Mr. Wildstein gave us a picture of, well, values often declared, but being in fact a mask screening the real interests behind them. We not always, he said, recognize the fact of the lack of realism, and which actually kills realism. We all are aware, or here in this room, we all are aware that making reference to values, especially in the European treaties, well, it's just like a kind of a prayer, but yes, the freedom, dignity, equality, law-abiding states, and respect for human rights, etc., non-discrimination, and all that. So how are values doing in this realization now? Professor Legutko, how is it? Maybe we are looking at cultural processes which go on in the West as something that as stepping away from the values, a kind of a nihilism, or maybe these values are taken seriously by them. You know, very strong humanitarian slogans and ideas. The extreme leftists say that nobody is illegal, so we should cancel all borders. You have to identify yourself with every victim of anything. Do you think these values are taken seriously or only used as the instrument by those in power? My dear colleague, Bronisław Wildstein, discovered many things to us, but one of them was especially fits here in this discussion. The contemporary world, Poland included, and the Union, have given a bit different meaning to certain concepts, different than those we know from dictionaries. That's why I have developed a strong aversion to European values, because these values today are totally different than you might think by looking it up in a dictionary. Let's just mention democracy. The European Parliament, the most democratic parliament in Europe, as it claims, in the world, it says that opposition in that parliament is surrounded by a sanitary zone, and who does not belong to the right group will never get an opportunity to take part in decision making. A friend of mine, lady who comes from a Flemish party, born in Africa, in Burkina Faso, she said to me one day, "Do you know that the way they are treating opposition in this parliament is just like in Zimbabwe and Burkina Faso?" So values, European values, in this organization are no different than in Burkina Faso. I've never been there, but she knew she was born there. So every single concept you have mentioned, I could explain and provide you with this present definition of them, like law-abidingness. It's the permanently dodging the treaties, and the world which has given birth to political correctness just and this political correctness becomes more and more institutionalized, and they claim in this way they protect freedom. Again, it's like in the French Revolution. Frequent use of the guillotine brought the French people closer to fraternity, didn't it? So we are now living in a world which is just living in a lie, in a false language. And it's very difficult to overcome that, because this false language filled the mass media, universities, mass culture, and the reality is more and more monolithic today. In the European Parliament, 4/5 of the deputies have exactly the same opinions, and all they do is to just rule out the others who have different opinions. And I say that as soon as they do it, they will call it a full 100% pluralism, because everybody will say we have pluralism and nobody will deny it. So these are mammoth processes. They are not properly described. And what Mr. Wilstein said, of course I agree with what he said, but the politics, European politics today, is focused on something that is politically infeasible, and therefore it has to reach for repression, for reprisal, when they try to build a new world and a new man. Now, let's come to the Polish field. Some people in Poland and politicians believe that our membership of the Union should be added to the Polish constitution, and they also wanted the unanimity rule to be abrogated, which, after all, it's not respected anyway. So just look, what does that mean, this way of thinking? It means that we are depriving ourselves of any room for maneuver, and we give up our control over the processes ongoing into the hands of somebody else. So and at the same time, we block any movement on our side. Is it realism or is it a cynicism? Well, yes, there are certainly people who think that way. We know this way of thinking. We know it is highly destructive for the human mind, and it's harmful. It's detrimental to the society, to the social life. And on the other hand, many people are aware that they want to disqualify the opponents and to subdue all the people to the total control, which the leftist movement is after it. The communists wanted the same. They wanted the world to be unified, of course. They failed, but they did not die out, all of them. The communists are having a very good time in the European Union. They are considered excellent Europeans. Right. So I have a question of Mr. Chairman. When you read Mr. Parok's book, it shows us one thing, in fact. It's a historical book. There are very interesting passages there about the politics of the right Law and Justice Party against Russia. Those who criticized this party for Russophobia. Those who looked at Russia from the perspective of the 19th century. But he also wrote that this party had good relations with the United States, that its position on the European perspective. So what you have said, sir, building a state, a strong one, a state that is freed from dependencies, this realism demanded a positive attitude to European integration too. And I think that Mr. President had also thought the same way, because he was in the and you, Mr. President, was in the opposition in Slovenia too. So now, Mr. Chairman, if you two, both of you, were right at the same time, well, my picture of the Union is much more optimistic than Mr. Legutko's, but we come across certain difficulties which were not realized in the 90s and early 2000s. So you even said that the positions of the powers have changed. So how, in this axiologically changing context, can these goals be implemented? You know, you've devoted all your life, political life, to doing it. But thank you very much. Well, first part of my life I devoted to to bringing about the fall of communism, but that's a different question. And to build a free Poland. Yes, of course. First of all, I want to say that these dangers, these threats and facts that Mr. Wilstein described were mentioned in my contribution, because those idealistic values and idealistic way of thinking was being instrumentalized. And I believe that this instrumentalization is stronger than the belief of the new generation's beliefs and trust in the ideal world. And this is the crux of the whole thing. This crux, this essence, is exposed in a very obvious way now. If Chancellor Scholz openly says that this is going to be a super state led and governed by Germany, so it's more than clear. Now, as regards the cultural issues, as the professor mentioned, and our relation to the Union at the time when we were joining it, that was the time of the PC party in that time. Of course, we did realize the cultural issues and problems too. It was even much debated within our party. The debate was actually solved by the Congress of the party. 2/3 were in favor of joining the Union, and 1/3 with former Sejm Speaker Marek Jurek were against it. And Mr. Jurek very precisely and clearly proclaimed the thesis that, look, we will face a cultural, a foreign culture actually, foreign to the Polish culture. And many people did not say he was wrong, but they said that, look, Poland which got its shape during the 90s, was a state for which everything was impossible. Any larger project was impossible and failed. The agent which was supposed to build the motorways in Poland under the Słocka government, it failed. It worked for many years, but they only managed to sell 100 kilometers of the previously finished motorway to Mr. Kulczyk, and that's all they did. But I could quote many more examples like that. So we accepted that joining the union will provide some funding, and will open the European market to us, because before it was customs war, and then it was the problem much discussed by the government. And for one thing, we had this in the Commonwealth of Independent States, like Russia, and the European Union. It was not very convenient to Poland. It limited this situation, limited our opportunities on the European market. So finding the balance between these two situations, we concluded that we had to join the EU eventually. And at that time, it was realistic thinking, because we chose the values in which realism was very important, because hardly anyone among us could deny the existence of that clash with the foreign culture. When I first visited the West in Vienna, I saw many things there. I was suddenly convinced that I was visiting a different cultural world. 30 years ago it was. So sometimes you have to choose between something that is really our value, our true value, and something that is a kind of a threat to these values. By the way, we had some ways to defend ourselves, because you remember we did not sign any agreement on adopting all that set of cultural values present in Europe at that time and promoted by Europe. We adopted, before that, we adopted a parliamentary resolution which proclaimed our cultural diversity. Well, of course, our political elites forgot that very soon. But we believe that any interference in this sphere as a trespassing, as breaking the law, as implementation of the rule, which is that the stronger one wins. But what followed afterwards? I want to quote John Paul II, a new totalitarianism. When the Pope said that, not many people in Poland understood it properly, but now we do. So, briefly speaking, there was a clear choice between different values, and if we stopped thinking realistically, we would not join it, and we would never join it afterwards. So we did not subscribe for all the European values, but we had to join the Union. When I look at the Commissioner here, because I consider him as a representative of the Polish rural communities, and that I know what the situation was out there in the country, unemployment among in the villages and small towns. So the European Union did help us to cope with these problems, but situation keeps changing, and now we can say clearly that the European Union follows the rule: the stronger wins, and once the Germany is stronger, then the old German concept of something that we can call neo-imperialism, it dominates now. And there was a book about Middle Europa, which described the relations, the planned relations between Germany and Poland. It was written before the declaration of two emperors in 1916, which said that, I want to explain it to our neighbors. It was the Austro-Hungarian and German emperors. But they did expect independent Poland, but it was to be completely subdued to German domination, and watched that it does not grow over the power of Germany. And that is what they are trying to achieve today. And our duty, and the duty of every Polish politician, is to counteract it and to stand up against such attempts. But the change which took place in Poland and in other post-communist countries led to a situation where this paradise for former communists is still available to them. I hate saying that, but squaring accounts and perhaps some punishment. Well, there were a few trials, but our program was not completely implemented. We had a plan to build a new state. Now there is even a monthly called New State. And that was our idea. Adam Lipiński is not with us. He is a member of the National Bank Board, but he was the first to formulate this idea in this way: the new state apparatus. This interest in the state was because we understood that we need to have a new state which would sever its ties with the former state, with the past, but this did not actually happen. Not quite. We do not want to build and create any new man and a new culture. We want to develop the old one. And we want this state to be adjusted to all the values and ideas that are quite obvious to us and which we believe are necessary for Poland to continue functioning in the political life and in the sphere of values. And we should recall one more thing here. We have now recall the first element of that state. It's security, and there's a war next door, and Poland is very close to the front line. So we must realize that this situation will continue for some time, and we are now at a moment, let's use some analogies, historical analogies. It may be a time of a great change, maybe not necessarily, but it may also be a time of great change. And all who are pitying and fearing the anti-cultural trends they have to continue their efforts. But let me go back for a moment to the question of realism. Who is our ally now? Ukraine, yes, but who else? It is a state, a European state, which was, I believe, which was the source of all this, all that has turned into the situation we discussed. With all respect for the philosophical attainments, mass culture made this big change in social thinking. And Britain is the source of that. And Britain now is the place where the new cultural trends are most advanced in Europe. And they are our allies, the Brits. So we cannot tell them now, well, drop everything you've done so far. Well, there are conservatives in power there. In some other countries, the situation is more complicated, like in the States, the conservatives are now doing better, but it's the States. And these new trends are very strong in the States too, not in all states, of course. But we cannot call on the United States and Mr. Biden, who is pretty radically modernistic. Well, hey, Mr. President, just change your opinions and outlooks. Well, briefly speaking, the world and the politics is a complex matter, and we have to operate in this complex world. First of all, we need to see Ukraine winning the war and providing a cornerstone for the overall victory. Thank you very much.
Well, I think that we have come to an end in our discussion, and Editor Wildstein is harmed slightly, but in a very short while we are going to introduce our conservative platform, so we kindly invite you to this discussion. I would like to thank panelists and President and Professor Legutko, Editor Wildstein, for this very interesting debate. Thank you very much indeed.
Miesięcy temu, w każdym razie chyba w tym roku, pojawił się temat gier w edukacji, gier komputerowych, tak? Gier komputerowych, co dla przeciętnego zjadacza chleba, Polaka, wydawałoby się, że w zasadzie powinniśmy o tym rozmawiać od dawna, od co najmniej, nie wiem, 15 lat. Dlaczego dopiero teraz, pani minister?
15 lat temu to faktycznie już gry to
nawet
nie tyle graliśmy, ale to już nie od 15 lat, tylko nawet 30, 40 i nawet można powiedzieć dłużej, ale oczywiście i każdy z nas grał. Czy grał w odpowiednie gry, czy one kształtowały, edukowały. Myślę, że w każdym sposobie też jest jakaś metoda i jakiś cel. I tutaj też zawsze lubię podawać przykład mojego bratanka, który właśnie mówili, że niech będzie kucharzem, nie będzie miał jakiś ciekawy zawód, no bo gra tylko w gry. No to co może osiągnąć? A się okazało, że został właśnie programistą, bo grał w gry, które uczyły go logicznego myślenia i zainteresowały go do tego, żeby pogłębić wiedzę, na czym gra w tą grę, na komputerze i co ten komputer może przynieść. Więc tutaj to jest jakby jeden taki przykład. Ale wracając do włączania gier do edukacji, to oczywiście są różne gry edukacyjne, ale gry, które my wierzymy, że od gry do książki, od gry do historii, od gry do wiedzy. Tak samo zresztą można mówić o technologiach wirtualnej rzeczywistości, filmy, VR też zachęcają do tego, aby pogłębiać wiedzę na temat tego, co jest przedstawiane na takich filmach i chociażby przychodzi mi do głowy film Kartka z Powstania, który mówi o historii pewnego właśnie powstańca, który i opowiada właśnie o tym, co się działo w Warszawie w 1944 roku. I tutaj też to jest coś, co sprawia, że młode pokolenie, narzędzia, które są dla nich naturalne i tak naprawdę już się rodzą z telefonami, z technologią wokół siebie, mogą w szkole, i nawet zachęcamy do tego w ramach Laboratoriów Przyszłości, każda szkoła podstawowa w Polsce, publiczna, niepubliczna, jest to 1,2 mld złotych, także polskie szkoły za granicą mają dostęp do drukarek 3D już obecnie. Dzisiaj odwiedziliśmy do drukarki 3D, Google VR, tutaj można wymieniać i dzisiaj byliśmy chociażby w szkole tutaj w Karpaczu i faktycznie w szkole w Karpaczu, które ma 5000 mieszkańców, nowoczesne technologie są na zajęciach stosowane, są specjalnie używane nie tylko na zajęciach informatycznych, ale wszelakich, bo tak naprawdę można sobie wyobrazić, że grawitację też można się nauczyć właśnie drukując różne materiały na drukarce 3D. A same wracając do tematu, do pytania właśnie tutaj pana redaktora, to jest pana prezesa, to jest, a propos gier, to wprowadzona pierwsza gra wideo, która została wprowadzona do podstawy programowej, jest to gra, która z kolei opowiada o wyborach etycznych. Jest to gra, która była od wielu lat już bestsellerem polskiego producenta, polskiej firmy. To też jest ciekawy przykład firmy, która oddała na rzecz edukacji, tak naprawdę już zrezygnowała z zysków, bo oddała nieodpłatnie, można ją pobrać na naszych stronach internetowych, grę, która zarobiła świetne pieniądze na tej grze. Jest to gra This War of Mine, która opowiada o wyborach etycznych. Znajdujemy się w mieście otoczonym przez wroga, jest wojna i pytanie, czy skupiamy się tylko na sobie, czy pomagamy temu bliźniemu w potrzebie. Więc to można sobie wyobrazić oczywiście.
Przepraszam, że bardzo dobrze pamiętam This War of Mine, jak się pojawiło tam bodajże 2-3 lata temu. Było hitem po prostu na rynku, jako takim, na rynku gier. Tym bardziej teraz jestem pod wrażeniem tego, że taka gra mogła wejść jakby powiedzieć to tak, żeby trochę zobrazować do kanonu lektur. Tak chyba powinienem powiedzieć, tak? Bo chyba powinniśmy o tym mówić, panie profesorze, że gry będą pełniły, bądź też już pełnią formę lektur? To jest dobre porównanie?
Nie wiem, bo obawiam się, że tak jak jedna jaskółka wiosny nie czyni, tak samo jedna gra, czy nawet 100 gier w ekosystemie, który jest zdegradowany informacyjnie, intelektualnie i moralnie, może się nie przeciwstawić. Tutaj trzeba będzie, takie przedsięwzięcia są potrzebne, ale podobnie jak tak zwana media literacy, jako recepta na dezinformację nie działa, bo to jest tak jakby wlewać wiadra czystej wody do zabrudzonej rzeki, która cały czas jest zanieczyszczana przez algorytmy big techu. I bez szerszej tkanki intelektualnej nie można tutaj sobie poradzić. Szczęśliwie z panią Justyną w pewnym projekcie uczestniczę, którego nie chcemy odpalać przedwcześnie, ale który ma szansę być instytucjonalną jakby szczepionką na to, co w technologiach cyfrowych jest niedobre. Bo problem polega na tym, jak wielokrotnie wcześniej mówiono, że po wejściu w życie na masową skalę jakichś technologii ludzkość zawsze potrzebowała czasu, żeby je opanować, żeby nie być ich ofiarą. Tutaj może nam tego czasu zabraknąć, ale w różnych krajach rośnie, dojrzewa świadomość i ja rozumiem, ta gra jest przejawem tej świadomości, że musimy wchodzić w ten świat z alternatywnymi propozycjami, ale nie przeceniajmy ich, jeśli nie sięgniemy po rozwiązania o charakterze systemowym.
Pani profesor, jakie to mogą być rozwiązania? Bo rozumiem, że pan profesor nie chce się jeszcze podzielić tą szczepionką. Ja o innej szczepionce powiem, którą już jakby wdrożyliśmy razem z GovTechem, to trochę podzielę się takimi refleksjami na temat tego, jak ona działa po kilku latach, ale poproszę o odpowiedź panią profesor, co może być takim antidotum, albo takim, jak to ładnie mówią w języku angielskim, takim trigger factor, który zmieni generalnie edukację.
Ja bym zaczęła od roli gier, które tak naprawdę kształtują medycynę, bo o tym możemy powiedzieć, bo odpowiadam za medycynę.
Okay.
Zręczność manualna to jest przede wszystkim coś, czego my do tej pory nie docenialiśmy. Młodzież, która gra w gry, później nie ma problemów jako chirurdzy, na przykład przy robotyce Da Vinci. To jest olbrzymia możliwość interakcji i znalezienia płynności ruchu, które są wypracowane, które dają możliwość przewidywalności.
Albo na przykład, przepraszam, że wiele słowo teraz tak sobie wymyśliłem, a może to już funkcjonuje, symulatory na przykład operacji.
Tak, oczywiście i takie symulatory znajdują się w różnych miejscach. One są do sprawdzenia, możemy usiąść nawet przy takich symulatorach Da Vinci i sprawdzić sobie, zobaczyć jak ta ręka drga lub nie drga, jaka jest przewidywalność, bo to trzeba inaczej podzielić naszą uwagę przy wykonywaniu zabiegów, bo jestem chirurgiem, muszę się skupić na polu zabiegowym, a tak to patrzymy na ekran monitora. Grając w takie gry, zwłaszcza jeżeli mamy tam dość dużo interaktywności, one kształtują taką możliwość interakcji. Wiem, że robotyka jest przyszłością medycyny w tej chwili i tak naprawdę nie ma skutecznej medycyny bez robotyki, o której mówimy w wielu dziedzinach, więc tak naprawdę kształtując to u młodzieży, u dzieci, dajemy im możliwość rozwoju w tym właśnie miejscu. Ja już oczywiście nie mówię o językach, o znajomości, o rozwoju, ale ten element jest dla mnie niezmiernie ważny i to widzimy zdecydowanie przy takich symulatorach. Jeżeli ktoś ćwiczył wcześniej i grał, zdecydowanie inaczej później operuje i jest w stanie wprowadzić szybciej taką umiejętność do swojej praktyki. A większość szpitalnictwa w tej chwili występuje właśnie o to, żeby zgodnie z rozporządzeniem ministra, żeby znalazło się to w koszyku Narodowego Funduszu Zdrowia w wielu specjalnościach, jak urologia, chirurgia ogólna i wiadomo, więc w związku z tym jest to, wydaje mi się, bardzo przydatne i możemy oczywiście wymieniać poszczególne gry, które mają innych wiele cech pozytywnych na rozwój umiejętności szeroko poznawczych, często kompetencji miękkich, interakcyjnych, języków, geografii, różnych elementów, które kształtują tę wiedzę, ale w tym aspekcie przede wszystkim ta umiejętność posługiwania się tymi nowoczesnymi narzędziami, zwykłymi grami, które po prostu w zależności od upodobań mogą, czy chłopcy, czy dziewczynki, innymi trochę grać, ale dają bardzo duży rozwój. Więc to wydaje mi się, że jest niezmiernie ważne wprowadzenie takich zajęć, ja wręcz powiedziałabym na lekcjach, dałoby taką możliwość rozwoju umiejętności.
Bardzo dziękuję. A teraz, ponieważ obiecałem, to tylko zajmę Państwu, postaram się dosłownie 3-4 minuty i opowiem o szczepionce, którą stworzyliśmy razem z GovTechem i też nawiążę do tego, co powiedziałem na początku, że od tamtego momentu, jak się poznaliśmy z Justyną Orłowską, jak poznałem GovTech, tak, to tak naprawdę też poznałem nową jakość administracji, polskiej administracji. Na czym ta nowa jakość polega, to opowiem na prostym przykładzie. Wybucha pandemia, potrzebujemy narzędzia, które pozwoli nam walczyć z dezinformacją, szeroko pojętą, tak? Bo jakby wraz z wybuchem pandemii powstało zjawisko infodemii, nasilenie niebywałe, dotąd niespotykane nieprawdziwych informacji na temat jednego zjawiska, w tym przypadku pandemii COVID-19. Potrzebujemy narzędzia. Szczęśliwie mieliśmy zaprojektowane, akurat tak się składa, że generalnie gdzieś tam też staramy się wyprzedzać trochę rzeczywistość Polskiej Agencji Prasowej. Mieliśmy zaprojektowane narzędzie do fact-checkingu jako takie, na papierze. Szukaliśmy wykonawcy projektu, czyli dewelopera, po prostu firmy komercyjnej, która nam to zrobi. Pierwsze kroki skierowaliśmy do firmy chorwackiej, która nam zaprojektowała to narzędzie. Bardzo sprawna, wydawała nam się bardzo dynamiczna, szybka, młodzi ludzie. Zadaliśmy pytanie, ile, no generalnie nie powiedzieliśmy, że pieniądze nie grają roli, bo zawsze grają, ale generalnie tak naprawdę chodziło nam o czas, bo walczyliśmy z czasem. Ile potrzebujecie, żeby zrobić to narzędzie, taką platformę? Fake Hunter to się nazywa dzisiaj, wtedy jeszcze nie miało nazwy. Oni nam powiedzieli 6 miesięcy. 6 miesięcy to jest absolutne minimum. No i wtedy jakby na horyzoncie pojawiła się Justyna i zaczęliśmy rozmawiać. Ona powiedziała, dobra, to ja porozmawiam ze swoimi ludźmi i wróciła do mnie, myślę, że w ciągu 6-8 godzin. Następnego dnia mieliśmy spotkanie i nie przedłużając, to narzędzie powstało w ciągu 4 tygodni. W ciągu 4 tygodni, proszę Państwa. Znaczy rozmawiamy o sytuacji, o głębokim kryzysie, tak, gdzie instytucja państwowa no, pokonała, w zasadzie zostawiła daleko w tyle kilka firm, bo myśmy nie rozmawiali tylko z tymi Chorwatami, kilka firm komercyjnych, dużych, średnich, małych i po prostu to zrobiliśmy razem. Po prostu to zrobiliśmy i to narzędzie, i to miała być ta szczepionka, o której profesor teraz wspomina, nad którą pracujecie i ma być wykorzystana w dziedzinie edukacji. Ja już wiem, że to będzie dobra szczepionka, dlatego że Fake Hunter jest dobrą szczepionką. Jak każde narzędzie tego typu, to też, tak jak profesor powiedział, że jedna jaskółka wiosny nie czyni, tak jest. I myśmy tak naprawdę stworzyli projekt bardzo nowatorski do tego stopnia, że w zasadzie nawet, no wiem, ja się spotykam z szefami takich agencji jak KFP, DPA, największych na świecie. Oni robią fact-checking oczywiście, mają swoje narzędzia, ale nie mają takich rozwiązań, jak my mamy, tak? Jak puściliśmy informację, tak po prostu wrzuciliśmy informację o tym, że powstał Fake Hunter i jak on działa, to ona błyskawicznie obiegła cały świat, bo wszyscy byli zainteresowani modelem w ogóle, prawda? Właśnie w tym roku razem z Justyną odbieraliśmy nagrodę w Genewie międzynarodową, która też pokazuje, że znaleźliśmy się w światowej czołówce, tak? Pod względem tych rozwiązań. Oczywiście Fake Hunter nie powoduje, że nie ma tej dezinformacji, tak? On nie powoduje, że potrafimy się skuteczniej oprzeć, ale jest punktem odniesienia. I to jest ważne, tak? To, jak on działa, jak się sprawdza też w sytuacji kryzysowej. Mieliśmy ostatnio doskonały przykład na przypadek rtęci w Odrze, tak?
Ale cały czas przypominam, że wszelkie analizy pokazują, że wszelkie platformy fact-checkingowe, nawet takie poważne, nie takie ideologiczne jak Okopres, na Zachodzie, nawet to najpoważniejsze, mają bardzo niską frekwencję. Ludzie
oczywiście.
rzadko korzystają. Prawdopodobieństwo, że ktoś będzie regularnie sprawdzał informacje w tych platformach jest bardzo niskie. Czyli one są niezbędne, ale cały czas działają na obrzeżach systemu dezinformacji.
Tak jest.
Serca tego systemu nie dotykają.
Tak jest.
A sercem są algorytmy Big Techu.
To prawda, pełna zgoda.
Które na dezinformację monetyzują, prawda, się.
Tak, i też stwarzają trochę taką, nie wiem, czy się profesor ze mną zgodzi, czy pani minister, też stwarzają pozory współpracy z takimi instytucjami, na przykład jak Fake Hunter. Z nami akurat nie współpracują, bo prawdopodobnie mieliby poważny problem systemowy, dlatego że my mamy już w tej chwili, chyba, znaczy na pewno, mamy największą bazę danych nieprawdziwych informacji w Polsce, tak?
Ale teraz jest pytanie, jeśli zbudował pan przyczółek, jeśli w mainie tworzone są inne przyczółki, żeby te technologie, żeby negatywne ostrze tych technologii zneutralizować, jak budować kolejne przyczółki, żeby to zaczęło działać systemowo? Tak, żeby zaczęło chodzić systemowo, bo bez tego...
Ja myślę, że profesor udzieli odpowiedzi. Należy zaangażować w to Big Techy. Należy ich w to wciągnąć. Bo oni jakby, nie wiem, czy pani profesor się ze mną zgadza, bo jakby mamy doskonałe doświadczenia, doskonałe w sensie takim, że może nie, po prostu je mamy. Mamy doświadczenia covidowe, tak? 2 lata walki z COVID-em też w sferze informacyjnej. Potężny problem, tak? Potężny problem komunikacyjny. Ja mam wrażenie, że jednak wygraliśmy tę wojnę. Mam wrażenie, że wygraliśmy tę wojnę. Że jednak większość społeczeństwa się zaszczepiła, tak? I to jest ten sukces. Ale nie odbyło się to, ale tego sukcesu by nie było, gdyby platformy, gdyby Big Techy się w to nie zaangażowały, profesorze. Takie odnoszę wrażenie, bo jednak oni podjęli tą wojnę, tak? Z jednej strony oczywiście zawsze wykorzystują
Z jednej
deinformację.
strony kolosalne zyski na propagacji teorii spiskowych odnosili, ale jedną ręką robili tu fortunę, a drugą ręką deklarowali walkę z tym.
Trochę, czy pani profesor się z tym zgodzi, że tak było, że jedną ręką jakby karmili troli, tak, a drugą ręką ich bili trochę po głowie?
Z jednej strony zawsze, jak to możemy powiedzieć, kij ma dwa końce, więc był to wymóg czasu i sytuacji, który się pojawił, więc trzeba było w tym podążyć. I żeby to była informacja globalna, trzeba było stworzyć narzędzie informatyczne, którym mogliśmy podążać i mierzyć. I dlatego tak dużo różnych aktywności o takiej charakterze się pojawiło. Pojawiały się różnego rodzaju platformy informacyjne, takie inne, jak trochę grzyby po deszczu. Natomiast zawsze ten, kto wyprzedzi pewną działalność, no to jakby korzysta z tego i wiadomo, że jest pewnego rodzaju biznesem. Tylko teraz możemy się zastanowić, czy ten biznes zawsze jest zły, jeżeli on służy społeczeństwu i szeroko możemy pozyskać taką informację. Ja sama wiem, jak na początku było ciężko przekazać informacje, co należy robić w poszczególnych grupach zawodowych, jak robić, co się tym dzieje, jaka jest dynamika rozwoju procesu chorobowego, jak to się dzieje. Zbiór informacji, czyli taka baza danych jest jakby genialna. Sama w tej chwili uczestniczyłam również i wiem, że pojawiły się nagrody ze strony Ministerstwa Zdrowia o różnego rodzaju narzędzia cyfrowe, które służyły monitorowaniu właśnie COVID-19. Więc na pewno w szeroko pojętym działaniu, tylko musiałoby być ono usystematyzowane, musiałoby być wprowadzane w taki sposób nie przypadkowy, tylko jedno po drugim ono ułatwia dla mnie działania i jeżeli te bazy w jakimś znaczeniu mogą się łączyć, przekazywać informacje, żeby była globalna taka duża baza danych. Więc to jest jakby niezmiernie ważne. Z punktu widzenia medycyny jesteśmy w stanie monitorować, przewidywać, wyciągać wnioski, skutki tego, co się tak naprawdę dzieje.
No tak, ja tylko tutaj dodam ad vocem, no to oczywiście wszystko zaczyna się od szkoły.
Do tego chciałem nawiązać, dlatego że ten motyw dezinformacji, on tutaj się nie pojawił w tej dyskusji przypadkowo, dlatego że chciałem nawiązać do jakby projektu, który właśnie w tej chwili uruchomiliśmy razem z GovTechem, wspólnie z Ministerstwem Edukacji i z Polską Agencją Prasową, czyli taką kampanię edukacyjną właśnie połączoną też z projektem platformą Fake Hunter przy wykorzystaniu tej technologii. No i teraz pytanie jest, czy tak naprawdę to porozmawiamy trochę o edukacji w edukacji w tej chwili, tak? Tak, o zawartości cukru w cukrze trochę.
Tak, zdecydowanie tutaj i znowu już słyszę głos pana profesora, który powie, chodzi o działania systemowe, a nie punktowe, ale tych jaskółek już jest coraz więcej, ja tak odpowiem na to, już nie tylko jedna, więc jak już jest więcej, to już mamy nadzieję na to gniazdo systemowe. Natomiast nadzieja nadzieją, w każdym razie wprowadzamy poszczególne projekty, które są działaniami systemowymi, natomiast nie na skalę wszystkich przedmiotów. I tutaj bym chciała nawiązać chociażby do przedmiotu biznes i zarządzanie. Przedmiot, w którym właśnie wprowadzamy projekt grupowy, którym trzeba będzie zaliczyć maturę. Tutaj będzie kilkadziesiąt procent stanowił projekt zespołowy, czyli nie nastawienie, tak jak większość do tej pory edukacji, na indywidualne oceny, na indywidualny sukces ucznia, powiedzmy, użyjmy takich słów, nie bójmy się tego mówić, tylko właśnie na postawienie tego, co oczekuje, można powiedzieć oczywiście z punktu widzenia gospodarki, tak? Gospodarka potrzebuje zespołów, ale tak naprawdę społeczeństwa potrzebują zespołów, żebyśmy nie mieli właśnie, no, mówiąc tutaj tak potocznie, ale no, znieczulicy na siebie nawzajem, tylko żebyśmy widzieli, no, ta wrażliwość społeczna, już można ją właśnie zakotwiczać w szkole. Jak ją zakotwiczać? Właśnie wprowadzając stopniowo to przełamanie tylko ze skupienia na przekazywaniu wiedzy i uczeniu i wiedzy, bo to też właśnie a propos dezinformacji, to jeżeli skupiamy się, że tylko uczymy się wiedzy, czytamy i to, co jest nam przekazywane jest prawdziwe, to jest trochę zwolnienie z tego myślenia ucznia, a my potrzebujemy myślącego właśnie obywatela, który zweryfikuje, bo nie wszędzie dotrzemy z informacją, tak, tu jest aplikacja Fake Hunter, oczywiście wysyła powiadomienia, więc tutaj to, że ktoś nie zajrzy, tutaj co mówił pan profesor, no to dostanie powiadomienie o danej dezinformacji, więc, a powiadomienia No jak nie mamy ich za dużo, to czytamy oczywiście. Natomiast to są, my to nazywamy taką wielką, małą rewolucją, reformą, jeżeli chodzi o ten przedmiot. Natomiast też szkoła, to tak odpowiadając, dlaczego od razu nie ma całej zmiany szkoły i tak dalej, ponieważ szkoła nie lubi takich drastycznych, nie lubi rewolucji. To jest system naczyń połączonych, to jest złożony system, który nie jest, mówimy tutaj szkole, tak naprawdę no, trzeba myśleć o i przedszkole, i szkoły, i uczelnie, tak, szkoły wyższe, więc tutaj to jest i później gospodarka, jakie są kompetencje potrzebne dla gospodarki, więc to jest tak naprawdę, jak myślimy sobie to słowo edukacja, wydaje się, że widzimy to przed oczami, czym to jest, czy to jest szkoła, ale tak naprawdę to jest złożony system, który trwa od poczęcia do śmierci tak naprawdę.
Ja mam pytanie do pana profesora i prośbę zarazem o to, żeby może pan profesor właśnie powiedział to, czego nie może powiedzieć pani minister. Dlaczego, znaczy po pierwsze, czy ma pan profesor wrażenie, że mamy do czynienia z jakimś momentem przełomowym w polskiej edukacji? Właśnie teraz, tak, że pojawiają się właśnie gry, laboratoria przyszłości i tak dalej, czyli jakby z taką nową falą no, technologiczną, która się pojawia w edukacji w tej chwili, tak? To po pierwsze, czy tak? A jeśli tak, to dlaczego dopiero teraz? Czy to jest kwestia, nie wiem, młodego pokolenia, które właśnie weszło do administracji rządowej i po prostu inaczej nie potrafi, tylko no, jakby dostosowuje system do własnych potrzeb? Czy to jest kwestia tego typu, czy może są jakieś inne przyczyny jeszcze?
Myślę częściowo tak, bo charakter opozycji politycznej, z jaką rządzący się zmagają, w kontekście zamiany dawnej demokracji w mediokrację, a obecnie w memokrację, spowodował sytuację, którą Iwan Krastev, wybitny bułgarski analityk, określił jako sytuację, w której media każdego dnia delegitymizują system. Co to znaczy? Że rządzący ciągle zajmują się zarządzaniem kryzysowym i strategie odchodzą jakby w zapomnienie. I dlatego szczęśliwie przypływ młodych osób pokolenia pani Justyny powoduje, że oni nie są związani schematami tej codziennej, bieżącej walki, które starsze pokolenie wzięło jakby na własne piersi, czyli mogą działać poza tym, co się brzydko, ale adekwatnie nazywa bieżączką. Ale druga sprawa jest taka, proszę zwrócić uwagę, wiele spraw, które pani Justyna i inne zespoły w resorcie robią, rozgrywa się kompletnie poniżej radaru opinii publicznej, która jest przez media opozycyjne ukierunkowana na wątki czysto ideologiczno-środowiskowe, płacowo-ideologiczne, a to, że elementy czegoś, co można nazwać pracą organiczną, mającą potencjał tego przełomu, o który pan pytał, to jest tylko potencjał, jeszcze przełomu nie ma. To jest w ogóle niedostrzegane, a trudno będzie poważny przełom zrobić bez jakiegoś konsensusu różnych środowisk, bez wsparcia tej części środowiska nauczycielskiego, która jest, że tak powiem, w mackach opozycji.
Okay.
I jak się tego jakoś